front to the greatness of America. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi's governing Conservative Party has secured a two-thirds supermajority in a parliamentary election. The BBC Shaima Halil is in Tokyo.
352 seats out of 465, way more than they were hoping for. They continued with their coalition with the Innovation Party. So together, they have this sweeping majority now in parliament, and that gives Japan much needed political stability, and it gives Sanai Takaichi the mandate that she was hoping for, the mandate that she called the snap election in the depths of winter for, and that essentially gives her the power to push through with her agenda.
At the moment, Wall Street futures point to a lower open later on. The Dow futures are down 43 points. NASDAQ futures off 103, and the S&P futures 16 points in the red. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The stock market is at an all-time high. The dollar is under pressure, and leading economists are warning that the global financial system is changing. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now to get your free gold investment guide, plus your free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Find out about a tax and penalty-free rollover in 2026. Gold and silver can surge when the economy shifts, and they don't wait for permission. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slow pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
A Norwegian diplomat's career gets sidetracked by the Epstein scandal.
A Norwegian ambassador has resigned as she faces scrutiny over her contacts with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Foreign Ministry announced Mona Juul's resignation on Sunday evening, days after she was suspended as Norway's ambassador to Jordan. That follows reports that Epstein left the children of Juul and her husband $10 million in a will drawn up shortly before his death by suicide in a New York prison in 2019. Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide said Juul's decision was correct and necessary. He added that her contact with the convicted sex offender showed a serious lapse in judgment, adding that the case makes it difficult to restore the trust that the role requires. A ministry investigation into Juul's knowledge of and contact with Epstein continues. I'm Lawrence Brooks.
Find more information, news, and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump is throwing his support behind the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act.
Posting on Truth Social, President Trump writes, quote, America's elections are rigged, stolen, and a laughingstock all over the world. We're either going to fix them or we won't have a country any longer. He called on Republicans to fight for the Save America Act. He continued, quote, all voters must show voter ID identification. All voters must show proof of United States citizenship to register for voting. President Trump concluded by posting that there should be, quote, no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. John Scott reporting.
A trial focusing on whether Meta misrepresented the safety of its platforms when it comes to the dangers of child sexual exploitation is set to start in New Mexico. Opening statements are scheduled for today in that trial. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Moore County used to stand for peace, community, and tradition, but Senator Tom McInnes sold us out. Short-term rental takeovers, big apartment complexes, and traffic schemes that threaten our historic roads. Tom McInnes used to be an auctioneer. Now he's auctioning off Moore County to the highest bidders, the big developers. Our quality of life is on the market. We're not against growth, but growth must be smart, local, and planned. Moore County is not for sale. Senator McInnes works for developers. Elect Ray Daley to the North Carolina State Senate. He'll work for you.
Paid for by Ray Daley for North Carolina Senate.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family
Four Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Is your land lost under a jungle of brush and overgrowth? Call the pros at Tar Heel Brush Mulching. With over 20 years of experience in land management, we turn wild, unusable land into clean, manageable space fast, affordable, and done right the first time. Whether it's for farming, hunting, or just reclaiming land, our high-powered mulchers and brush cutters chew through the roughest terrain. Trust the team that knows land management and has the gear to master it. For a free estimate, call veteran-owned Tar Heel Brush Mulching at 910-638-8318.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Since 1994, Lee Christian School offers academic excellence rooted in God's Word. Students grow not only in knowledge, but in godly character and action. We teach, lead, and coach on the firm foundation of Scripture. As Proverbs 1:7 reminds us,
"The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction."
Our mission is to develop the whole student spiritually, mentally, physically, and socially, instilling biblical principles across academics, fine arts, and athletics. Join a school where students are challenged to stand out for Christ. As Romans 12:2 says,
"Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind."
Discover the difference at Lee Christian School. Visit leechristian.org today.
In CN News, I'm John Champion. The state legislature is still working on a budget. Educators are pushing for it to include raises and other job improvements. Some teachers, like this one, spent their Saturday in Cary with homemade signs demanding change.
If we want to continue to be the city that we are now and continually grow to be the city our citizens deserve and give the district the schools that they deserve, then we all have to work together.
State lawmakers have not passed a budget for the current fiscal year or the next one. Town officials announced that they've started refilling Lake Lure. Mayor Carol Pritchett tells WLOS getting the lake filled up on Memorial Day is essential to the town's economy.
Lodging, hotels, bed and breakfast, restaurants, things like that. They've made reservations with people for this Memorial Day. They needed to be able to know with confidence that they could tell the people they'd made reservations for that it was going to be open.
The lake and dam suffered catastrophic damage from Hurricane Helene, causing massive flooding, debris, and structural failures. As the United States celebrates its 250th year, North Carolina prepares to commemorate this important historical marker. Secretary of Natural and Cultural Resources Pam Cashwell told the Council of State it's a chance to explore how the founding ideas were lived out, challenged, and reimagined by the people of North Carolina.
DNCR is privileged to be the statewide entity who is in charge of sort of the planning of the event for North Carolina. What that has meant is that since 2021, the department has been doing lots of planning.
The Halifax Resolves, adopted in April of 1776, made North Carolina the first colony to officially sanction independence. You're listening to NCN News.
I'm the thread that's already inside the house. In the closet, under the bed, in the car. But I don't want your money or your TV. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. I'm patient and quiet. I don't sleep. You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire. And as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there. Protect your family. Secure all your guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
A new snapshot reveals employers' hiring plans for the next 4 months. CBS News correspondent Stephen Kaufman has details.
A national survey by staffing firm Robert Half of more than 2,000 hiring managers reveals the issues impacting hiring plans for the first half of this year.
Businesses are entering 2026 with widening skills gaps and more complex hiring conditions.
Robert Half's Paul Flaherty.
While business confidence remains strong, many companies are struggling to execute their strategies. They simply don't have the right capabilities in place.
AI is making assessing job skills more difficult. Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
Historian Heather Lee brings lost history to life through interactive stories, tours, books, live streams, and more. Her book, Lost Towns of North Carolina, has now been released. In it, she explores everything from ghost towns to lost cemeteries, from secret tunnels through the mountains to underwater cities. She tells us her journey of discovery started as close as her hometown.
I called the place where I grew up North Raleigh, but just before I was born, that wasn't Raleigh. It was called Millbrook Village, and it was its own whole community. And there are little hidden pieces of the Millbrook community even today.
Coffee and pizza lovers have plenty of opportunities to cash in today. CBS's Carissa Lawson says the possibilities are even greater if you happen to be a fan of both.
Starbucks is giving loyalty members a free tall, hot, or iced coffee with the purchase of another beverage. Plus, any hot drink order will be served in a special edition green paper cup featuring the company's original logo. Dunkin' is dishing out free iced coffees today through its app. Today is also National Pizza Day, and several national retailers, including Domino's, Pizza Hut, and 7-Eleven, are offering deals.
John Champion, NCN News.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, we have cloudy skies, 26 degrees. Humidity 49%, dew point 10. Pressure is 38, and winds are calm. It is 7:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Monday morning. A Project Santa car caught on fire Friday in Southern Pines. The sedan went up in flames on Rothney Avenue shortly before 9:30 a.m. The female driver was traveling towards U.S. Highway 1 and pulled over when smoke began coming from her car. She flagged down a plumbing truck and asked him if he had anything to put out the fire with. The plumber used the fire extinguisher in his truck to try to help put out the flames. Southern Pines Fire Department arrived on scene and extinguished the blaze. Authorities say the cause of the fire is currently under investigation. 3 men are facing charges following the execution of a search warrant in the Eagle Springs area of Moore County. Detectives with the Moore County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant in the 1100 block of Eagle Springs Road in Eagle Springs. During the search, a detective seized suspected cocaine, marijuana, oxycodone, hydrocodone, items of drug paraphernalia, and more than $800 in U.S. currency. As a result, Henry Diggs, 49, of Jackson Springs, was arrested. Also, Dwight Cole, 73, of Eagle Springs. And additionally, Demetric Collins, 48, of Pinehurst. All three arrested. Diggs and Cole were each committed to the detention center under a $10,000 secured bond, while Cole was committed under a $1,500 bond. And as talks on a new Moore County High School began to gain traction ahead of potential general obligation bond referendum in November, the Board of Education has some big decisions to make. While there is seldom unanimity among the school board, there is a general consensus that the district needs an additional high school. The board's construction committee recently met to walk through the numerous variables involved in getting construction underway. Last month, the school board chose FLA architects to provide design services for a future comprehensive high school at a fixed cost of $8.8 million, or around 5.6% of an estimated $157 million in building costs. Compensation, however, is entirely contingent on procuring funding for the new school through next year's bond. SFLA has designed around 1,200 K-12 projects in North Carolina and South Carolina, 22 of which have been high schools. They have developed a reputable high school prototype that reduced costs, and the plan has been produced 6 times so far. The proposal recently presented to the County Board of Commissioners to prepare bond information calls for a core capacity facility such as the cafeteria, gym, and library for 1,700 students. Although the subject to change in detail, the rendering feature a 2-story H plan with a centralized atrium, gymnasium, and cafeteria branching on into the classrooms along the wings. That's your latest Sand Hill news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, if you need more information, just go to sandhillsentinel.com to get it. It is 7:19. Here's your sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Tony Rixby. The Seattle Seahawks have won the franchise's second Super Bowl. Defense, the driving force behind that championship. Sam Darnold tossed a touchdown pass to A.J. Barner. Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards. And Jason Myers set a Super Bowl record by making all 5 of his field goal tries. Seahawks coach Mike McDonald.
I don't know, it's cheesy, but you're just like, man, you're so thankful for everything. I mean, for the position that God put me in to coach our football team. I've been thinking about that a lot, and it's a huge responsibility. And thankful for the 12, thankful for our players, our staff, John, Joey, I mean, everybody involved. It's just, there's no drag. It's just such a great team, and it just shows you how powerful that is when it all comes together.
Heather Bosch in Seattle, where the celebrations were abundant.
I'm Heather Bosch in Seattle, where cheers are erupting across the city. There are fireworks shooting out of the top of the Space Needle right now. The Seahawks defeating the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl 29-13. The Hawks avenging a loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl in 2015. This is Seattle's 4th trip to the big game and its 2nd Lombardi Trophy.
Freshman Ariana Robertson, a career-high 22 points. The Duke women won their 13th straight, extending their best conference start ever under Coach Kara Lawson.
It's nice to see the growth happen. We are far from a finished product. We have a lot of things that we need to improve on. But you have to, I think, celebrate when you see an improvement. Not just celebrate, more recognize it. And that's what I did with them after the game. It's like, hey, I recognize you guys. You made that jump from last Sunday to this Sunday. That's important.
NC State women cruising past Virginia Tech 82-62, and the North Carolina women rolled past Wake Forest 84-56. You're listening to NCN Sports.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
Smokey the Bears. Then you know why Smokey tells you when he sees you passing through. Remember, please be careful, it's the least that you can do. What you desire, don't play with matches, don't play with fire.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at smokeybear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
A few highlights from Team USA at the Winter Olympics in Milan. Here's Kelly O'Grady.
The first gold medal in figure skating, and that also went to Team USA. Ilya Malinin, it all came down to him. It was a really tight race between Team USA and Team Japan, and Ilya Malinin put out a solid skate. It wasn't what we have seen from the quad god in the past. It was a little shaky in parts, but it was enough to get that gold for Team USA.
Chris Gotterup shot a 7-under par 67. He won the Waste Management Phoenix Open with a birdie on the first hole of a playoff on Sunday afternoon. Yesterday in the NBA, the Knicks beat the Celtics 111-89. Miami over Washington 132-101. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
Titans, lay down!
Do you have somewhere to be?
I've traveled all across the fabric of space-time.
97.3 FM and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Are you nearing retirement and wondering how to make your money work for you instead of worrying it won't? Mark Henry at Alloy Wealth Management focuses on you, your goals, and your values. From insurance planning and retirement income strategies to estate conversation and risk management, his team works with you to build a comprehensive strategy that fits your life. Learn more by listening to Living Large Radio with Mark Henry, Saturdays and Sundays at 2 here on Talk Radio, 990 AM and 97.3 and 104.1 FM WEEB.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you've had some recent pain. Tell us about that as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint, walking around like Walter Brennan, a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called Pressure Wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and or would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I'd never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired the community through the arts. For a limited time, join now and get 50% off the individual annual membership price of $45. Your membership supports local exhibits, concerts, classes, and arts programs for all ages. Plus, you'll enjoy free gallery receptions, early ticket access, and exclusive discounts like 10% off at the Country Bookstore and 15% off framing at Eye Candy Gallery. Support the Arts Council. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. Join today by calling 910-692-2787 or email ray@mooreart.org.
Care Aloha. Buy more, save more. Going on now. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. Care Aloha carries sustainable bamboo fabrics consisting of sheets, towels, blankets, pillows, mattresses, and men and women's sleepwear. The Buy More, Save More going on now. Come feel the difference at your local veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Care Aloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car, so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the 3rd year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in Rhinestones and Grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org, so tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater, because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Retirement components look different for everyone because everyone is unique, but there are major components everyone needs in their retirement. Coach Pete is founder and president of Capital Financial. So, Coach, what are things that you cover with everyone?
The 4 main things we go over: retirement planning. Everyone needs a retirement plan. We're all going to retire eventually. We need to make sure our money's waiting for us when we get there instead of us waiting for our money. And then we need asset allocation and investment guidance. In other words, where is your money? Why is it there? And should it stay there? Or when do we move it around every now and then? Or should we move it? Is it a good time to move it now? Then tax planning. Nothing in writing that says you have to overpay. And I wrote that brand new book, Tax Savvy Retirement. When you're in retirement, you want taxes in your favor, not against you. And then estate, succession, legacy planning.
The free download of Coach Pete's book, Tax Savvy Retirement, you'll find at CoachPete.com. For your review, call 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
For retirees, Social Security is often just the beginning. Guaranteed income streams like pensions and annuities can be essential in keeping financial worries at bay. Joining me now is Coach Pete, the president and founder of Capital Financial. Coach, how do these income streams better our retirement?
Well, number one, it puts you in control of your retirement. We call them financial fill-up strategies.
Okay.
Remember when you were little, I don't know if you do, you're probably too young, but when I was little, Mom would pull into the gas station, there would be a ding-ding, and the guys would run out, check the oil, clean the windshields, and fill the car up with gas.
Yes, I love it.
We have the same strategy in retirement. Folks, when you reach retirement, you can get a guaranteed lifetime income check delivered to your house every single year for the rest of your life and the rest of your spouse's life, regardless of what happens in the market, and even if your account balance goes to zero. Yes, it's true. You can get your very own plan today. Call now.
Contact Coach Pete and the team at Capital Financial at 919-415-1716 919-415-1716. That's 919-415-1716, or text keyword coach to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
As high pressure continues to build into the area, we'll have dry conditions for our Monday. A cold start to the day, then slightly warmer temperatures this afternoon. It will be even warmer by Tuesday. Mostly clear to start the day with temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s. This afternoon we'll reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees with lots of sunshine. Then we'll drop to around freezing by Tuesday morning before reaching the mid-60s by the afternoon with lots of sun. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Arrived Super Bowl Sunday. The wings, the dip, the third slice you swore was just one more bite. Now it's February 9th, which means it's National Pizza Day. Because what's the only thing you need after aggressively eating pizza all day yesterday? More pizza. This is the day you say, I'll start fresh tomorrow, while shoving a slice in your yapper with confidence and zero shame. National Pizza Day. Proof that healing is circular.
Not responsible for food comas, grease stains, sudden naps, or leftover regret. May cause guilt and joy at the same time. Enjoy responsibly.
Looking in your eyes, I see a paradise. This world that I found is too good to be true. Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them say we're crazy, I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby, don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's gonna stop us now. I'm so glad I found you. I'm not gonna lose you. Whatever it takes, I will stay here with you. Take it to the good times, see it through the bad times. Whatever it takes is what I'm gonna do. Let them say we're crazy. What do they know? Put your arms around me, baby. Don't ever let go. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart. And we can build this dream together.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM. 104.1 FM and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams doing a solo this morning. Don't forget, of course, we are being heard around the world on our live audio stream. That's available to you from our website. And you can get to it by going to our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Upper right-hand corner of the homepage has that icon that says on the air, listen live. Click that once and hit the play button that follows. And you might have to hit that little blue link also. It just depends on your browser. But you'll get there. And we also have a live audio, video stream too. Video, audio stream together. That's available at the same website, right there in the middle of the page where it says, watch live video, Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that, hit today's date, and you'll be listening to today's version of the video. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, we're going to be warmer than yesterday, warmer than the whole weekend. Sunny today, with a high of 46. That's a good start. It's going to get better. Then tonight, mostly clear. It's going to be cold, but not as cold as it has been. 30 degrees for your overnight low. Tuesday, even warmer, sunny with a high of 67. We can take that. Tuesday night, cloudy skies, 48 degrees. Wednesday, 30% chance of getting wet. Otherwise, mostly cloudy with a high of 63. Thursday, mostly sunny, 55 for your high. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, got a chance of rain each day. Good chance, about 70% chance. With highs around the 50-degree mark. Right now, around the Sandhills, winds are calm. Pressure is 30-38, dew point 10. Humidity 49%. We have cloudy skies, 26 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, that's oldie there from Starship. Nothing's going to stop us now. It is 7:37 past the hour. Glad you made us a part of your Monday, and hopefully all week long you'll be with us. Object of our goal is to, well, try to whip the masses to a frenzy somehow, some way. So let's get started. Of course, if you watched the Super Bowl yesterday, you were probably as bored as most everybody else was. What a crummy show. Poor little performance on both teams. I mean, the Seahawks had a good defense, and that's what won the ball game. They always say ball games are won by defense. You know, I don't claim to be any sports expert on anything, although I am. But anyway, defense wins the ball games. If they're not scoring, they're not winning. And Seattle did a good job on defense. They kept picking on the Patriots quarterback May a lot. At least Chris Collinsworth, who's probably the worst color guy ever known to mankind, was picking on him the whole time. In fact, we'll give you a little demonstration right now of Super Bowl 60. This is where it was 12-0 after 3 quarters from the goals. No touchdowns. Not so super after all at that point in the ball game.
The long and boring bowl.
This might be a defensive game.
That led me to snore.
It looks like we are going to have a defensive football game.
My party guests were here.
I mean, it really does.
But said they had to go home. Fourth quarter finally cheers.
Darnold to the end zone, touchdown!
When teams began to score, where'd everybody go?
Long and boring bowl, which it was. And then to top it all off, of course, they had that superstar halftime show with Bad Bunny. Talking about a bad show. He was on there, 13 minutes of torture, if you watched it. A lot of people went over to the Turning Point halftime show. I think it was, I forgot how many millions it was. 20-some million people went over there. Because Bad Bunny's show was all in Spanish. I know whoever made that decision, they probably sat down and said, now, how can we alienate and tick off 95% of our audience? I know. Let's put a Spanish show on at an American icon show, the Super Bowl. That makes sense to me, doesn't it? But, what was the highlight of the show? Of course, a bunch of teenage girls sticking their big butts at you and twerking all at the same time. Boy, that was a real barn burner there. And Bad Bunny trying to sound cool in Spanish to an American audience just isn't going to happen. It sucked. The halftime show sucked, and the ball game pretty much sucked in itself. But congratulations to the Seahawks. They won the game, and I'm sure they're proud of it, and we're all proud of you. You came out, you played the game, you won. Meanwhile, the New England Patriots kind of choked up the whole game. Just didn't take the risk that you got to play at that level to win. You know, everything was little short passes, short runs, and I don't think we get to that level of football. I mean, the national championship Super Bowl game, and you play conservatives like Ron Rivera did when Carolina actually made it to the Super Bowl many years ago. He tried to do it all from a running game up the middle, and it worked out well. He lost, I forgot how much he lost by, something like 30 points. I believe it was against Denver. But regardless, Rivera sucked as a coach, has sucked ever since, and how he keeps getting the job, I don't know. But that's my humble opinion. Meanwhile, who was it? This is getting off the topic a little bit. The Duke-Carolina basketball game Saturday evening, where Carolina trailed the whole game except the last 0.4 seconds of it. When it was a tie ball game, and they sunk a long three-pointer to win the ball game. But the one thing that Coach, now I draw the blank, Carolina Duke's coach, John Shire. Yeah, he says the first ball game he's been to, and his whole bench was assaulted by the fans, throwing drinks at him, and popcorn, and everything else they could get hold of to throw at him. That was a real class act there on the part of Carolina fans. Of course, they're always classy like that. They rank right down there with East Carolina fans. And the way in the maturity level of their organization, I guess you say. And also, you have to ask yourself, how can a basketball game at that level, when I say that level, I mean you're talking about top teams nationwide who get together and play, and you got to play strong and hard and whatnot. And there's the whole second half, only one foul was called against Carolina. One. Folks, that just doesn't happen. It's just about an impossibility. And I guess I bet if you got good, competent referees to review that game and watch it, they come up with a whole lot more fouls against Carolina. But it was like it was when I was in the 70s when I was in college, and I went to state, and that's the days of David Thompson. And it seemed like every time we played Carolina, the fouls just weren't there. It's like that school just buys off the refs. I hate to say it, but it was what it looks like when you go 20 minutes and one foul. I don't believe it. Don't believe it for a second. But that's the way it ended up, and Duke took a loss. And then, of course, they were assaulted by the fans, and they had to come back out and play 0.4 seconds of 1 second, 0.4 of a second, because the clock should have stopped there when the basket went in. So they came back and played that segment, which amounted to nothing. You were hoping for a Christian lightning moment there, but it didn't happen. But what can you do? You know, when the possibility, it's impossible, like I say, to play at that level of college with all that talent, all that intent, and that going after the ball routine, and nobody from Carolina fouled. Yeah, right. You know, those refs should never call another game Bet if you look deep enough, there's some betting going on underneath there that they got away with. Back to the Super Bowl for a moment. As we all know, Seattle Seahawks beat the New England Patriots 29-13. Those last 6 points were a gift from the Seahawks. Here's the final call of the game.
And that will do it. Seattle reigns above them all in the NFL. The Seahawks, Super Bowl champions for the second time.
Okay. See, I thought I had some more stuff on that. Maybe not. All right, we'll move on. It'll bounce in here if we do. Downhill skier Breezy Johnson won the first gold medal for Team USA at the Winter Olympics. That too was going on. Shortly after she stood atop the medal ceremony, she accidentally ripped the medal from the ribbon. And here's what she had to say about that.
Don't jump in them. I was jumping in excitement and it broke. So there's the medal and there's the ribbon. And here's the little piece that is supposed to go in the ribbon to hold it in the medal. And yeah, it came apart. I'm sure somebody will fix it. It's not like crazy broken, but a little broken.
Yeah, all that China craftsmanship in those medals really came shining through there. Chinese were there whether you like it or not. Meanwhile, a 44-year-old guy in New Jersey is facing charges after he drove out onto a frozen lake, did donuts. Oh, that's smart, isn't it? Just smart. And guess what? Fell through the ice. Someone called 911 last week after they saw the roof of the truck sticking out of the ice. The rest of it was submerged. I bet that was doing wonders for the engine. They didn't know if anyone was in it or not. Here's Captain Frank Runza Jr. and Eaglewoods Township Mayor Michael Pacemark talking about the truck.
It's about more than you. When you commit an act like this, when you do something like this, there's a lot of other lives on the line.
They're responding to a call where there may be a victim. And until they're told otherwise, they have to treat it that way. Stupidity at its finest. It's not something you should be doing.
That's a perfect example of why driving and stepping on ice can be very dangerous.
Yeah, stupidity has no bounds, man. You find it everywhere. Meanwhile, time is running out to see Eagles live in concert. Don Henley, the only original member, told Tracy Smith on CBS Sunday Morning that this year will be the last for the band.
You know, I think this year will probably be it. I've said things like that before, but I feel like we're getting toward the end. And that will be fine, too.
You think 2026 will be the end of
I think so, yeah.
the Eagles?
Yeah, and I'm okay with that.
The Eagles are extending their residency at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Don also said that he wants to spend more time with his family and traveling. He hadn't done enough traveling. You can hear his extended answers at the, well, that'll make sense here. But you can dig it up online. The Eunuch Boys from the Weekend, mostly Bill Maher, gave their opinion of things going on.
Now that Dove is collaborating with the Netflix show Bridgerton to release a line of body washes and deodorants, they must get real about what people actually smelled like in 1813. Which was horse and other people. You think a thin layer of chamomile could do that kind of heavy lifting? Try a fire hose. Now that heavyweight boxer Jarrell Miller had his toupee knocked off in the middle, of his fight with Kingsley eBay at Madison Square Garden, boxing fans must admit that's new. I mean, I've seen the Real Housewives turn into a fight, but never a fight turn into the Real Housewives.
All right. The unique boy from the weekend. Meanwhile, the Seahawks, like we said, won the Super Bowl. It's National Clean Out Your Computer Day and National Poop Day, because we know what the headline news is or are. But what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champs after beating New England. The Patriots were a lot like me in high school. Couldn't score. It's National Clean Out Your Computer Day, especially if you ever exchanged emails with Jeffrey Epstein. Today is National Poop Day. Thanks to yesterday's 7-layer dip at the Super Bowl party, maybe you've already celebrated several times. And crypto has lost $2 trillion since October, which is shocking. Usually pretend money is so much more reliable than that. This is not headline news.
And another not headline news, President Trump unveiled a website for purchasing prescription drugs. It's like CVS, but without any human interaction. So, yeah, it's just like CVS. Border Patrol head Greg Bovino was asked to leave a Las Vegas bar because nobody wants to be in a bar when that guy orders shots. A senior figure in Russia's military has been gunned down in his own stairwell, or as they call it in Moscow, death by natural causes. The Dow Jones hit 50,000 points for the first time. Too bad my audience is so broke they think Dow Jones is the guy from the Monkees. There were only 10 reported cases of Guiana worm infections in 2025, which is a historic low, and 8 of those worm infections were in RFK Jr.'s brain. Joe Pesci turns 83 today. In Home Alone, a kid wanted Joe off his lawn. My, how times have changed, huh? Ellen is reportedly moving back to the U.S. from England. Why, you didn't like it over there? And now I support the president's efforts to stop arrivals from other countries. Peter Gabriel's new song is called Put Down the Bucket. It's what he tells his nurse when he's done going to the bathroom. A new Strangers movie hit theaters this weekend. Here's how you bring this franchise to a quick end. Stop opening the frickin' door for people in creepy masks. Bill Nye is getting a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Children's and Family Emmys. When he heard the news, President Trump asked FIFA to make one for him. Ticket sales for the documentary Melania dropped by almost 70% in the second week. Apparently, even the bots that bought tickets last weekend were like, I'm not watching this again. 70-year-old Dee Snider has resigned from Twisted Sister due to health reasons. It's tragic. I mean, who develops an eyeliner allergy at 70? Three Doors Down singer Brad Arnold died after a battle with cancer. I guess he found his kryptonite. Michael B. Jordan turns 39 today. And I'm starting to wonder if he made Sinners just so he could get 2 cakes. Hall of Fame quarterback Sonny Jurgensen died. I'll remember him as one of the greatest teammates, responded Aaron Rodgers. Olympic ski jumpers are accused of using drugs to make their... We're going to skip that one, bad taste. 2 Olympic biathletes from Greenland have spoken out against President Trump. However, biathletes are known to swing both ways. And that's your stupid headline. Well, not headline news. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. Did that. All right. It's also Happy National Pizza Day. It's the perfect timing, or is this the perfect timing or what?
You survived Super Bowl Sunday. The wings, the dip, the third slice you swore was just one more bite. Now it's February 9th, which means it's National Pizza Day. Because what's the only thing you need after aggressively eating pizza all day yesterday? More pizza. This is the day you say,
I'll start fresh tomorrow.
while shoving a slice in your yapper with confidence and zero shame. National Pizza Day. Proof that healing is circular.
Not responsible for food comas, grease stains, sudden naps, or leftover regret. May cause guilt and joy at the same time. Enjoy responsibly.
Okay. Parents are wondering why kids are saying chicken banana lately. That's like 6-7, isn't it? 6-7. Anyway, it all comes from a viral song called Chicken Banana that has around 170 million views already. Here's a quick clip of that.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, 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 chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, 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 chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
Yeah, that's why we do so well on the SATs these days. Okay. A guy in England got arrested for murdering his ex and sobbed to the cops that now he'll never get to play Grand Theft Auto 6. Here's Robert Richards talking about an officer.
I'm gonna miss GTA in that.
You're right, sweet. Which GTA? What are you talking about, Robert?
6.
You got ages for that.
I'm gonna get life.
So I, Robert Richards, on the 30th of May, 2025, said the following. I accidentally killed her. At least I admitted to it. I'm going to miss GTA. I'm going to get life.
Okay. And well, he should. It's also Happy National Poop Day. Here's a little toilet bowl cleaner song to celebrate the event for you.
Oh, poop, 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 poop.
Okay. Couldn't have lived without that one today. Right now here in the Sand Hills area, winds are calm. Pressure's 38. Dew point's at 10. Humidity 49%. We're currently cloudy and 26 degrees, but that's getting ready to improve big time. Full forecast is on the way with all your latest news, sports, and weather. It is 8 o'clock.
As high pressure continues to build into the area, we'll have dry conditions for our Monday. A cold start to the day, then slightly warmer temperatures this afternoon. It will be even warmer by Tuesday. Mostly clear to start the day with temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s. This afternoon we'll reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees with lots of sunshine. Then we'll drop to around freezing by Tuesday morning before reaching the mid-60s by the afternoon with lots of sun. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. The search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie goes on just over a week after she was taken from her Tucson area home. Her kids, including Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, continue to appeal for her release, Savannah making another appeal to the kidnappers in an online video over the weekend.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
That phrase, "we will pay," a reference to the ransom demand purportedly issued by the kidnappers. Super Bowl 60 and the second NFL championship belongs to the Seattle Seahawks.
Defense became the driving force behind this championship. Seahawks players Devin Witherspoon, Derek Hall, and the rest of Seattle's ferocious defense pummeled New England Patriots quarterback Drake May. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold tossed a touchdown pass to A.J. Barner, while teammate Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards. Seahawks kicker Jason Myers set a Super Bowl record by making all 5 of his field goal tries.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart says President Trump didn't think much of the Spanish-language halftime show. It was led by a Puerto Rican rapper. Mr. Trump calls the show terrible. It was, in the president's words, one of the worst ever. Mr. Trump adds, nobody understands a word this guy is saying. The House Oversight Committee set to hear today from Ghislaine Maxwell. Although the close associate and co-conspirator of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein is expected to take the fifth when she appears remotely for the closed-door hearing. On Wall Street, Dow futures down 57. More on these stories, townhall.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports her in a big way and keeps all customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. Hang on to your Benjamins to Pure Talk for a Jack and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 0, say micro, you get 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 micro for an American company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Epstein left the children of Yule and her husband $10 million in a will drawn up shortly before his death by suicide in a New York prison in 2019. Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide said Yule's decision was correct and necessary. He added that her contact with a convicted sex offender showed a serious lapse in judgment, adding that the case makes it difficult to restore the trust that the role requires. A ministry investigation into Yule's knowledge of and contact with Epstein continues. I'm Lawrence Brooks.
Find more information, news, and analysis at townhall.com. Eligibility Act.
Posting on Truth Social, President Trump writes, quote, America's elections are rigged, stolen, and a laughingstock all over the world. We're either going to fix them or we won't have a country any longer. He called on Republicans to fight for the Save America Act. He continued, quote, all voters must show voter ID identification. All voters must show proof of United States citizenship to register for voting. President Trump concluded by posting that there should be, quote, no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. John Scott reporting.
A trial focusing on whether Meta misrepresented the safety of its platforms when it comes to the dangers of child sexual exploitation is set to start in New Mexico. Opening statements are scheduled for today in that trial. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Moore County used to stand for peace, community, and tradition, but Senator Tom McInnes sold us out. Short-term rental takeovers, big apartment complexes, and traffic schemes that threaten our historic roads. Tom McInnes used to be an auctioneer. Now he's auctioning off Moore County to the highest bidders, the big developers. Our quality of life is on the market. We're not against growth, but growth must be smart, local, and planned. Moore County is not for sale. Senator McInnes works for developers. Elect Ray Daley to the North Carolina State Senate. He'll work for you.
Paid for by Ray Daly for North Carolina Senate.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hi, this is Ashton, a patient at Sandhills Weekend Dental. I want to remind all the moms and dads that February is National Children's Dental Health Month. Children should visit their dentist when they get their first tooth or by their first birthday. It's important for children to develop a good oral care routine to create a healthy smile for a lifetime, so when they grow up, they can eat, kiss, and smile better.
Make an appointment for your child today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center. Locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Up to 40% off appliances and 12 months no interest going on now. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now have financing options available with no interest for 12 months and deep discounts on all home appliances. Remember, low price guarantee, and we price match any in-stock local competitor. So please shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Caraloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen. See store for details.
In CN News, I'm John Champion. Months after Irina Zarutska was fatally stabbed on Charlotte's light rail, a new mural honoring her is now on display as part of a nationwide tribute. The mural covers an exterior wall at Mr. C's on West Moorhead Street in Charlotte and is part of the Remember Irina project, which includes similar artwork across the nation. Russian artist Sav 45 painted the piece and tells WBTV why honoring the young woman through art matters to him.
I just want to paint a good mural so the people can remember.
The Atlantic Coast Conference says UNC Chapel Hill must pay a fine after students stormed the court twice at Saturday's game against the Duke Blue Devils. Tony Rigsby has all the details.
The conference has fined the school $50,000. Duke coach Sean Shires says members of his staff were assaulted as fans stormed the floor following UNC's win at the Smith Center. Thousands of Carolina fans rushed the court twice Saturday night. First after Seth Trimble's game-winning shot went in, causing a delay of more than 5 minutes while the floor was cleared, and then again after the game ended. UNC Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham later apologized to Shire. I'm Tony Bixby.
Days after a mass shooting that killed 2 people and injured 2 others, people in the town of Concord held a town hall-style meeting to discuss ways to curb youth violence. Asia Barge, a mother of 2 young boys, was there and tells WBTV parents need to pay more attention to their children.
Because sometimes you do get caught up at work, you miss things, and it'd be like, hold up, let me go back and look.
About 40 people attended the town hall-style meeting in person, with around 70 more watching through Facebook Live. Right now, on this Monday morning, you're listening to NCN News.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Opening statements are scheduled to begin today in a possible bellwether case against social media platforms. CBS News consumer, business, and tech producer Emily Pendice reports.
Tech companies have used a piece of law called Section 230, which keeps them from being liable for the content on their platforms. They've used Section 230 to defend against lawsuits like this in the past. Because the plaintiffs allege that the way the apps are designed is the problem and not the content itself, this is a little bit of a different situation.
Raleigh fire investigators say a space heater powered by an extension cord started Wednesday's fire inside a room at Shaw University's Dipple Newsome Residence Hall. Shadate Hargett Hill has the latest on fire safety violations found at the school.
The last state-mandated fire inspection was completed on December 30th, 2025. The fire safety inspection report lists Shaw as having 6 violations, including maintenance and testing schedules and procedures for fire alarms and detection systems. However, the university won't face a fine because it is the first infraction. School officials say the residence hall will remain closed while thorough assessments and necessary repairs are completed. As of Friday, the HBCU had not scheduled an inspection. I'm Shadati Hargett Hill.
The daily routine of checking the mailbox has become a fruitless exercise for people who live in one Durham zip code. People living in the 27712 area say they're facing delays that are leading to serious consequences. It started in late January during a winter storm. They say even after the conditions improved, people in the Eno Valley neighborhood say the mail hasn't been delivered in 2 weeks. Alicia Clark tells ABC 11 it's a burden.
And when we can finally get out of the neighborhood ourselves, even my 82-year-old mother was able to get out. We still don't have mail. Wonder if it's going to be delivered today.
That's the very latest news and information. John Champion, NCN News.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we have cloudy skies, 26 degrees, humidity 47%, dew point 8 degrees, winds are calm, pressure 30.4. It's 8:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Monday morning. A Project Santa car caught on fire Friday in Southern Pines. The sedan went up in flames on Rothney Avenue shortly before 9:30 in the morning. The female driver was traveling towards U.S. Highway 1 and pulled over when smoke began coming from her car. She flagged down a John Cole's plumbing truck and asked him if he had anything to put the fire out with. The plumber used the fire extinguisher in his truck to try to help put out the flames. The Southern Pines Fire Department arrived on scene and extinguished the blaze. Authorities say the cause of the fire is currently under investigation. 3 men are facing charges following the execution of a search warrant in Eagle Springs. They're here in Moore County. The detectives with the Sheriff's Office executed the search warrant in the 1100 block of Eagle Springs Road in Eagle Springs. During the search, detectives seized suspected cocaine, marijuana, oxycodone, hydrocodone, and items of drug paraphernalia and more than $800 in U.S. currency. As a result of the investigation, Henry Diggs, 49, of Jackson Springs, was arrested. Also, Dwight Cole, 73, of Eagle Springs, was arrested. And additionally, Dimitri Collins, 48, of Pinehurst, was arrested. Diggs and Cole were each committed to the Moore County Detention Center under a $10,000 secured bond. Cole was committed under a $1,500 bond. As talks on a new Moore County high school began to gain traction ahead of a potential general obligation bond referendum in November, the Board of Elections has some big decisions to make. While there is seldom unanimity among the school board, there is a general consensus that the district needs an additional high school. The board's Constitution Committee recently met to walk through the numerous variables involved in getting construction underway. Last month, the school board chose SFLA architects to provide design services for a future comprehensive high school at a fixed cost of $8.8 million, or around 5.6% of an estimated $157 million in building cost. Compensation, however, is entirely contingent on procuring funding for the new school through next year's bond. SFLA has designed around 1,200 K-12 projects in North and South Carolina, 22 of which have been high schools. They have developed a replicable high school prototype at reduced cost, and the plan has been produced 6 times so far. The proposal, recently presented to the County Board of Commissioners to prepare bond information, calls for a core capacity facilities such as the cafeteria, gym, and library for 1,700 students. Although subject to change in detail, the renderings featured a 2-story H plan with a centralized atrium, gymnasium, and cafeteria branching into classrooms along the wings. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning from the Sand Hills Sentinel. And, of course, if you need more info, just head on over to sandhillsentinel.com. It is 8:19. Here's your sports.
In CN Sports, I'm Tony Rixby. The Seattle Seahawks have won the franchise's second Super Bowl. Defense, the driving force behind that championship. Sam Darnold tossed a touchdown pass to A.J. Barner. Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards. And Jason Myers set a Super Bowl record by making all 5 of his field goal tries. Seahawks coach Mike McDonald.
I don't know, it's cheesy, but you're just like, man, you're so thankful for everything. I mean, for the position that God put me in to coach our football team. I've been thinking about that a lot, and it's a huge responsibility. And thankful for the 12, thankful for our players, our staff, John, Joe, I mean, everybody involved. It's just, it's just such a great team, and it just shows you how powerful that is when it all comes together.
Heather Bosch in Seattle, where the celebrations were abundant.
I'm Heather Bosch in Seattle, where cheers are erupting across the city. There are fireworks shooting out of the top of the Space Needle right now. The Seahawks defeating the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl 29-13. The Hawks avenging a loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl in 2015. This is Seattle's 4th trip to the big game and its 2nd Lombardi Trophy.
Freshman Ariana Robertson, a career-high 22 points. The Duke women won their 13th straight, extending their best conference start ever under Coach Kara Lawson.
It's nice to see
to see the growth happen. We are far from a finished product. We have a lot of things that we need to improve on. But you have to, I think, celebrate when you see an improvement, not just celebrate, more recognize it. And that's what I did with them after the game. It's like, hey, I recognize you guys. You made that jump from last Sunday to this Sunday. That's important.
NC State women cruising past Virginia Tech 82-62, and the North Carolina women rolled past Wake Forest 84-56. You're listening to NCN Sports.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Did you know Medicare fraud is costing us $68 billion a year? The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medical Patrol Program's goal is to reduce Medicare fraud, waste, and abuse. If you suspect any billing or Medicare fraud issues, we're here to help. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
A few highlights from Team USA at the Winter Olympics in Milan. Here's Kelly O'Grady.
The first gold medal in figure skating, and that also went to Team USA. Ilya Malinin, it all came down to him. It was a really tight race between Team USA and Team Japan, and Ilya Malinin put out a solid skate. It wasn't what we have seen from the quad god in the past. It was a little shaky in parts, but it was enough to get that gold for Team USA.
Chris Goddard shot a 7-under par 67. He won the Waste Management Phoenix Open with a birdie on the first hole of a playoff on Sunday afternoon. Yesterday in the NBA, the Knicks beat the Celtics 111-89. Miami over Washington 132-101. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
life moves pretty fast.
Now I need a new sidekick.
Here's some advice for you, friend. Don't press your luck.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car, so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
When Old Man Winter hits the Carolinas, he doesn't play around. Ice storms, freezing nights, and power outages can leave your home in the dark and in the cold. That's why Carolina Air and Power is here, keeping homes warm and powered all season long. Right now, get a $59 HVAC tune-up and make sure your system is ready when temperatures drop. And if you received a quote from another company and have questions, Carolina Air and Power offers a free second opinion with no pressure and no strings attached. And when the power goes out, your comfort doesn't have to. Protect your home with a whole home generator. And this month, get $1,500 off generator installation. No more worrying about losing heat, lights, or peace of mind. From dependable heating to reliable backup power, Carolina Air and Power delivers comfort and power together at last. Get started today by calling 910-241-4677 or visit carolinaair.com.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, You went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in rhinestones and grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org. So tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater. Because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Retirement components look different for everyone because everyone is unique, but there are major components everyone needs in their retirement. Coach Pete is founder and president of Capital Financial. So, Coach, what are things that you cover with everyone?
The 4 main things we go over: retirement planning. Everyone needs a retirement plan. We're all going to retire eventually. We need to make sure our money's waiting for us when we get there instead of us waiting for our money. And then we need asset allocation and investment guidance. In other words, where is your money? Why is it there? And should it stay there? Or when do we move it around every now and then? Or should we move it? Is it a good time to move it now? Then tax planning. Nothing in writing that says you have to overpay. And I wrote that brand new book, Tax Savvy Retirement. When you're in retirement, you want taxes in your favor, not against you. And then estate, succession, legacy planning.
The free download of Coach Pete's book, Tax Savvy Retirement, you'll find at CoachPete.com. For your review, call 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
For retirees, Social Security is often just the beginning. Guaranteed income streams like pensions and annuities can be essential in keeping financial worries at bay. Joining me now is Coach Pete, the president and founder of Capital Financial. Coach, how do these income streams better our retirement?
Well, number one, it puts you in control of your retirement. We call them financial fill-up strategies.
Okay.
Remember when you were little, I don't know if you do, you're probably too young, but when I was little, Mom would pull into the gas station, there would be a ding-ding, and the guys would run out, check the oil, clean the windshields, and fill the car
Oh,
with gas.
yes, I love it.
We have the same strategy in retirement. Folks, when you reach retirement, you can get a guaranteed lifetime income check delivered to your house every single year for the rest of your life and the rest of your spouse's life, regardless of what happens in the market, and even if your account balance goes to zero. Yes, it's true. You can get your very own plan today. Call now.
Contact Coach Pete and the team at Capital Financial at 919-415-1716. That's 919-415-1716, or text keyword COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
As high pressure continues to build into the area, we'll have dry conditions for our Monday. A cold start to the day, then slightly warmer temperatures this afternoon. It will be even warmer by Tuesday. Mostly clear to start the day with temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s. This afternoon we'll reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees with lots of sunshine. Then we'll drop to around freezing by Tuesday morning before reaching the mid-60s by the afternoon with lots of sun. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us. Oh, what a night. Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. As I remember, what a night. Oh, what a night. You know, I didn't even know her name, but I was never gonna be the same. What a lady, what a night. Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walked in the room. Hey, my, as I recall, it ended much too soon. What a night. Hypnotizing, mesmerizing me. She was everything I dreamed she'd be. Sweet surrender, what a night. I felt a rush like a rolling ball of thunder, spinning my head around and taking my body under.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on our live audio and video streams. Those are available from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Upper right hand corner of the home page has an icon that says On the Air Listen Live. Click that once, hit the play button. You should be listening that quick to our broadcast signal. If you want to watch us do the morning program or me doing a solo, you can go to the middle of the home page where it says Watch Live Video of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that and hit today's date, and you're on your way. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. Well, things are on the improving end of things. For today, look for sunny skies, 46 for a high. It's better than yesterday. Then tonight, clear, a low of 30. Tomorrow, big improvement. Sunny with a high of 67. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low of 48. Could see some rain on Wednesday, but 63 for a high, so no threat of frozen stuff. Thursday, mostly sunny, 55 for a high. Friday, 49 for a high with a chance of rain. And then for Saturday, more chances for rain, 50-50 shot at it with a high of 49. And Sunday, rain likely, clouds and a high of 51. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm, pressure is 30.4, dew point at 8 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity 47%. We have cloudy skies. Let me refresh it, make sure that's where we're at. Yep, cloudy skies and 26 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 8:36 past the hour on this Monday, day after Super Bowl. Glad you made us a part of it after a disappointing yesterday with Bad Bunny in the marquee spot of the halftime show. I don't know who made that decision, but you know, when you alienate 95% of your audience, it's not a good one. But can't tell them that. They ain't no better. Would have thought it came from Roger Goodell. It's such a bad decision, but I understand it wasn't. So we won't hold him accountable for that one, although maybe he could have poo-pooed it, put it down, but, you know, we're just the audience. We just pay the bills. You know, everybody else makes our decision for our money. Right? Yeah, pretty much right. All righty. Let's see here. Where are we at? Over here is where we're at. Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold finally had his ultimate win last night in Super Bowl 60. He has faced significant criticism, skepticism, and memeing throughout his NFL career. He alluded to all that after the game yesterday.
It's unbelievable. Everything that's happened in my career, but to do it with this team, I wouldn't want it any other way. All my teammates, all my coaches I've ever had, always believing in me. I've always believed in myself because of my family and my friends. So it's as simple as that. As long as you believe in yourself, anything's possible.
And Green Day performed a medley of some songs, of their best-known songs, on the side of the field before yesterday's Super Bowl. Here is the entire set. It followed some football greats like Joe Montana and Jerry Rice being introduced.
In the end, it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Okay. Nice a little taste of it. I thought it said 5 seconds. It said 5 minutes. Don't have that much time for it. So you can get it online, of course, if you so choose. You also get performances of Charlie Puth's performance of the Star Spangled Banner, which was very good. I hadn't heard anybody criticize it. And the ending kind of like Whitney Houston had when she sang it. But it was a very good rendition. Brandi Carlile performed America the Beautiful at Super Bowl 60. Bad Bunny's halftime show, of course, filled with choreography that included falling through a stage and a bunch of youngins with their butt in your face twerking. Female youngins in short dresses, which looked like they all needed a diet. Anything else? State Farm had a new commercial with Hallie Steinfeld at an insurance agency. Danny McBride and Keegan Michael Key were the agents and kept launching into their bad 80s band. Later, John Bon Jovi pulls out a convertible with Jake from State Farm to save her from future embarrassment. Here's a real short edit of all that.
State Farm, right?
We barely cover boats by the dock.
Why barely?
You get what you pay for. There's damage to your home on this block. We won't make things right, cause filing a claim is tough.
Can't I just do it in an app or call an agent?
No luck. Here comes the best part. Whoa! We're halfway there. Wow! You're living on a prayer.
Should have gone with State Farm.
Need a lift?
Yep.
Stop living on a prayer and get State Farm.
You know, it seemed like, is it just me, or did you get the same feeling that all these commercials, a lot of them you're seeing for the first time, which factors into what I'm getting ready to say, is that they run the commercial, you're trying your best to make sense of it, and they don't tell you the product's name until the very end. I mean, you take Volkswagen, for example. They did a long, elaborate commercial, but you didn't even know what the product was until the last 1/2 second when they put up Volkswagen's emblem. And that was it. You go, all that for that? And you spent $8 million to do it? Sure money, but it was my time that you were putting a little price on. Lead singer of Three Doors Down, Brad Arnold, lost his battle with stage 4 kidney cancer on Saturday. He was only 47 when he announced publicly last year that it had spread to his lungs. He said, I'd love for you to lift me up in prayer every chance you get. I think it's the time for me to listen to our song, It's Not My Time.
Can you save me from this? Cause it's not my time. I'm not going. There's a fear in me. It's not showing. This could be the end of me. And everything I know. Ooh, I won't go.
Okay. And there was a story last week about a 2016 Honda Civic in Philly that got encased in ice after a water main broke. It's owned by a teacher, Tiana Graham, and she needed a new ride, so Carvana helped her out. They surprised her the other day with a 2022 Honda Civic and loaded it with school supplies. Here is Tiana getting her free car.
My mom and sister have made it to Philly, and we are going to go to Carvana, which is right over there, in a second.
On the behalf of the Carvana family, that car is yours.
Are you for real? Really?
I am for real.
Thank you guys so much. This has been awesome. They just gave me a car! Yes, they did!
Yeah, there was also another happy story last week about a 2016 Honda Civic in Philly. Well, we just did that, Stevie. Another happy story. A firefighter in Georgia named John Holloway saved a litter of 7 puppies from a fire last year, and now he's adopted not one, but 2 of them. He named the first one Chef Lou, and the second one's name is Creed. Here is Pickens Country Fire Lieutenant John Isaac Holloway talking about his new dogs.
I just started picking up every puppy I could, radioed to the chief that I'd located them. It's cool when you rescue anybody, and it was neat saving a whole litter of puppies. They both seem happy, and that makes me happy. The guys love it. It's kind of like therapy for them. No matter what kind of day we're having, some snuggles and love from the dog is always a plus.
All right, Lindsey Vonn wiped out again at the Olympics, and it happened fast during her skiing event yesterday. She, of course, had tore her ACL, in her leg, and in the same leg, she wiped out on a turn and broke the same leg. She had to be helicoptered out of there. Here's how quick it happened, like 12 seconds.
Lindsey Vonn pulls out of the gate in hopes of more Olympic glory.
I just know after the years of watching her, she will ski at her limit. The tone is set right here. Oh my goodness, no! Oh my goodness.
This crowd is just absolutely silent.
That was hard to watch.
Yeah. Well, she probably wanted a Kodak moment. She sure got it. Probably one she'll at least be able to trade on, make some big bucks with it somehow, some way, because her skiing days are probably over. We'll see. Thought I heard him say it was a fracture. Others said a broken. I don't know, but I guarantee you she did not enjoy it. But maybe some good will come from it. She broke her leg, and they began surgery on it. She's 41. It's the second time she was choppered out in 9 days. All right. Did that. All right, a stand-up comic spotlight goes with Brian Regan on the term getting a pie.
You know, people refer to food differently in different parts of the country, I've come to find out. I grew up in Miami, Florida, went to a small college in Ohio. My roommate, my freshman year, was from New Jersey. Our first night in the dorm, I had never met this guy. He goes, hey, you want to go halves on a pie? I found out later he meant pizza. I had never heard that put like that in my whole life. I thought he wanted to get a pie. You know, I was like, you want to get a pie? Well, I hadn't really thought about that. This guy wanted a pie, so I wanted to be open-minded. It's my first day in college. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's get a pie. You seem to like pies. So we got half pepperoni and half pumpkin.
All right. Well, some Super Bowl highlights from yesterday. The Seahawks, of course, beat the Patriots in Super Bowl 60, 29-13, meaning Sam Darnold got to exercise his ghost. But despite the final score, many people thought the game could end without a touchdown. Just about did. A list of some of the best Super Bowl commercials included Comcast Xfinity Jurassic Park, Dunkin's Goodwill Dunkin', and a powerful message about the wealth and health gap from Hims and Hers. Bad Bunny brought a huge party to the Super Bowl halftime show, along with guest performers Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin. Some celebrities joined the party too, like Jessica Alba and Pedro Pascal. Here are some of the highlights from the Turning Point USA halftime show. Viewership peaked at 4.8 million on their YouTube channel, and it featured performances from Bradley Gilbert, Gabby Barrett, Lee Brice, and Kid Rock. And, you know, I was trying to get Alexa to go to that performance. Now, I got the YouTube app. I got both of them. The TV app and just the general app. But no matter how I asked and how hard I tried, it would not find it and put me there. It put me everywhere else, including Bad Bunny, kept popping up. But I wonder if it got programmed that way unless you knew the exact address and where to go, it kept you from getting there. I can only think if that's true. It's kind of like the Duke's Carolina game, where somehow, some way, in a complete 20-minute half, the last half of the ball game, at that level of basketball, Carolina only committed one foul. One in 20 minutes? Think not. But you get the players getting to think, hey, it doesn't matter what I do, I'm not going to get called for it, so do it. Probably made about a 12-point difference in the ball game. Which Duke lost. Here's a few of the sillier Super Bowl topics we saw trending. There was a Super Bowl streaker, but NBC didn't show it. The National Chicken Council said we ate 1.5 billion wings yesterday. There was a burger at the game that cost $180, and some psycho bet $250,000 on the coin toss and won. I believe it came up heads, did it? I forget. But anyway, he won $250,000, I guess. 50-50 shot on it. Let's see. What else we got here? Yeah, we'll get to all that. Let's go here. Hang on, I have to keep going places. All right. Natural Light Beer is increasing lawnmower lingerie. Releasing lawnmower lingerie for Valentine's Day, and they're even calling it lingerie. They say it's a frisky set of intimate apparel for lawnmowers featuring a lacy, silky protective cover to keep the lawn care equipment from looking extra sexy and ensure your equipment maintains its cutting edge. Here's how to enter. Natty Light will share designated posts on Facebook, Instagram, and X between tomorrow and Valentine's Day. And you just need to follow the comment, hashtag Natty Lingerie and hashtag sweepstakes. Hopefully you're into all that and can make sense of it. Looking for ways to save money? Bills and monthly expenses sure add up fast, and families are looking to save money anywhere they can. But there are savings to be found if you're okay tightening a few daily habits. Here are 7 moves that are easy to stick with, but could wind up saving you some decent money. First of all, unplug your electronics. TVs and game systems pull power even when they're off. That little red dot on there pulls power to show up. Seal up any air leaks. Dirty doors and windows can let money escape using some weather stripping and caulk to keep your heated and cooled areas without leaking. You can turn down the water heater. Most people set the water heater at 140 degrees. Dropping it to 120 degrees saves energy and still keeps showers hot. I could debate that a little bit, because if you got it turned down and you need it warmer than that when you take the shower, well, you're going to be, let's see. Now, if you keep it 140, you got to run more cold water. Long story short, you use more water. Never mind. Plan all your meals before shopping. A simple weekly plan can cut down on food waste and impulse buys. Cancel subscriptions. Keep only what is necessary. Easier said than done. Make DIY cleaning products. Vinegar and baking soda clean just as well. Skip the heated dry cycle on your dishwasher. Air drying works for free. I do that. Anything else we got on this category? I don't know if this is worth even talking about, but we'll do it anyway. A lot of people are have high cleanliness standards for their Uber ride, even though their own car is a total disaster. And a new poll, 34% of people who own a car say they'd be embarrassed for someone they know to look inside their vehicle right now. 33% say they have random clothing in the rear of their car. 23% say there's trash and food wrappers in the car. 36% admit that there are bottles and cans littered around. And 21% say there is actual food on the floor of their vehicle right now. They didn't ask, but most of those people must have young kids, right? And honey, you got to settle down. That's my dog in here. Just like she's got to go now, but you're going to have to wait. Let's see. All right. Moving on to some things we need to know today so we do not sound stupid. Here we go. 3 doors down, lead singer Brad Arnold has died from a battle with cancer at the age of 47. Halle Berry has gotten engaged to Van Hunt after 5 years of dating. The FBI has announced way to go, Windows. Way to go. I just got a black screen on my computer as I was doing this. Oh, this is just great. It's not coming back either. Clap, 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 Windows. My other screen's lit. I don't know what the problem is. I really don't. Let's see if I can get it up another way. Hang on. Monday. Okay. See if we can get it this way. Some things we need to know. Georgia police say the body recovered from the pond was the 27-year-old son of rapper Little John, Nathan Smith. Luke Combs was supposed to be part of a Super Bowl weekend fun, but he had to withdraw to support his wife, who is expecting their third baby. That's a good reason. Quarterback Sonny Jurgensen, Pro Football Hall of Famer, died Friday at the age of 91. If you missed the opening ceremonies of the Winter Olympics team, Mongolia is a must-see. Let's see. According to a survey, 6.2% Americans are going to miss work today, either by calling in sick or previously arranging to take the day after the Super Bowl stuff. And Super Bowl 60 yesterday and Puppy Bowl 22, which featured 150 dogs from 72 shelters across the United States, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands. They also had a special halftime show between Team Oldies and Team Goldies, offering a showcase for senior dogs as a reminder that they also need an adoptive home and love. All right, so it goes for this Monday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9, for a titillating Tuesday. Until then, be sure to support the advertisers you hear on WEEB because they are the backbone of our economy here in Moore County. Your money will stay here, roll over, and create jobs for all of us. And if you want to find out why talk radio does so well in advertising, it's the most effective form of advertising there is, second to none. Give us a call here at WEEB and let us show you why it is. All right, that's it for me, the LeaderMan, Dick, Colt, and Honey the Dogs. We'll all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
Come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here. Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man.
Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something.
everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Abilene.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. Amrit Thomason. Funding for the Department of Homeland Security is the issue as we face the prospect of another partial government shutdown later in the week. Democrats have been demanding ICE reforms before agreeing to DHS funding. And if there is no agreement with the Republicans on a deal by midnight Friday, agencies including the TSA and FEMA will be affected. Today is the latest deadline set by the kidnappers of Nancy Guthrie. The 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie is still missing after being taken from her home just over a week ago. Tucson resident Chuchi Reese stopped by Nancy Guthrie's house, bearing flowers and offering support.
It's very shocking. And very shocking. Our Tucson is a beautiful, nice, calm city, and for something like this to happen, it's kind of shakes us at the root of our family, of our Tucson here. It's horrible, horrific.
Nancy Guthrie's children continue appealing to the abductors to release their mother, having released a series of online videos in recent days. The Trump administration has appealed a ruling on releasing federal infrastructure funds for a big project in New York City.
Last September, the Transportation Department froze federal funding for the Hudson Tunnel project in New York. But last Friday, a U.S. district judge ordered the federal government to release the money for the project. On Sunday, the Trump administration appealed. Donald Trump reportedly had offered to unfreeze the funds if Democrats agreed to rename Washington Dulles Airport and New York's Penn Station after him. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions for the second time in franchise history, 29-13 win over the New England Patriots. On Wall Street, Dow futures down 66 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm John Champion. Most of Lake Erie is frozen as the east coast of the U.S. still deals with freezing temperatures and wind chills, though snow is not a major forecast issue. CBS News national weather correspondent Rob Marciano has details.
It is fairly cold there up in Lake Erie. We've got another morning where we've got cold weather advisories here for 60 million people. It is a difficult day, or morning it should be, at the bus stop. So bundle up the kids for sure. -3 is the wind chill in New York, -7 in Boston, Burlington. Look at Buffalo, -18.
In Raleigh, Tuesday, temperatures could reach 65 degrees. The family of Nancy Guthrie is awaiting word from whoever appears to have kidnapped her more than a week ago from her Tucson, Arizona home when she was alone. The mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie has medical and medication issues that were brought up right after her abduction. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotta has an update from outside the Guthrie home.
And missing persons billboards have been popping up in neighboring states with Nancy Guthrie's details and a phone number for the FBI. The FBI continues to call on the public for their help. Anyone with leads is asked to call their designated hotline. That number, 520-882-7463.
Town officials announced that they've started refilling Lake Lure. Tourist Alyssa Blair, who visited the lake from Charlotte, tells WLOS she's excited about the future of the recreational area.
I can't wait for the lake to open. I would love to come back in the summer and get out on the water and do some hiking on the trails, and things like the Flowering Bridge be restored. I can't wait for it to be back in its full glory.
You may remember that the lake and dam area suffered catastrophic damage from Hurricane Helene. That went on to cause massive flooding, debris, and structural damage. You're listening to NCN News.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Practicing the championship way can happen 100% of every day, on the track and when traveling highways.
A law of sportsmanship includes taking the high road when going away and returning home. Buckle up your seatbelt in the front and back seats. Every seat, every time. Every time you click it, it counts as a winning ticket. Demonstrate your championship drive through your safety practice and stay on the winning track. This message was brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
It looks like we're trying to get back to what used to be normal America, is respect for the rule of law, our military, our law enforcement. That used to be common sense.
Normal America, and that used to be common sense. Nice to hear those quaint notions making the rounds in the media in the United States of America. Isn't that nice? Just wonderful. Normal. Common sense. Huh. What next? A very good Super Bowl Monday to you, and welcome back once again. Hey, did you see the riots in Italy? There were riots in Milan, Italy. I like to call it Milano. In Milan, Italy, and they're protesting against ICE, against Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the American Federal Law Enforcement Agency. A violent riot by lefties in Italy because the left is like monkeypox. It's a global disease, a global virus, a global infection. They like to call them sexually transmitted infections now, right? STIs rather than sexually transmitted diseases, STDs, the Democrat Party. But they're a global pandemic, the Democrat Party and the left. The left is here in the United States. They've been in Europe, the Red Brigades and all that for decades and decades. And now we have our own Red Brigades here, the Democrat Party. That's why we shouldn't use this red state, blue state stuff. The Reds are here. Red is here. They are the Democrat Party. And they're mad. There were also riots here, of course, in the United States because ICE or something like that. And violent mobs of Democrats. How many arrested? Dozens arrested. Scores arrested, as a matter of fact. Democrats don't know what those words mean. Dozens and scores. Much too complicated. But we've got that going on. Also, last night there was a big football game. You see the big football game? And the halftime show, which that was part and parcel of the NFL. Did you see the stadium had lots of rainbow patterns and rainbow insignia and things in the middle of the field? Lots of rainbow and pink gateways coming where the players come running out on the field with big hot pink framed entrances onto the field. And then the rainbows all over the place, and you get the wide shot of the stadium. A lot of bright pink lights surrounding the stadium, and between, I think, the second deck and the third deck, pink lights. It was the gayest Super Bowl, I think, ever when it comes to the decor and all of that. Good. The motif was the most rainbowy, the pinkest ever. And then, of course, the halftime show. They had a hostile, non-English speaking. He speaks English, but he chooses not to, and his English isn't that great. He's from Puerto Rico, and his name is Sad Bunny, Bad Bunny. And he sang a song, and then they had a white woman come out and sing in a little bit of English. I think it was Lady Gaga. What do they call her, Gaga? What is up with that? But Lady Gaga came out. But first, really, they had Bad Bunny. They had Bad Bunny at the halftime show, and he's anti-American, very anti-American, un-American, and the just disgraceful, non-English speaking, and he's a cross-dresser. He's a man who wears ladies' clothes and goes out in public and dances around because the Democrats, because the Democrat Party, and they're waging war on our culture and on civilization and on normal, war on normal. They don't know what men are, what women are. And here's the NFL, and they've got kind of what appeared to be LGBTQ themed colors and insignia and emblem all over the stadium. And on the jerseys, sewn onto the jerseys. Hey, look at that. It's kind of, it's got a lot of pink, and it's kind of sunsetty, but maybe not. And this is the Democrat Party and Roger Goodell at the NFL. And the Washington Post, by the way, did a piece. They had somebody that wrote a piece for the Washington Post, which for the sports section, which is going out of business any minute now. I thought they fired everybody from the sports section there and gave up on the sports section because they're all cross-dressers now. But now they've introduced all this cross-dressing to NFL football and Super Bowl halftime by having Bad Bunny who comes out. I think he didn't dress as a woman last night, but he does on occasion. He likes to dress like a lady and dance and sing in Spanish because the Democrat Party. He's anti-American, he's not speaking English, and he's a cross-dresser. And that's the Super Bowl halftime show, thanks to Roger Goodell and the NFL and to network television, because NBC is NBC after all. And we've got that going. And on top of that, the NFL, not only did they give us Bad Bunny, and then there was the alternate Kid Rock Turning Point USA halftime show, which had some of the best numbers in the history of the internet. Is that a little Trump moment there? They but they had very, very, not really in the history of the internet, but really great numbers last night for the Kid Rock Turning Point USA alternative halftime show, because a lot of people said this anti-American, hostile to the United States, hostile to the English language, cross-dressing Democrat, not exactly my idea of the NFL theme. It's like, what's his name with the Bud Light commercials, with the cross-dressing and Dylan Mulvaney, because they loved that. Now, last night there was a good Budweiser commercial, which I saw on the internet, on Al Gore's amazing internet, thanks to the Patriarch. Yeah, I saw it weeks ago. And it's a great Budweiser commercial. It was Budweiser's way of saying, we're sorry about Dylan Mulvaney. And then you go to the halftime show, and they got a cross-dresser in the halftime show because the Democrat Party is sexually confused, the entire Democrat Party. Gender dysphoria and sexual confusion. And then the real problem was, not only did they have the America-hating, hostile to the English language, cross-dressing leftist who hates America as the halftime show, but the game was how was the game? It was not a very good football game, and that's generous. I think it was not the greatest Super Bowl ever. In fact, my friend Jeff texted me in the third quarter. I guess it was in the third quarter, and said, "Worst Super Bowl ever. Worst Super Bowl ever." And it got maybe a little bit more interesting in the fourth quarter for a minute. But when the New England Patriots finally scored a little bit, but it was not a great football game. The best part might have been the flyover before the game started. Had a nice flyover with B-1 bombers and fighter jets, and that was real nice. That was good. It was. I don't want to say it was the most masculine part of the Super Bowl, but because some of the football, I was surprised how well the Seahawks played. I hadn't been watching them closely for most of the season, but they looked like a good football team last night, and New England did not look like a good football team. Then they had the cross-dressing, Spanish-speaking, hostile to America halftime show, where it was the fundamental transformation of America that Barack Obama had promised, and he cautioned us that we better learn to speak Spanish, and our kids better learn to speak Spanish, because the Democrats had every intention of opening the floodgates and making the United States unrecognizable as the United States, America as a Western English-speaking nation. The Democrat Party hostile to English-speaking nations everywhere and Western nations everywhere. There's something. So we got a bit of that for you but the Turning Point USA All-American Alternative Halftime Show draws millions of viewers to rival NFL Super Bowl, and it's good. This one's for you, Charlie, because, Charlie Kirk was one of the Republicans shot and killed not so long ago by a Democrat Party assassin because hostile to Christianity and Christendom and Western civilization and the United States of America, and they're hostile to normal. They're hostile to normal. They're anti-normal. So we've got that too. Also, the Democrats, they're so crazy. Again, rioting in the United States. We had dozen scores arrested here in the United States because of their violent attacks on civilization. And it's no big deal. It's mostly peaceful on ABC and on CBS and on NBC and at the Washington Post. And it's mostly peaceful. But in reality, they're violent, and mostly peaceful, of course, means violent, because you can't be mostly peaceful, That's kind of crazy. Lee Harvey Oswald was mostly peaceful on that fateful day in 1963, but that's not important. And the Democrats, they're hostile to everything Western. They I played the audio for you last week of the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, saying that any suggestion that we should have voter ID in the United States is Jim Crow 2.0. And of course, he's the party of every Jim Crow law, the Democrat Party, the party of the bullwhip and the Jim Crow laws and the Sheriff Bull Connor and loosing the dogs and the fire hoses on civil rights activists, civil rights marchers. That's all the Democrat Party. 100% of that is the Democrat Party, and their racist governors like Orville Faubus standing in the schoolhouse door at Central High in Little Rock, Arkansas, and of course George Wallace, and it was blocking again a black student. The Democrat Party is the party of every racial crime and sin in the history of the United States, and they've pretended to forget. The Chuck Schumers, they pretend to forget, but they having voter ID, it'd be Jim Crow 2.0. Well, guess what? Because it turns out that, here's a funny one, Somalia has just adopted mandatory voter ID. Somalia, which is kind of like Mogadishu, Minnesota, and they have Moga Soda and Moga-Annapolis. But with the people in Somalia, with voter IDs, Somalia is embarrassing America over election integrity. That's right, Somalia, which is a tribal, pre-electricity, pre-literate hellhole, third world, terrorist-run hellhole, and they want their elections to be more legitimate than the Democrats want in the United States of America, Chuck Schumer and the rest of them. So I grabbed a number of stories on that today, and it's something. It should show up the Democrats as the crooks that they are, but they don't learn. They're incapable of learning. Yes, they are. So we've got that. And the Olympics going on. And this was a funny one. The Washington Post and others were angry. Even Jonathan Turley was tweeting about it, and he doesn't tweet about stuff like this. But the NBC and the Washington Post and the rest, they're doing the racial breakdown of Winter Olympics national teams. Like apparently the Swedish ski team isn't racially diverse enough for people in the left-wing news media. They want it's a pretty white nation and blonde hair, and they all ski and apparently they need more black and Afghan skiers on the Swedish ski team because the news media won't be satisfied otherwise. Isn't that amazing? And the Washington Post, speaking of the Washington Post, continues to collapse. They laid off hundreds of people last week, and I don't wish them any harm, but you should have been running a good newspaper all these years, then this wouldn't have happened. But The Washington Post publisher Will Lewis steps down days after Jeff Bezos-owned newspaper laid off over 300 staffers. They laid off over 300 staffers, and so we got that. And then the big boss, the publisher Will Lewis stepped down after laying all these people off. You could have stepped down before laying all those people off, and maybe you'd feel better about yourself or something like that. But and then the Democrat communist jihadi mayor of New York City. Islam is a religion built on migration. He says, migration with sword in hand and stacking up pyramids of severed heads, things like that. Occupying southern Spain for 400 years and Greece and a whole lot of places for 400 years. Then you can look at the Moors coming out of North Africa. You can look at the Ottoman Empire, enslaving. But, the Democrat mayor of New York, he's spreading Islam by the sword. Remarkable stuff. Mayor Mamdani invokes Prophet Muhammad's, his hijrah, while speaking on immigration. He's in favor of all Americans leaving America and every third world gang member coming in because, Also, I was poking around yesterday looking at Democrat violence, and I was reminded of another episode from a couple of years ago that had once again been lost to the sands of time because of the information dominance of the left. All of their murders and assassinations disappear in a day or two. We are at 888-630-9625. How'd you like the football game last night? You watched the Bad Bunny dance? Are we sure he wasn't cross-dressed? It's a little hard to tell. 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Hey, it's Sean Spicer. You have it all, the family, the house, the good job. But do you have life insurance? If you don't, call SelectQuote. They saved me $12,000 on amazing life insurance over the course of my policy. Their licensed agents shop the top providers to save customers thousands. Over 2 million people have trusted SelectQuote, and I'm one of them.
For over 40 years, SelectQuote has helped millions of customers save 50% or more on term life insurance compared to other life insurance carriers. Plus, with their same-day coverage, no medical exam is required, and you can be covered by the time you hang up the phone. Call SelectQuote today for your free quote in just minutes. Call 1-800-461-4545. That's 1-800-461-4545. Or visit SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-461-4545. SelectQuote.com.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Attention investors, this affects you. Silver prices are exploding, with silver exceeding $100 a troy ounce for the first time. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call now. Here's why it matters. Silver is a high liquidity, tangible, and affordable precious metal investment that serves as an industrial commodity and a store of value. It often outperforms gold during economic upturns. returns. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can act now. Roll over a portion into a tax-advantaged gold and silver IRA backed by physical metals you actually own. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
My name is Don Zalaki, and I am running for Moore County School Board. I have been a math teacher and basketball coach for the past 44 years, the last 10 in Moore County. If I am elected as a school board member, I will make safety of our children a priority by making sure we have an armed security officer at every school and not allowing boys to play in girls' sports. Vote Don Zalaki, Coach Z for School Board. Paid for by Coach Z for Schools.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606. You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The Midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Home is more than just a place. It's where memories are made, where comfort is found, where Dad feels safest.
Listen, Dad, you need some help. I get it. This is your home. It's full of memories. Let me get you some help so that you can stay right here in this home you love.
At Griswold, we specialize in referring compassionate caregivers who understand the importance of home. When your dad needs a little help staying in his home, call me, Robert Bonville, at Griswold Care Parent of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Yeah, this is great stuff. I've got to say, the Pajamas Media has a fun story that popped over the weekend on Saturday with voter ID. Somalia is embarrassing America over election integrity. What? What's this? And Pajamas Media, Tim O'Brien with a story. Here's a trivia question. Guess which third world country will have more secure elections this year than the United States? Well, if you guessed Somalia, you'd be right. And your virtual grand prize would be a virtual bowl of bananas and rice. Sure. Per Nasra Ahmed. Remember Nasra Ahmed with her bananas and rice, and she had the fake bandage on her head and claimed that she was being beaten by the fascist federal police, and she should be ejected from the country by catapult into the Atlantic Ocean with a flotation device, of course. According to the Nairobi-based Kulan Post, the Kulan Post, from last September, months ago now, Somalian President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. You think that's his real name? That sounds like a made-up name. Because, I mean, how many Hassans and Sheikhs and Mohammeds can there be? Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. That's like an alias of some kind, I think. But it's true. Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed said that only people with a national identification card will be recognized as citizens once the ongoing biometric ID program concludes. That biometric ID program has involved requiring citizens to register for a national ID card that Mohammed, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, that Mohammed said would be the cornerstone of Somali belonging. He emphasized that, listen, it is through identification that one becomes Somali, not through appearance or simply speaking the Somali language or stealing billions of dollars from various welfare programs in Minnesota, although that does help make you Somali, I think. Imagine that, a country that insists not only that people assimilate to Somalia to become recognized as citizens, but one that won't grant citizenship status without the ID. And then they're going to have an election in 2026. And guess what? They require voter ID in Somalia. So Somalia is ahead of the Democrat Party. Not the United States, but they're ahead of the Democrat Party.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Hi, my name is Britt Harris. Years ago, I went to the clerk of court's office seeking a protective order. I was scared, vulnerable, and asking for help. And I was turned away because of a 3 p.m. cutoff that sent people home even though the office was still open. When Todd Maness was elected clerk of court, he kept his promise to protect domestic violence victims. He changed that policy so no one would ever be turned away when they need protection most. That's why I support Todd Maness for re-election as clerk of court.
I'm Todd Maness and I approve this message.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center. Locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Beaver Equipment in Aberdeen is under new ownership, but you'll still find the same great products like Walker Mowers and Echo Power Equipment, and the same outstanding service for all your outdoor power equipment needs, no matter the brand. We're Joel and Kayla Cagle, try to continue the tradition of quality and care you've come to expect from Beaver Equipment. So stop by and see us, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, at 2833 East Indiana Avenue, at the intersection of Highway 211 near Coldcraft, or call us at 910-944-0402.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron. When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Gardner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Gardner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Gardner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate.
Care Aloha. Buy more, save more.
going on now. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. Caraloha carries sustainable bamboo fabrics consisting of sheets, towels, blankets, pillows, mattresses, and men and women's sleepwear. The buy more, save more going on now. Come feel the difference at your local veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Caraloha in the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Bum, 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 bum. You know how the left is. They're violent. They're criminally insane. They're gender dysphoric. They're cross-dressers. They're, Democrats. They're Democrats. And in Italy, they've had these commies and socialists forever and ever, and the Red Brigades, and they would kidnap and murder people, and because they're communists, and they're going to make everything better after they kill everyone and steal everything, because they're the left, in case everybody's forgotten. And I think every Democrat, if they ever knew in the first place, they've forgotten since. But headlines, The Times of Israel. Pro-Palestinian groups join anti-Olympics protests in Milan. And listen to this now. What are they? They always have a list of demands, right? Demand Israel be ousted. Kind of ironic, during World War II, the Socialist Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler in Germany, they were, I think, anti-Semites, weren't they? And in Italy, they had Benito Mussolini, Il Duce, and he was the fascist leader there. He jumped over from the Socialist Party in Italy to the Fascist Party when they started taking off because he wanted to go somewhere in politics. But now in Italy, they're demanding that Israel be ousted. It's, one of the two primary fascist nations when fascism was on the goose-stepping march during World War II. And now they're demanding that Israel be ousted. Kind of ironic, in Germany, Munich Olympics 1972, a radical Islamic terror group named Black September took over the Jewish housing complex and the Olympics there, and they murdered everybody. They tortured and murdered everybody because that's what they did. And now in Italy, the other fascist country in Europe during World War II, demanding that Israel be ousted from the Olympics. Israel should call in some airstrikes, I think, on the protesters, and that'd be a lot of fun. Participants in the Saturday rally, that means riot, whose fringes turn violent. It's all fringe. Call for release of activists arrested on suspicion of fundraising for Hamas. When the Black September took the Israeli athletes at the Olympics in 1972 hostage, they demanded the release of left-wing terrorists that had been jailed in Germany and elsewhere in Europe. But just this weekend in Italy, pro-Palestinian groups were among the organizers of demonstrations against the Winter Olympics in the host city of Milan. Why are they protesting against the Winter Olympics? Well, because of the climate. I'm not making this up. This is true because of the climate. But it's sad because the commies were the lefties there. We've got them here now. They sounded kind of like this. Firing fireworks at law enforcement. And if it were gunfire, you wouldn't know the difference. And it's the left. The left is a violent gang of criminals. And now we've got these European lefties here in the United States. They've always wanted to be more European. Now they are. Now they're genocidal, Jew-hating fascists, and they call everybody else fascist because they always accuse you of doing what they are doing themselves. But the organizers, demonstrators against the Winter Olympics in the host city of Milan, whose fringes turned violent, Italian media reported on Sunday. Although the protest, which took place on Saturday, mostly focused on environmental and financial impact of the Olympics, the environmental impact of the Olympics, they're skiing and snowboarding. At least one pro-Palestinian activist addressed the participants, according to the daily newspaper La Repubblica. And marchers also held placards denouncing Israel, naturally, and demanding that it be ousted from the Olympic Games in Italy because they're fascists. And isn't it ironic that they call everybody else fascist? Smaller demonstrations against Israel's participation in the Games also took place in previous days. They should be hosing them down. Bring in those the planes that they use to put out forest fires. Used to do it in California. Now they don't put out fires in California. They spread them. But the Saturday demonstration started peacefully. See, it's mostly peaceful, with an estimated 10,000 people taking to the streets of Milan on the first full day of the Olympic Games. However, toward evening, a group of around 100 protesters threw firecrackers. They were firing firecrackers and explosives, smoke bombs and bottles at police after breaking away from the main body of the rally. The main body of the rally, as the thing there. Police in riot gear, as you might expect, and with shields, responded with water cannon, and that's the plural of cannon as cannon too, responded with water cannon to try to disperse the crowd, some of whose members wore hoods, but hoodies are no big deal when lefties, and scarves to cover their faces. That's only bad when law enforcement does it. When mobs of communists burning cities are doing it, then it's okay. Order was restored after a few minutes. 6 people were detained, police sources said. That's not as many as we arrested here in the United States of the lefties, and they're all in the same boat, all these people too. The march was organized by grassroots unions, housing rights groups, left-wing terror group, social center community activists, and protesting against the housing costs. Sure, housing costs. The presence of U.S. ICE agents in Milan. Listen to this. They're protesting against ICE agents, they say, are in Milan. And the felling of hundreds of trees to build the new bobsled run in the alpine town of Cortina. They had to tear down some trees, they felled trees, they cut down trees for the bobsled run. So the environment, and you got to protest the environment. The Democrats are going to make the weather better. They're going to change the climate because of their mental illness. According to the Italian daily Corriere della Sera, and the pro-Palestinian groups, Tessera, the pro-Palestinian groups joined the rally and demanded, they always have a list of demands, the release of Mohammed Hanoun, who is the president of the Palestinian Association in Italy, who was arrested in December with several other activists under suspicion of raising millions of euros for Hamas under the guise of fundraising for Palestinian civilians in Gaza. The usual stuff. Israel is a fascist and terrorist state, Hanoun's son Mohammed said. Hey, his name's Mohammed too. I noticed that's a pretty popular name. Said, addressing the crowd, that Israel is a fascist terrorist state, and then they set out to murder everyone in it because they hate the Jews and they're genocidal Jew haters. You know how that is. Several Palestinian flags could be spotted among the protesters, naturally. The demonstration was seen as a flashpoint after a rally last weekend by the hard left in the city of Turin turned violent. It starts out violent, but that's okay. With more than 100 police officers injured and nearly 30 protesters arrested, according to an Interior Ministry rally. So, listen, they're rioting, and why are they're anti-Israel? It's the left, and the left is now, look, I mean, again, the biggest anti-Israel mob in the history of the world was, of course, Adolf Hitler's Nazi Party, which was in full the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So they were the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, the Socialist Workers' Party. And now we have the left, and we shouldn't be surprised. And they're the genocidal Jew haters today. We always heard, well, the Nazis are right-wingers. They just call themselves the Socialist Workers' Party. And they're anti-Israel, and there was no Israel during World War II. And they're anti-Jewish, and so they're genocidal lunatics. And now the Democrat Party has joined forces with the genocidal lunatics, and it's all perfectly normal for them. And in Italy, we're seeing this kind of left-wing stuff that we've always seen, but what we didn't always see is the same thing happening in the United States, and the Democrat Party driving all of it. Isn't that amazing? Several Olympics protesters arrested after clashing with police in Italy. This is now the Fox News people. Protesters and police officers clashed in Milan, Italy, amid the start of the 2026 Winter Olympic Games, and they had to arrest dozens. But look, it's the same thing that we're seeing here, that we've seen here over and over again, because the Democrat Party is the violent leftist mob in the street that the Europeans have been dealing with for so long, and they're just So we had riots also in the United States because Democrats and they're violent criminals, and also the stadium. This was kind of wacky. The Washington Post was promoting more division and discord in the United States. They wrote a piece and published the piece about Colin Kaepernick, where the Super Bowl was last night. Was the same stadium where Colin Kaepernick took a knee to protest the American flag, and another anti-American multi-millionaire Democrat who, throw the ball, and then he's worth $50 million or whatever, and he complains about America because they're all mental. And the Washington Post, which I think just dissolved their sports section forever, they've got a story under the header NFL. What do we make of Colin Kaepernick now? Now, see, he's a huge hero at the Washington Post, and that's why they're going bankrupt and everybody's being fired, because they're filthy lefties. They should be in Milan firebombing synagogues or something. But the Super Bowl is being played in his former home stadium at the societal moment that echoes the issues he forced football fans to confront. So why is he out of mind? And this is the Washington Post story, and Adam Kilgore typing on behalf of the anti-American left. The most relevant figure to Super Bowl LX, I like to say LX, Super Bowl 60, the most relevant figure to Super Bowl 60 is absent from it. The game will be played in his former home stadium. The Washington Post arguing that the most relevant person in yesterday's Super Bowl was Colin Kaepernick, who doubtless wasn't even invited to the game. But the game will be played in his former home stadium, in the place where his protest made him a national lightning rod and a global symbol of anti-Americanism. And the left adopted him because, hey, he hates America, and so does the left. So they jumped in. The social issues swirling around America's largest sporting spectacle carry distinct echoes of what prompted his actions and what led to his exile. Boo-hoo. And yet, he remains outside the conversation and invisible within the confines of the NFL. Colin Kaepernick might as well be a ghost. This is the Washington Post saying the most important person in last night's Super Bowl between the Seattle Seahawks, right, and the New England Patriots was Colin Kaepernick, who took a knee at this stadium 10 years ago. This summer will bring the 10-year anniversary of the first time Kaepernick sat as the national anthem played. He kneeled. He didn't sit. As the national anthem played before a San Francisco 49ers preseason game, he soon switched to a kneeling position out of respect for military members. That's what it is. It's his profound respect for the military, I think, is what it's all about. And then he soon switched kneeling out of respect for military members. The image of Kaepernick on a knee became a worldwide emblem of outrage over police violence and racial injustice. There is no police violence except on people that are attacking the police. But never mind that. As for it, unarmed black men. More people are struck by lightning and killed in the United States than there are unarmed black men killed by police every year. But never mind that. And that's unarmed. They may still be brutally attacking and violently attacking, but never mind all that. So, yeah, the Washington Post wants you to know that the most important person in yesterday's Super Bowl was Colin Kaepernick, because it was at that stadium that he took a knee. And that's the Washington Post. And let me just say, Washington Post, that's why you're firing everybody and going bankrupt, because you have no credibility. You're a left-wing clown car. And, in fact, the whole stadium last night looked like a clown car with all the multicolored pink and rainbow things all over the place. My best girl and I, we were at a party at a friend's house for the first half of the game, and we did stay for the halftime thing. And then we left and came home for the second half of the game. And my best girl at one point, third quarter, I think, panning, shouted at the stadium and said, the stadium actually looks like a clown car. All the colors are silly, and it looks like a clown car. All right, and Michael, with that said, let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Sammy, calling from Memphis, Tennessee. Sammy, you are on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, great show. Love listening to you every single morning, my friend.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, do you think that, I wonder why no reporter has ever asked Chuck Schumer, is he required to show an ID when he votes at his voting location? Why is no one asking that?
Well, that would be a part of the conversation, and they need to crush the conversation so that the conversation is not had. That's what information dominance is all about. Now, you might find a reporter from one or two organizations, from Newsmax or Fox News or the Washington Times, that might ask the question. But Schumer doesn't take questions from people with those news organizations.
Oh, of course, you're right.
Yeah.
I have one other thing to mention, if that's okay.
Of course.
A few weeks ago, when the police chief of Philadelphia came out with her absolutely illiterate statements regarding ICE and all the other problems that we're having here. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, according to her comments, I would have to say that she was a graduate of the Al Sharpton School of Much Diction. Being literate is, we don't put a premium on being crafty with the English language when you're a Democrat, and especially if you're not an Anglo-European. But what was the lady's name again, Michael? Rochelle Bilal. Rochelle Bilal. Exactly.
The police chief, and I remember Joe Biden said Barack Obama was the first mainstream black guy to come along who's articulate.
We stand here today with all those who stand against the made-up, fake, what you can call ICE, professional law enforcement. I don't call them none of that. I call them made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement. Because what they do is against not only legal law, but the moral law.
Legal law, not only legal law, Sammy, but the moral law.
Truly a product of the Al Sharpton School of Much Diction, sir.
That is a fact. And I got to doubt how many centuries this is going to take, but I'd like to, if you're going to hold senior office in the United States of America, maybe you should be a little better than that. And that's pretty embarrassing, I've got to say, and we see it all over the place. And they're all Democrats, of course. Pretty ridiculous stuff. Yeah. And ICE, whatever they are, you're fired, lady.
But resist we much. We must and we will much about that be committed.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Listen carefully. Silver prices have experienced a historic surge, breaking above the $100 per ounce threshold for the first time, and industry experts predict silver could climb even higher. It's not too late for you to benefit from the surge in silver. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Debt is rising, currencies are under pressure, and investors are looking for real assets, not paper promises. That's why so many Americans Americans are turning to physical gold and silver with Advantage Gold. Historically, when silver starts moving, it can move fast and aggressively. This isn't about guessing tops or bottoms. It's about understanding risk and positioning before momentum accelerates. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
My name is Don Zalaki, and I am running for Moore County School Board. I have been a math teacher and basketball coach for the past 44 years, the last 10 in Moore County. If I am elected as a school board member, I will make safety of our children a priority by making sure we have an armed security officer at every school and not allowing boys to play in girls' sports. Vote Don Zalaki, Coach Z for School Board. Paid for by Coach Z for Schools.
JB Short Carpet One is your locally owned Benjamin Moore paint retailer. Come in today and discover the quality and durability of Benjamin Moore paint in a variety of sheens and thousands of colors. At JB Short, you'll get one-on-one expert advice for contractors and homeowners alike. No matter how big or small the job is, trust Benjamin Moore paint and your local Benjamin Moore retailer, JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Hurry, don't miss this rebate. Get exclusive savings on select cafe appliances at Keys Appliance Center in Aberdeen before the rebate program ends June 30th. Whether you're building or remodeling, the stunning look of cafe appliances coupled with their smart technology will make any kitchen a delight to cook in. Receive up to $3,000 on select appliances via Visa prepaid card direct from cafe. Better hurry, the offer ends June 30th. Visit the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen for complete details.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit. You'll find a great fit at First Bank.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals is dedicated to providing high-quality workmanship and exceptional customer service, and that includes 24-hour emergency service. You can trust John Cole's Plumbing Professionals to arrive promptly and work efficiently to resolve your plumbing problems 24 hours a day.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Ah, yes. Lots of ridiculous left-wing headlines like MAGA loses it. Not true. Over Bad Bunny halftime show. Not true. Quote, support for ICE just went up. Well, I think that's probably true, actually, but you guys are clueless, have no situational awareness whatsoever. You're terrible at being human beings. The left-wing radicals at Mediaite with MAGA loses it over Bad Bunny halftime show. Support for ICE just went up, in quotation marks. And left-wing radicals, extremists at Mediaite, terrorists, fascists. I know, it's just the language, it's the lexicon that's in play. Conservatives on Sunday voiced their outrage in response to Puerto Rican artist Bad Bunny and his performance during the Super Bowl halftime show. Their performance, which was done entirely in Spanish, that's Espanol, included countless homages to Puerto Rican culture, including Bugs Bunny. When Bad Bunny was first announced as the halftime show act, he joked that NFL fans had ample time to learn the language. See, we could all learn Spanish. That's what Barack Obama told us to do, isn't it? We should all...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Been just over a week since Nancy Guthrie was abducted from her Tucson area home, and the search for the 84-year-old goes on. Over the weekend, NBC Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie made another appeal to the kidnappers for her mother's release.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
We will pay, a reference to the ransom demand purportedly issued by the kidnappers. In Japan, conservative Prime Minister Takeichi's governing party has secured a two-thirds supermajority in the country's parliamentary election. 20 years in prison for a former Hong Kong media tycoon. Fierce critic of communist China, 78-year-old Jimmy Lai, was prosecuted under a Beijing-imposed national security law. The BBC's Danny Vincent is in Hong Kong.
He's been held in prison for 5 years already. He's 78 years old. His family say that his mind is strong. He's still very strong. He's a very religious man. He's got a lot of faith. But they say that his body is breaking down. Of course, the authorities say that Jimmy Lai has adequate care. His family and his supporters worry that essentially a 20-year sentence is effectively a life sentence for Jimmy.
The Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champions for the second time in the franchise history, 29-13 win over the New England Patriots in Sunday's Super Bowl 60. President Trump did not think much of the Spanish-language halftime show led by a Puerto Rican rapper. Mr. Trump says it was, in his opinion, terrible. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 145, NASDAQ 37 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Tony Rixby. North Carolina Republican lawmakers preparing to grill Charlotte area leaders about crime-fighting tactics and spending, particularly in the wake of two stabbings, one fatal on the light rail system. A State House Oversight Committee asked Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Chief Estella Patterson, Sheriff Gary McFadden, and others to testify today at the Legislative Building in Raleigh. The Justice Department telling Congress lawmakers can begin reviewing the full Epstein files today. CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland.
The Department of Justice is opening up a special room for members of Congress to use to view the entirety of the Epstein case files, included the items not released publicly and the items that have been redacted by the Trump administration. We know at least one member of the U.S. House, the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, plans on being there as the doors open.
An off-duty Asheville police officer arrested Saturday facing multiple charges, including DWI and misdemeanor child abuse. Authorities say Bo Bailey was impaired while driving with an unrestrained child in the car and acted aggressively toward deputies. Asheville police say he's been placed on administrative suspension while an internal investigation is underway. People are freezing for a reason in New Bern. The New Bern Police Department held its annual Polar Plunge this weekend to support North Carolina's Special Olympics. Caden Laterio took part in the third year in a row and says it's all about helping other people.
There's a lot of different ways that you can
your community and things that you feel strongly about. And this is just one of the things that ever since we found out that New Bern had a polar plunge that we've just made sure we've done every year.
All that money fundraised goes toward sports training as well as health services and competition for local Special Olympic athletes. You're listening to NCN News.
If you are on Medicare, scammers may target you to steal your identity. Remember, Medicare will never call you asking for personal details. The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medicare Patrol program is here to protect you from fraud and provides you with knowledge to stay safe. Contact SMP today at ncship.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Now, all across North Carolina, it's Carolina Newsmakers. Each week, leaders from politics, education, business, and the arts join Don Curtis to share insights and ideas shaping our state. Hear interviews that go beyond the headlines with guests who know North Carolina best. Listen on the radio stations throughout North Carolina and on demand at carolinanewsmakers.com.
In Moore County, like most places, a good reputation means everything. At Cooper Ford, it's been earned one customer at a time. Locally owned, award-winning, and known for honest pricing and certified service. Owner Aaron Cooper, recently named 2026 Distinguished Citizen of the Year, leads with the same values he was raised on: service, integrity, and community. That's why generations of drivers keep coming back. Shop online today at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
Instead of worrying about whether immigrants can learn English, they'll learn English. You need to make sure your child can speak Spanish.
Ah, yes, so you'll understand the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Because the Democrats are fundamentally transforming the United States of America into something unrecognizable as the United States of America. We're becoming a third world country with a first world economy. And elections, first world elections. You gotta have voter ID, though, for first world elections. Even so much of the third world has voter ID, but the Democrat Party, they're against voter ID because they like stealing everything. You know they are. Thieves. So last night, the halftime show was very, very exciting. Not in English. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio was the performer. Who? Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. Ocasio-Cortez. It is the same Ocasio. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. That is known, that person known as Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny. He's got a real name, and it's not Bad Bunny. Can you believe that? His real name isn't Bad Bunny. How crazy is that? That is nuts. Yeah. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, Bad Bunny. He lit up the Super Bowl, Super Bowl 60, with a tribute to what do they call it? Reggaeton, Puerto Rican culture. Sure, because that reggae, that's so good. You know reggae, you know that reggae music? I love that song. I love that song, that reggae song. Oh, wait, there's more than one? There's more than one reggae song? I can't believe that. That is hard to believe, isn't it? So that's what you did, Bad Bunny, and it was not so good, but it was definitely not in English. That's for sure. Not in English all the way. Isn't that great? And the Democrats there, that's just kind of who they are. There's great stuff. There's who put this out? Common Sense on Facebook. Common Sense on Facebook. The Democrat Party summed up thusly. Tonight, we'll go to the Nobody is Above the Law protest. They're going to the Nobody is Above the Law protest tonight. Tomorrow, we go to the Protect People That Are Here by Breaking the Law protest. That's true, because you got to be pro-illegal aliens, pro-Venezuelan gang members, and pro-Mexican drug cartels and all that stuff. But today they're very angry because nobody's above the law, and I think they're talking about some Republican or something. And then tomorrow, every illegal alien on the planet will be welcomed into the country illegally by the Democrat Party, and they'll go to the Everybody is Above the Law protest after last night's Nobody is Above the Law protest. After that, we'll go to the ICE needs to show their identity protest, right? And then later on in the day, they'll then go on to the you don't need an identity to vote protest, because the Democrat Party, were it not for double standards, liberals would have no standards at all, and they continue to prove that on a daily basis. But pretty good stuff. Tonight we go to the Nobody's Above the Law protest. Tomorrow we go to the Protect People That Are Here by Breaking the Law protest. After that, we go to the ICE needs to show their identity protest, followed by the nobody needs to show their identity to vote protest, because their brains are broken. Broken brains. Not good people. Not good neighbors. Now we have this whole voter thing has become voter ID, because President Trump is advancing an effort to require voter ID. And the Democrats are having flashbacks to when they were, cracking the bullwhip and driving slaves on their plantations, as the Democrat Party was the party of Jefferson Davis and the Confederate States of America and all that. But President Trump has made comment about this, and they've got, believe it or not, there's an act in Congress that would make it law that you got to show ID. And by the way, you got to show ID to vote in South Africa. You have to show ID to vote in Somalia. But Democrats insist that would be racist to require ID to vote here, because black people can't get IDs here, only in South Africa and Somalia and everywhere else in the world, but not in the most advanced nation in the world, President Trump.
What's one thing you can do, really, to help Americans find common ground?
Well, we're working on the Save America Act, which is going to secure up a lot of things, but secure up our voting. I think people would like to do it, and I think Democrats would too. When you go to voter ID and you ask Democrats, it's polling at 82% with Democrats. I'm not talking about Democrat politicians. I'm talking about Democrats. We have to do something about our voting.
We have to do something about our voting, President Trump. And that was Tom Yamas of NBC Fake News. He's pretending to be ethnic, and it's, what can you do these are all designed to be ambush questions for President Trump. Of course, he did the interview with NBC because NBC had the Super Bowl. President Trump did not attend the Super Bowl, but he did do the interview with NBC, which is a front group for the Democrat Party, and all that. Now, last week on MS-13 DNC, they had this show called Morning Joke, and nobody watches it, but Morning Joke is on TV, and they pay them millions and millions of dollars a year. Morning Joke last week with Jonathan Lemire, and they had their friend, the Lizard King, on, Chuck Schumer. And Chuck Schumer said, hey, the SAVE Act. President Trump is talking about the SAVE Act. It's an acronym, of course, the SAVE Act, SAVE Act. And the Democrats are against saving America. They're against voter ID because they're so racist that their soft bigotry of low expectations leads them to believe that no minority person is capable of getting a photo ID in the 21st century. Every homeless person in Washington has IDs and iPhones and Venmo accounts and everything else. Here's Morning Joke with the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer.
So, Leader Schumer, this talk about election security has revived discussions of the SAVE Act, which you have said you oppose. Proponents of it say that it's, to have ID, you have to prove U.S. citizenship to be able to vote. Polling does suggest, there's a new Pew Research poll that 95% of Republicans, but also 71% of Democrats like this idea. So why do you not?
It's Jim Crow 2.0.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I called it Jim Crow 2.0, and the right wing went nuts
No, they didn't.
all over the internet. That's because they know it's true.
No, they didn't. No, it isn't. What a clown. The guy is a scaly liar. The guy lies. I'm sorry, 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats. You can't get 71% of Democrats to say that night follows day. They don't agree on anything. But when it comes to voter ID, even 71%, they wouldn't say life is good. So you couldn't get 71% of Democrats to say life is good. You literally couldn't. And Jim Crow 2.0, every single Jim Crow law ever was a Democrat Party law, but that's not the follow-up to the... as Republicans put an end to Jim Crow laws, Republicans put an end to slavery. Democrats fought the Civil War to keep slavery. Chuck Schumer, he's the lizard king.
This is vicious and nasty. And I said to our Republican colleagues, it will not pass the Senate. You will not get a single Democratic vote in the Senate. We're not reviving Jim Crow all over the country. And when the American people hear what exactly it is doing and what its intent is doing, they're going to be against it as well.
That's a lie. He's a lion, Sacagawea, a scaly lizard-like, the liar king. Isn't he amazing? Yesterday on CNN, they had Dana Bash. Dana Bash's now ex-husband, Jeremy Bash, was an official in the Obama administration, Obama campaign, and then Obama administration. He pretended for a minute to be an intelligence official. He wasn't. He was just a campaign person for the Democrats. And remarkable. And then he was one of the felonious 51 that lied about ran an information operation against the American people on the lead up to Election Day, lying that Hunter Biden's laptop had all the earmarks of Russian disinformation, when it was in fact the John Brennan Democrat felonious 51 that were running a Soviet-style information operation against the United States and American voters. But yesterday, Dana Bash was on with the communist jihadi, Hakeem Jeffries, raised by his virulent anti-Semite college professor, Uncle Leonard Jeffries, Professor Leonard Jeffries, who hates the Jews and wants to wipe Israel off the map from the river to the sea. Here's Dana Bash and Hakeem Jeffries, because voter ID is racist.
Requiring basic ID in order to vote is really popular. A Pew poll from a few months ago showed 83% of Americans, including 71% of your fellow Democrats, support requiring an ID to vote. Why are they wrong?
I haven't said that they're wrong. We know that
he hasn't said they're wrong.
Are the ones who are empowered to conduct elections, and every state should be allowed to decide the best way to proceed. And here in New York, there are in fact voter identification requirements. The question is that what Republicans are trying to do is to engage in clear and blatant voter suppression. They know that if there's a free and fair election in November, they're going to lose.
See, the Democrats were making the same arguments in Mississippi and Alabama during the civil rights movement, that the states get to decide. And states' right, this is how they started the first American Civil War. And now the Democrat Party may be in the midst of egging on, inciting, setting fire to the second American Civil War, because once again, it's the states and we get to decide what Jim Crow laws we implement, because they're the guys that said the same things in the 1950s and the 1960s. Well, states' rights, and we get to decide. And we got the attack dogs, the German shepherds and the fire hoses, and we're going to block you from going across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and we're going to do that. And also, you notice that they had different numbers than MSDNC had when it comes to and maybe different polls, but the Pew poll, she says 83% of Americans are for voter ID. MSDNC, they said 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats. But the 71% of Democrats, you couldn't get them to agree to vanilla ice cream, but 71% of Democrats agree that voter ID is right. Dana Bash say, hey, wait a minute, you idiots just stole every seat in Virginia, governor's mansion. They got the attorney general who wants to shoot the Republican in the head twice and kill him and kill his children. And then the Democrats elected him the chief law enforcement officer in Virginia. Here's Dana Bash.
Virginia is a good example. They have a requirement to show your ID, and Democrats won very, very handily across the way. So why not maybe even just take that off the table and say, okay, maybe not a passport or birth certificate, but show ID.
Can't.
Well, first of all, every state is empowered to be able to make the decision on their own, and we completely and totally support that.
George
what Donald
Wallace.
Trump wants to do is try to nationalize the election. Translation, steal it. And we're not going to let it happen.
That's our job, to steal the elections. That's what we've been doing forever and ever. Representative Ilhan Omar is a jihadi and anti-American, and were it not for the United States, black scorpions would be crawling across her sun-bleached bones in the wind-swept sands of Somalia, where, by the way, they have voter ID. They have a voter ID requirement in Somalia. They have voter ID requirement in South Africa. You people are mental. Here's Ilhan Omar.
The SAFE Act to make sure effectively, if you are a woman, you are married, you changed your name, and it doesn't match what is on your birth certificate, you are not going to be able to vote. If you are disabled and you can't physically get to an office to register, you are no longer going to be able to register online. This is not about creating election integrity.
This is not about, and this, again, she is a Somali terrorist who is part of that cabal that stole how many billions of dollars in Minnesota alone. And they're quite insistent that we couldn't possibly have voter ID. You know, Nelson Mandela campaigned in favor of voter ID in South Africa. In Somalia, they have implemented voter ID requirements in Somalia. And the Democrats have adopted these Somali tribals, their norms, the Ilhan Omars of the world, because they want us to be a third world beep hole country. That's their plan. And Barack Obama told us to learn Spanish. Ilhan Omar is telling us to join Al-Shabaab or something. It's not just a chicken dish with rice. It's also a radical Islamic terror group. The Democrat Party. Yeah, it's Jim Crow 2.0. You guys are Jim Crow. That is a statement of fact. Everything Hakeem Jeffries said was a lie. Everything the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, said was also a lie. They're on the same page. That's the Democrat leader in the Senate, the Democrat leader in the House. I don't think they're good people.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Attention investors, this affects you. Silver prices are exploding, with silver exceeding $100 a troy ounce for the first time. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call now. Here's why it matters. Silver is a high liquidity, tangible, and affordable precious metal investment that serves as an industrial commodity and a store of value. It often outperforms gold during economic upturns. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can act now. Roll over a portion into a tax-advantaged gold and silver IRA backed by physical metals you actually own. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Do you know a young person between the ages of 12 and 18 who's ready to take control of their finances? Introducing Skyward Checking from Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union. It's the perfect account designed just for teens. With a Visa debit card and convenient online and mobile banking, managing money has never been easier. And there's no service fees or minimum balance requirements. Plus, parents can link to the account and receive notifications to keep track of spending. It's a fantastic way to teach safe and responsible spending habits. Visit FortBraggFCU.org or any branch to learn more.
When we were young, we could always count on our parents for just about anything. And now as they age, the time has come for our parents to count on us. Griswold Care Pairing refers only highly qualified caregivers for just a few hours of care to 24/7 live-in service. These caregivers are compassionate and experienced, so put your trust in Griswold Care Pairing.
Call me, Robert Bonville, at Griswold Care Pairing of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-687-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Here in New York, there are in fact voter identification requirements. The question is that what Republicans are trying to do is to engage in clear and blatant voter suppression.
That's not actually a question. That they don't know what the words mean. Hakeem Jeffries, radical, Jew-hating, anti-Semite, savage, Democrat. Typical, and the Democrat leader in the House of Representatives. Let's, and everything he says is a lie. Let's go to the phones, Michael. Let's go to Neil. Let's go to the great Neil, calling from Brooklyn, New York. Neilio, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Hey, Neil.
Good morning to your audience. Happy New Year. I didn't get a chance to say that. Hakeem Jeffries is lying out of both sides of his mouth. He said in that clip that, well, in fact, in New York, we have voter ID requirements. I've been voting in this state my entire life in person, And there's no such need to show ID to vote. In fact, if you whip out your ID and try to show them up at the polling site, they'll become very upset because other people are looking around, and they might, those people might expect that there's ID requirements, but there are none. There's a little electronic signature thing that they have at the polling site where you can sign it or not, and then they compare it to past signatures, but they have no expertise to compare that on the spot, and they wouldn't even think of doing that. So he's lying that there's any kind of ID here.
Well, why am I not surprised by that, Neil?
Because it's Hakeem Jeffries, and that's all he knows how to do.
Honestly, and they just lie about, and Schumer is lying about everything, and that's, Jim Crow, and then there's not a reporter in the country that will say, well, Senator, every Jim Crow law was a Democrat-created Jim Crow law by Democrats like you, and now the soft bigotry of low expectations, you're saying that black people, don't have IDs as a rule, and then with lunatic jihadi, women might get married, and then they'll never figure out how to vote again because, first of all, most women, I don't think, change their names when they get married anymore, although I think that's trending back. And the Democrat Party, they lie about everything, Neil, and underlying all of this is the desire to, let's just say, win elections, but what we mean is steal elections, right, Neil?
If the Republicans had two brain cells to rub together and some gumption, they would play this issue as a very pro-African American type of thing, because it's the apportionment that downplays the representation of blacks who are citizens to this country.
And that's their goal.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Hello, I'm Jim Peterson, Marine veteran and candidate for Moore County School Board. Our schools should focus on education, not politics. That means no inappropriate materials, no boys and girls sports, and real school safety, because right now 13 schools are unprotected every day. I'm not a career educator. I bring real management, leadership, and finance experience to eliminate wasteful spending and restore trust and confidence. On Election Day, vote Jim Peterson. Paid for by the committee to elect Jim Peterson for school board.
7 days a week, we're on the job. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate. With over 20 years of experience, Hardy's Equipment invites you to unleash the future of land management with the MT2 and MT2E Series LS tractors. These tractors redefine excellence with a 30-plus horsepower engine and a lift capacity of 2,500-plus pounds. They have more standard features, more operator comfort with available air conditioning, and state-of-the-art technology designed to keep you working smarter and more comfortably all day long. Discover the MT2 for unmatched power, innovation, and legendary LS tractor reliability, because now you can do more for less. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. See the complete line of Ellis tractors assembled in North Carolina. Visit Hardy's Equipment for special offers on select Ellis tractors today at 4809 Vast Carthage Road or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644. LS, start blue, stay blue. Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food and to relax with friends in their upscale yet casual dining environment. Come out every Tuesday night for trivia and every Thursday night for live music from local artists. Indulge in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. If you want to just kick back and eat some food, we invite you to Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the Yellow Pages under Water, 910-944-3140.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Oh, hey, we're back. Yes, we are. Those rascally Democrats, they just want to steal everything. They're not liberals. They're the left. They're not on our side. They don't speak English. I haven't even gotten any of the Bad Bunny from the Uber Bowl last night. Not in English. Hostile to the English-speaking world. And then he named every country from the southern tip of South America, where you'll find Tierra del Fuego, and southern tip of Argentina, and then Chile. And where do you hear this Bad Bunny stuff? But boy, oh boy, these Democrats. Yes, sir. Now, let's get back to the. Now, where did you say, Michael? The yeah. Let's right. Okay, that's right. We've got a bunch of audio, but let me hit pause because my best girl and I, we did something over the weekend, and I want to share with you. And I see that Dee Dee calling from Haymarket is calling in about the same thing. So let's go to Dee Dee calling from Haymarket, Virginia. Dee Dee, hi. You're on the Chris Pine Show.
How are you, Chris?
Couldn't be
Love
better.
Your show. Thanks for taking my call.
You betcha.
We went to see Melania yesterday. We didn't watch the Super Bowl. Who wants to watch that crap? So we didn't.
Very good.
Well, neither one of the teams, none of our favorite football teams got in. They didn't qualify for the Super Bowl, so we didn't care about the two that were playing, and so we decided to go see Melania.
Good for you. You're not alone. Now, my best girl and I, we went and saw Melania at the movie theater on Saturday afternoon.
Oh, okay.
And in Georgetown. And let me before I just get out of your way, we went down to Georgetown. We drove to Georgetown and we parked in the underground thing and went to see the movie. And and it was a nice theater with reclining seats, electric reclining seats. And there were us, the two of us, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 other people in the theater.
Yeah, there were 8 other people in the theater when we went, and we had those nice reclining electric seats too.
Is that right? Nice.
Yeah, they are nice. They're comfortable.
Uh-huh.
We enjoyed them. We enjoyed it. It was very well done, and it gives you a little insight into her. What fascinated me was, I thought she was going to be wearing a lot of jewelry, big earrings, a lot of rings, but she doesn't. She has that very understated elegance. And she is class all the way.
She really is, and it is. You're right. It's a wonderful documentary, and she's very low key and mellow and contained. And you're right, not flamboyant, and she knows what she wants. And she, being an old model, they had her being fitted for clothing and for her outfit for Inauguration Day. It's basically, the documentary film is basically 20 days leading up to Inauguration Day. Spending time with Melania Trump, and of course President Trump is in and out. He's in between his terms as president, but leading up to his second inauguration. And the interactions between Melania Trump and President Trump, I think, were a lot of fun. And
I think they were too, and I really enjoyed her favorite song is Billie Jean with Michael Jackson.
And she's in the back of the limo and mouthing.
Singing it, yeah, right.
Yeah, who's your?
And he asked her if she knew the words, and she started singing it. I mean, it was just, she's so gracious. She reminded me a lot of Jackie Kennedy. She was very gracious, and she's very polite and extremely well-mannered, and she's just a class act. And she is so beautiful. And her face could be on so many magazines, and they put all these, who knows,
right,
where they're getting the stuff they put on magazines.
Yeah.
But it was very enjoyable. We really thoroughly enjoyed it. It was just really nicely made.
I agree. I agree completely. And we were a little slow getting to it just because we're too busy all the time, and we really haven't had time to get to it until this weekend. But as soon as we could, on Saturday, we got to it, and we did go to a Super Bowl party yesterday. But I love the fact that you said, the teams don't interest me, the Super Bowl and Bad Bunny and all this.
No. I do not watch entertainment on the Super Bowl half times when it features pond scum that I wouldn't even look at anyway. So nor would I listen to, So
right.
They made a bad choice as far as I was concerned, and so we did something else. It was a whole lot more entertaining, and it was just the truth. And it really gave you an insight into this woman's personality and how she is, and we just love her. I just love her. I just would like to have him have 4 more terms, just so we can have both of them still in the White House. But I know it won't work that way.
No. Well, but you're absolutely right. She is, and the comparisons to Jackie Kennedy are entirely appropriate as well. She was a beautiful woman, a sophisticated woman. She was calm, cool, and collected. She had style. And that's not true of every first lady, certainly.
Oh no, not at all.
We've had some good ones, but Big Mike, who is Michelle Obama, who was on she adorned the cover of every magazine there was.
I know.
Again and again and again. And literally, Melania Trump has not appeared on the cover of a single U.S. magazine.
I know, and that's so sad. I don't know what's wrong with these people,
Yes,
I don't know what's wrong with anything anymore.
Yeah. Well,
it's gone the way of, I don't care. Like you said, it's a third world country, out here now, so.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's
thank you.
It's the left, Dee Dee. I mean, they're not liberals. They're the left. Now, where are you from originally?
Richmond, Virginia. Well, Henrico County, but Richmond. And I'm when the White Witch got elected down there in Richmond this time, it just made me sick on my stomach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where I'm from. I've been that's where I was born, and I lived there till 1977, and then I moved up to the Northern Virginia area.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. Well, you did the right thing.
I have family down there, and it's really my home.
Yeah.
Well, it was my home until they took all the statues and took them off, and now it looks like a third world country. It was the most beautiful avenue. Monument Avenue was the most beautiful avenue in the South, and now it looks like a third world country. So I don't go down there much anymore.
They're the Taliban. They, the Taliban blew up the old Buddhist sculptures, the ancient sculptures, and the left goes around blowing up our history. And maybe ironically, Dee, is the fact that all of the statues they took down on Monument Avenue, they're Democrats, and the Democrats tore them down because they're eliminating their own history. When Nancy Pelosi announced and decided they were going to start taking down statues in the Capitol and paintings, portraits of men from years gone by from the Capitol, the Washington Post ignored the fact that they were all taken down because Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats said they're racist. They have a racist history. And every single one that they took down was of a Democrat. And the Washington Post never mentioned that once. And that's why they just fired 300 people last week. And, reason number 2,841 why 300 people were fired from the Washington Post last week. Because they forgot to mention that every single racist portrait and sculpture they took down in the Capitol was a Democrat, because they don't cover the news, they cover it up.
That's right. They do. And it's sad. It's really sad. I learned all this history. I was taught, and I learned it very well. And of course, I've got family history. And you always talk about the Democrats. And, my family they were not Democrats. But my family grew up and we came from the South. But we didn't have any slaves. We were too poor. We were farmers. We didn't have slaves. We had to do our own stuff. But I did have a lot of my ancestors that fought in the Civil War.
Yeah.
And we're very proud of that. And it's history.
That's right.
It's history. And you need to learn where you came from, and you need to learn about what happened before you got here, so you'll know how to proceed in the future. And if you don't, you're kind of screwed.
And not destroy it and burn it down and deny it and hide it.
Right. That's right. Like Spanberger has already said, she said the rest of the statues need to come down, and the ones over in the Trigger Ironworks need to be melted down. And I said, "Oh, lady, you need to get out of that governor's mansion and fast."
They're the Soviet Union. They're somewhere between the Taliban and the Soviet Union. They're the left, and there has never been a more destructive force loose on planet Earth in the history of the world than the left. And the left, starting with the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in St. Petersburg, and going forward, nobody's murdered more people, nobody's destroyed more and stolen more than the left. And we're watching them riot in Minnesota. We're watching them riot in Italy. It's they've finally joined the Democrat Party as the global left and the global movement to destroy capitalism and liberty and freedom. And the Democrat Party is now part of that operation.
Yeah, they are, and it scares you. It's really scary. It's very, very scary to me. I see it on TV. I watch Newsmax. That's the only channel I ever watch is Newsmax. And I listen to WMAL. It's the only one. I listen to from Larry O'Connor all the way through to Mark Levin. I never turn off my radio.
That is great.
And y'all people are great. But, it's scary. It's very scary because I don't know what kind of a world my grandchildren are going to have. I just don't know.
That's right. Well, and you obviously do well in consuming your news sources, because I can tell you're calm and level-headed and happy.
Yes, I am.
And that's good.
I'm a good, happy Catholic, conservative Republican.
That is wonderful.
And all that kind of good stuff.
What's better than that?
That's nothing better than that. And I'm married to one just like me. So
that is wonderful.
We're two very happy people living here in Haymarket. We don't live right in the town. We live out. And as I'm talking to you, I'm watching the deer in the backyard. We live in a wooded area in a log home we built ourselves, and it's great. We're just great.
Deer in the yard, huh?
Yep.
All right, get the rifle. We'll wait here.
Oh, no. They're beautiful.
Yes,
they're
they
beautiful
are.
animals, and they stay here a lot because they know that this area is safe for them because they don't hunt over here.
Yeah, is that right? That's great.
Yeah, we hunt them with a camera. I'm a photographer. I'm a wedding lifestyle photographer, so I hunt them with a camera.
Wow, that's wonderful. That is great.
So they give me a lot of opportunities to take wonderful, wonderful pictures. We have all the wildlife. Black bear, we have big black bear here, too. They get up on the deck sometimes and stick their nose on the window leading into the kitchen, and I go, you don't belong here. Get,
Wow. And they go away? That's great. That's wonderful.
They go away. Yeah, they'll go away. You bang on the door, and they don't like the noise, so they'll go away.
That sounds, what you're describing sounds just like Washington, D.C., only completely different.
Yes, only completely different. You got that.
Yeah.
It's good to talk to you.
Well, it's wonderful talking to you. I'm glad that you called in. And, you're obviously great. And you can tell from your voice and everything about you. You're just wonderful.
Well, thank you. My husband seems to think so. So as long as I've got him full, we're doing fine.
That's really good, too. How about that? That's quite an arrangement you have there. That's wonderful stuff. Dee Dee, thank you very much. Thanks for the call. Keep your eyes peeled for the black bears, and you don't have to shoot the deer. Get the bow and arrow.
No. We don't do that. No.
Well, maybe you're more of a bow hunter.
No.
All right, Dee Dee, thank you. Great talking to you. Thanks.
You have a great day.
You bet. Yeah, you bet. Why would I have anything else? Every day is a great day, isn't it? It's wonderful. Except I work too much. Other than that, everything is just great. My best girl and I, happy as bivalves, nice weekend, fun weekend, yucking it up, having a nice time. No bears, no deer, but we had on our balcony at home on Saturday, blackbirds swarmed our balcony. They were all over our balcony. Now I have a gargoyle that I got at the National Cathedral at the gift store there, and it's about 1.5 foot high, a sculpture of a gargoyle, and I brought that they're all just lining the balcony, and my best girl said, "What are all these crazy birds? Look at these nutty birds." I went and I got the gargoyle, and I brought it out to the balcony and put it on a table out on the balcony, 1.5 foot high, and immediately all the birds flew away and they never came back. Gargoyles. See, those Euros, they figured that stuff out long ago, didn't they? Yes, they did. Good stuff. That was Dee Dee calling from Haymarket. She was wonderful. She's happy. It's good to be happy. Remember happy people? Normal people. It's normal to be happy. Also, I've got an update for you on CBS News and the Hunter Biden laptop story that just broke this morning. Want to share that with you. It's another story, tales of the American news media. And the Hunter Biden laptop, that was to tamper in the presidential election in 2020. The CIA did it. John Brennan did it. And what did CBS News do? That's coming up.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Rural Americans deserve access to the very best of what our nation has to offer, especially health care. Across every state and every community, America's rural hospitals are the first line of defense, protecting our families, neighbors, and our loved ones. No matter where you live, hospital care does not clock out. They are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And every year, America's more than 5,000 hospitals care for millions of patients, providing 24/7 emergency care, delivering babies, cancer treatments, and other life-saving care that patients rely on. Behind every one of those patients, there are doctors, nurses, and caregivers working tirelessly to keep these people healthy and safe. Hospitals are our community's lifelines. They employ our neighbors and keep our families healthy. But now some in Congress are threatening access to that care. Tell Congress, protect patient care and keep America strong. Don't cut rural health care. Paid for by the Coalition to Strengthen America's Health Care.
I'm Dr. Howard Levine, Director of Cleveland Nasal Sinus and Sleep Center. During cold and flu season, I tell my patients the key to staying well is to pull out germs, mucus, bacteria, and viruses from the nose using the Navage-powered nasal irrigator. I irrigate my own nose daily with Navage to stay healthy and after seeing sick patients.
For drug-free congestion relief, trust #1 doctor-recommended Navage. Available at Walmart and Walgreens.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hello, I'm Jim Peterson, Marine veteran and candidate for Moore County School Board. Our schools should focus on education, not politics. That means no inappropriate materials, no boys and girls sports, and real school safety, because right now 13 schools are unprotected every day. I'm not a career educator. I bring real management, leadership, and finance experience to eliminate wasteful spending and restore trust and confidence. On Election Day, vote Jim Peterson. Paid for by the committee to elect Jim Peterson for school board.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 seasons, heating and air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Hurry, don't miss this rebate. Get exclusive savings on select cafe appliances at Keys Appliance Center in Aberdeen before the rebate program ends June 30th. Whether you're building or remodeling, the stunning look of cafe appliances coupled with their smart technology will make any kitchen a delight to cook in. Receive up to $3,000 on select appliances via Visa prepaid card direct from cafe. Better hurry, the offer ends June 30th. Visit the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen for complete details. Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graber and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graber products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Beaver Equipment in Aberdeen is under new ownership, but you'll still find the same great products like Walker Mowers and Echo Power Equipment, and the same outstanding service for all your outdoor power equipment needs, no matter the brand. We're Joel and Kayla Cagle, try to continue the tradition of quality and care you've come to expect from Beaver Equipment. So stop by and see us, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, at 2833 East Indiana Avenue, at the intersection of Highway 211 near Coldcraft, or call us at 910-944-0402.
Now, you may remember Catherine Herridge from the Fox News Channel for a long time, where she was a very solid reporter. And she moved over to CBS News. And a lot of people said, wow, CBS News hired Catherine Herridge. What do they want to report news or something? Well, now Stand Up for Trump on Twitter with breaking news and a bombshell revelation. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Herridge has gone public with explosive allegations saying that CBS News executives deliberately buried the Hunter Biden laptop story and ordered her to wait until after the 2022 midterm elections in order to help the Democrat Party. And kind of remarkable stuff. Catherine Herridge, who I've always thought is and has always been a solid reporter, a real news reporter, and she posted a video of herself explaining what she experienced.
We eventually broadcast a story about the Hunter Biden laptop after the midterm elections in 2022. We commissioned a forensic review. I got a copy of the laptop data. I have it here still. I went to a lot of effort to get the cleanest copy of the laptop data, the same data that was provided to the FBI, because I didn't want to have any professional journalistic risk for CBS News. I wanted this thing to be totally locked down. When we did the story, we did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterms. And my training is that you should always do the story when it's ready to go. You should not be dictated by the political cycle.
Yes. And Catherine Harris, so they put the kibosh on the story because it would be detrimental to the Democrats to learn about everything in the laptop. And she mentioned that Hunter Biden, the exchanges using the N-word, that she talked about, that'd be bad.
Once we got the laptop story on the morning news, I felt that there was so much there that we could still do. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal use of the N-word. And I thought this was worthy of a story, but I was told that it was not something that interested CBS News. Then I asked for a forensic review of the laptop, and we found that there were more than half a dozen emails that were likely used by Joe Biden. I thought that was a story. But the answer that came back was, well, we need to know what the content is of the emails. But that was going to be a years-long process. So there was no way. So there were a lot of reasons I was told not to do it.
And you remember that the John Brennan and the CIA director, penitentiary face Brennan, and the 50 other alleged intelligence officials, some of whom actually were and some of whom were not legitimate intelligence officials, including Dana Bash's ex-husband, and they signed on to the felonious 51 letter. Oh, yeah, the Hunter Biden laptop had all the earmarks of Russian disinformation, and all the headlines were, yeah, that the headlines boiled it down. Hunter Biden laptop reporting at the New York Post is Russian disinformation. It's not what they said, but that's the headline they wanted. It's the headline they got. And they tampered in our election. Our own intelligence community ran an information operation against the American voting populace, and it was a giant lie told on behalf.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. A Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator takes the fifth. Ghislaine Maxwell declining to answer a House committee's questions about the late convicted sex offender's dealings. Maxwell appeared this morning before House lawmakers via video link from a Texas prison. The Seattle Hawks, Super Bowl champs for the second time in franchise history, 29-13 win over the New England Patriots, Super Bowl 60. But it wasn't necessarily the action on the field that caught President Trump's attention. He has something to say about the halftime show as well as about the Winter Olympics.
The president first took aim at Americans competing at the Olympics, saying one of the athletes should have stayed home after freestyle skier Hunter Hess said that wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S. The president called him a real loser. And then Donald Trump complained about Super Bowl halftime performer Bad Bunny. He wrote online that the Puerto Rican singer's show was terrible and was an affront to the greatness of America. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Japanese Prime Minister Takeichi's governing Conservative Party has secured a two-thirds supermajority in the Japanese parliament. Latest election, the BBC's Shaima Halil is in Tokyo.
352 seats out of 465, way more than they were hoping for. They continued with their coalition with the Innovation Party. So together, they have this sweeping majority now in parliament, and that gives Japan much needed political stability, and it gives Sanae Takaichi the mandate that she was hoping for, the mandate that she called the snap election in the depths of winter for, and that essentially gives her the power to push through with her agenda.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 66 points, the Nasdaq better by 195 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Tony Bixby. The White House moving to attempt to contain a bipartisan backlash over a video clip portraying former President Obama and his wife as apes. Former North Carolina Congressman Republican Patrick McHenry appeared as a panelist on ABC TV's This Week and said there's been a different reaction from GOP members of Congress.
Well, first, the video is absolutely terrible. But what we do know about this president is he controls the memes, and the memes are the modern form of communication, and they've always danced on the edge. And when you dance on the edge, occasionally you fall off.
Trump said he did not realize the clip of the Obamas had been spliced into the end of that video. The state legislature is still working on a budget. Educators pushing for it to include raises and other job improvements. Some teachers like this one spent their Saturday in Cary carrying homemade signs demanding change.
If we want to continue to be the city that we are now and continually grow to be the city our citizens deserve and give the district the schools that they deserve, then we all have to work together.
Town officials have announced they've started refilling Lake Lure. Mayor Carol Pritchett telling WLOS that getting the lake filled by Memorial Day is essential to the town's economy.
Lodging, hotels, bed and breakfast, restaurants, things like that. They've made reservations with people for this Memorial Day. They needed to be able to know with confidence that they could tell the people they'd made reservations for that it was going to be open.
If you haven't visited all 7 districts in Wilmington, you're not alone. A group called Downtown Business Alliance in the Port City, providing a way for neighbors to explore all of what the downtown area has to offer. Saturday, they invited people to hop on a free trolley service to explore downtown Wilmington. That trolley service aimed to reduce transportation barriers. You're listening to NCN News.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
Do you want to earn a higher return on your savings without worry? Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union is here to help. You can lock in an incredible 4.60% APY with our 12-month CD, starting with just $25,000. And your investment is federally insured up to $250,000. Now that's a fast and reliable way to build your savings. Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union. Safe, secure, smart. Visit myfortlibertyfcu.org or any branch to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. Rates are subject to change. Terms apply.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
That is, I saw you just gave up there. Michael Piercy was going to play a soundbite there, and something went terribly wrong, and I could tell by the look on his face. And he gave me the secret signal. He raised his left hand with an extended index finger and went like that, you know, like karate chop. Now, when last we convened on Friday, toward the end of our humble 3-hour radio broadcast, I was telling you about things likely to happen over the weekend. And one of them was a big break in the disappearance of NBC Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, who has now, it's been 9 days, I believe. At least 8 days since she vanished. 9 days since she was seen alive by her daughter, not Savannah Guthrie, but the other daughter, Annie Guthrie, and her husband, Tomasio. And we haven't seen him. Boy, he's been conspicuously missing, hasn't he? And Annie showed up in the group videos that they've put out, and there was another one over the weekend, maybe even two over the weekend, updating. But the final deadline, Fox News headline this morning, Nancy Guthrie latest, they love their colons. Final deadline looms in kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mom. And the New York Post, Nancy Guthrie ransom deadline looms as search for today's star's missing mom enters 9th day. Now, Savannah Guthrie and her family are facing a terrifying, fast-approaching deadline with a demand out there to pay $6 million, the $6 million man, $6 million ransom in Bitcoin later Monday, and friends claiming the Today Show host missing 84-year-old mother say that they've got to pay it by 5 p.m. Arizona time, that's 7 p.m. Eastern time today. The ransom note gave a deadline of 5 p.m. Arizona, 7 p.m. Eastern time to pay a Bitcoin account or face serious consequences 9 days after the family matriarch is assumed to have been snatched from her bed in the $1 million Catalina Foothills home. And the story is completely crazy in so many ways. It genuinely is. I mean, this kind of thing doesn't happen. It's a freak episode, a freak story. And I honestly, I expected that there would be a break of some kind in the story over the weekend. I did. Did you see President Trump over the weekend? We shared Michael Michael Piercy and I and a couple of others on our group text thread with Randy and Kevin. We shared, and I shared you with the President Trump over the weekend, where he was asked about the kidnapping or the disappearance. I'm not really calling it. I started texting a friend of mine who is a now retired homicide detective in Washington, D.C., and I said, "What do you make of all this? I've got my theory. What do you think about the fact pattern here?" And we've been going back and forth on it, but I did think that there would be a break over the weekend, and then President Trump came out and said something pretty attention-getting about the disappearance over the weekend, and he, the President of the United States, suggested that there would be big developments coming up. And President Trump, first there was a slightly shorter soundbite, and then a slightly longer soundbite of President Trump saying, "Yeah, I think there's going to be a development in that situation with the Nancy Guthrie disappearance 9 days ago." And there was no major development. And I said on Friday I thought there would be a major development. President Trump, I think it was on Friday night that he said also, I think it may have been aboard Air Force One, that he said that he was expecting some big news. And the reporter said, "A suspect?" And the president said something like a resolution. But that was interesting. Also, I was focused a bit on Iran and whether there would be U.S. military action against the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran, for murdering all of those Iranian people that they murdered. And that didn't happen over the weekend. Super Bowl weekend, I thought, maybe it would be the time to strike at the IRGC. President Trump kind of painted himself into a corner, said if you keep murdering your own people, there will be severe consequences. And they, of course, kept murdering their own people, which puts President Trump in an awkward situation. You may remember Barack Obama, when he was president, promising severe consequences, a red line if the terrorists used chemical weapons in Jordan and Syria. And then they did use chemical weapons, and Barack Obama didn't do anything, and his red line was revealed as the joke that it was. President Trump said if you keep killing your innocent people who are protesting for peace and for freedom and for liberty, then there will be severe consequences. So now the president is kind of in an awkward situation where he's got to make good on his word. But the president on the Savannah Guthrie and Nancy Guthrie story was kind of an interesting moment as well when we saw that over the weekend and started sharing it immediately. But now a new deadline, $6 million ransom, Bitcoin, 84-year-old mom. There was blood found at the scene of the house where she was grabbed. And, you know, I haven't had a good feeling about this thing from the beginning. But President Trump was asked about this on, I think it was Friday night, on, hey, anything we should expect to hear about the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mother?
Well, I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going on?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be.
That could be big, definitive, and is it not just talking about a suspect, talking about big things, and the FBI, the DOJ, and I got to say, I mean, even if that is true and they're on the precipice, maybe he's talking out of school a little bit there, and he shouldn't be throwing that stuff out. May not be helpful to what the FBI and the Justice Department are working, but that was long after I left the radio studio on Friday. I said on Friday I thought that something would break over the weekend on that story, and then Friday evening President Trump said that, and I said, oh, okay, good. Well, maybe what I said will prove to be correct and true, and there will be a big break. And now there has not been a big break, and there is another deadline. 5 p.m. Arizona time, 7 p.m. Eastern time today. And, you know, there's been no proof of life, so there will be no, presumably, transfer of $6 million unless they're trying to ensnare the people demanding the ransom. And is there even any legitimate reason to believe that the people demanding the $6 million in Bitcoin had anything to do with their disappointment? With her disappearance, but did they, or are they just criminals who jumped on when they saw there was something where maybe they could defraud somebody and scam somebody out of millions of dollars? And it's impossible to say, quite honestly. It's not out of the question that these are fraudsters who jumped on when they saw this happening and said, hey, maybe we can scam somebody out of millions of dollars. And maybe that's what's going on. And then, you know, as you've doubtless heard many times, the family in a situation like this, when such things as this happen, infrequent though they may be, it's usually somebody close to the person who was disappeared, who was made to vanish. And the woman, where she lives and so on, doesn't have all that many people close to her. Her daughter, Annie, lives locally with her boyfriend or husband. I hear boyfriend one day and husband the next day, so I don't know for sure. But that's something, and I've got to say, it's been a fascinating episode to watch. It's terrible. I don't know. Is mom actually being held hostage by people that kidnapped her and are holding her? I find all of that kind of hard to believe, but I won't rule it out as a possibility, I suppose. Like the Democrats coming around on voter ID, I won't rule it out as a possibility. But that's something. It certainly is. Yes, it is. And the president on Friday evening saying, oh, we're close. Something I'm talking, a suspect, beyond suspect. And they said, major development, the FBI and the Justice Department. And that would suggest that the president had a conversation with the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, or FBI Director Kash Patel, and that he was given some information. It was kind of, I know something you don't know. So we've got that. And I'd like to see it resolved. It would be nice to see Mom saved, like a Hollywood-style ending, but I'm not sure if that's likely. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. And Savannah Guthrie and her sister and brother posted a new video on Saturday, too, where they promised that they would pay.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Celebrate.
This is the only way we will have peace.
We beg you.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
And we will pay. It was a brief message. It was to the point. I got to say, if it turns out that family members sitting next to her in that video are involved, like her sister and her sister's husband who doesn't show up in this, then this will go down in history as an abomination. And if it's not, if it's really some kind of, again, Hollywood movie kidnappers that stole an 84-year-old woman from her home in the middle of the night on Saturday night going into Sunday morning because she's an NBC News TV anchor or something, that doesn't make a lot of sense. That would be pretty crazy stuff, I've got to say. But there you have it. And nothing quite on that. We haven't gotten to our Super Bowl halftime show and Bad Bunny. With his non-English speak. I got to tell you, I think the NFL lost a lot of fans yesterday. In fact, I heard from people saying, I think I've had it with the NFL. It was not a great Super Bowl game. It just wasn't a great football game. And it was kind of a boring game, and it wasn't an exciting game. And it was kind of a blowout, and the Patriots didn't show up to play, and the Seahawks did show up to play. But it wasn't a great game, not an exciting game. The whole rainbow and pink colored interior of the stadium, pretty annoying. The non-English speaking, anti-American, radical leftist Bad Bunny with all that bourgeois was something that I think will drive people away from the NFL and from the game of football. But and we've got a little Bad Bunny coming up because he is a Bad Bunny. He's not Bad Bunny. What a ridiculous planet the left is making for us all. Shouldn't that be in Spanish, Bad Bunny? Malo Bonet or something. Rural Americans deserve access to the best of what our great nation has to offer, of course, especially when it comes to health care. Across every state line and in every community across our great country, America's rural hospitals are the first line of defense, protecting our families, our neighbors, the people that we love. No matter where you live, hospital care does not clock out. They are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Now, every year, America's more than 5,000 hospitals care for millions of patients, providing 24/7 emergency care and delivering babies 24 hours a day. Cancer treatments, other life-saving care that patients rely on, of course. And behind every one of those patients, you're going to find doctors and nurses and caregivers working tirelessly to keep people healthy and safe. Hospitals are our community's lifelines. They employ our neighbors and keep our families healthy and safe. But now, some people in Congress are threatening access to that care. Tell Congress to protect patient care, to keep America strong. Don't cut rural health care. Paid for by the Coalition to Strengthen America's Health Care. There it is. You have the Bad Bunny and all that ridiculous NFL stuff. It was not a great Super Bowl Sunday for the NFL, or certainly for the New England Patriots. It wasn't, and for viewers at home. And then the foreign language, anti-American, cross-dressing halftime talent who goes by the name Bad Bunny, even though he has a real name.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Listen carefully. Silver prices have experienced a historic surge, breaking above the $100 per ounce threshold for the first time, and industry experts predict silver could climb even higher. It's not too late for you to benefit from the surge in silver. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Debt is rising, currencies are under pressure, and investors are looking for real assets, not paper promises. That's why so many Americans are turning to physical gold and silver with Advantage Gold. Historically, when silver starts moving, it can move fast and aggressively. This isn't about guessing tops or bottoms. It's about understanding risk and positioning before momentum accelerates. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Hi, my name is Britt Harris. Years ago, I went to the clerk of court's office seeking a protective order. I was scared, vulnerable, and asking for help. And I was turned away because of a 3 p.m. cutoff that sent people home even though the office was still open. When Todd Maness was elected clerk of court, he kept his promise to protect domestic violence victims. He changed that policy so no one would ever be turned away when they need protection most. That's why I support Todd Maness for re-election as clerk of court.
I'm Todd Maness and I approve this message.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
With over 20 years of experience, Hardy's Equipment invites you to unleash the future of land management with the MT2 and MT2E Series LS tractors. These tractors redefine excellence with a 30-plus horsepower engine and a lift capacity of 2,500-plus pounds. They have more standard features, more operator comfort with available air conditioning and state-of-the-art technology designed to keep you working smarter and more comfortably all day long. Discover the MT2 for unmatched power, innovation, and legendary LS tractor reliability, because now you can do more for less. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. See the complete line of LS tractors assembled in North Carolina. Visit Hardy's Equipment for special offers on select LS tractors today at 4809 Vass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644. LS, start blue, stay blue.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Hey now. Let's go to the telephones, and I want to get some Bad Bunny with his. He said, "God bless America," but he was only kidding. I'll explain what he meant, and it was not "God bless the United States of America." Let's go to, and he said that in English too. That must have tripped him up. Let's go to Hugh, calling from Germantown, Maryland. Hugh, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Chris, good morning. Great show as usual. So I watched the show and I found it both offensive and humorous at the same time. But on a serious note, I've been in the U.S. 30 plus years, and I've spent my time living up in the suburbs of New York and North Jersey and in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And what I've noticed over 30 years is that football is a dying sport in the suburbs. Many of your audience may find that shocking, but that's a reality. And its fan base is slowly collapsing. It's like 300-year-old white guys and black Americans, which is a small percentage of the population. So recognize the demographics of America. I think Bad Bunny's performance, shall we say, was a stumbling, bumbling attempt by the league to reach out to Hispanic Latino population, which is growing in the U.S. But unfortunately, they're too stupid and too ignorant to understand that Latinos, that is a fiction in the American liberal mind. I spent some time in Central America in a former life, and I learned that there's multiple countries speaking variations of Spanish, many of whom mutually hate each other, and they have a social ranking. And the social ranking at the top are the Cubans, and they all disagree on that ranking. But at the top are the Cubans, who are really Castilian gentlemen who happen to live in the Caribbean, most of them now living in Miami. And at the bottom of the rankings are the Puerto Ricans. And again, that may offend people, but I'm sorry, that's reality.
Well, and that's
the
where
NFL.
That's where Bad Bunny comes from, and he can't stop telling you that. And I've got that is great stuff, Hugh, and you summed it up beautifully. I've got Bad Bunny coming up.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Brick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio? So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Since 1994, Lee Christian School offers academic excellence rooted in God's Word. Students grow not only in knowledge, but in godly character and action. We teach, lead, and coach on the firm foundation of Scripture. As Proverbs 1:7 reminds us,
"The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction."
Our mission is to develop the whole student spiritually, mentally, physically, and socially, instilling biblical principles across academics, fine arts, and athletics. Join a school where students are challenged to stand out for Christ. As Romans 12:2 says,
"Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind."
Discover the difference at Lee Christian School. Visit leechristian.org today.
Romans 10:17 tells us, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the Word of God preached.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-687-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Are you looking for an electrician you can trust, or better yet, even get a hold of when you need them? Call F&R Electrical, your local experts for every job, big or small. Whether you have an electrical dilemma or need a light fixture hung, new outlets, or complete home rewire, F&R Electrical handles it all with professionalism and care. Our licensed electricians are ready to make your home safer, brighter, and more efficient. Don't wait. For reliable service and free estimates, call F&R Electrical today at 910-986-2959. F&R Electrical, powering your home, lighting your life.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate.
Lil Dino's Subs in Pinehurst is more than just subs. Monday special, chicken feta wrap. Choose from sun-dried tomato, herb garlic, or whole wheat wrap and fresh veggies made your way. Have a cold drink and fries with that. Or try our amazing appetizers. Beer-battered mushrooms, mozzarella sticks, dill pickle fries, mac and cheese bites, or sweet potato fries to perfectly complement our delicious deli sandwiches, salads, and of course subs. Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village. Whether sponsored by Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village, Pinehurst. More than subs, try apps, wings, burgers, New York-style pizza, and daily specials. Open 7 days, Lil Dino's Subs, Olmsted Village.
Good Monday morning. We start your day with cold temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s across the area. Mostly clear skies this morning, then plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Highs reach the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. Then mostly clear skies overnight into Tuesday morning. Temperatures drop to around freezing, so it won't be as cold overnight. Then by Tuesday, warmer with highs reaching the mid-60s, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Yeah, I gotta say, I do think that the NFL did not serve themselves well, and I gotta say that Hugh was making very strong points and making the points very well. I wish I could have hung in with you for a longer, Hugh. The clock was ticking out. They have these mandates. It's like they're liberals somewhere because it's mandatory, you know. Liberals don't care what you do as long as it's mandatory. That's one of their rules for a living, of course. But they had this person that goes by the name Bad Bunny. And he's got a real name. He's from Puerto Rico. And he doesn't like America. He doesn't like capitalism except when he's making millions of dollars for being ridiculous. And I just, honestly, I don't care about him, but I don't get the appeal of the guy. I hear his music, and if it were great music, I'd say, wow, that's a great song. That's a really cool song. I have yet to hear the Bad Bunny song that made me say, wow, what a great song. That is really cool. I can see why he's so popular. I have not had that experience. And the left-wingers, like Mediaite, MAGA loses it over Bad Bunny halftime show. And that's not true, of course, but honestly, Charles Gasparino of the Fox Business Channel, I guess, tweeted out, Bad Bunny sucked, but you knew that already. Sure, peeked in during Turning Point USA show, which was really good, Gasparino says. Bad Bunny plays to a nation the left wants, but most of the nation doesn't. Shame on NFL commissioner. There he is for taking this great game into AOC territory, into Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez territory. Sage Steele, who's been making a bit of a comeback lately, Sage Steele said if only there were English subtitles during the halftime show of America's greatest sporting event. And it's true, it was not in English because this guy is, not on our side, and the Democrat Party, Barack Obama told us to teach our kids to speak English. To speak Spanish. I apologize. Don't speak English. And Laura Loomer tweeting out, the NFL should apologize to the American people for flooding the Super Bowl with foreign flags. Totally disgraceful. There's nothing American about any of this, Laura Loomer said, and that's pretty true. Someone call in an ICE raid at the Super Bowl, Laura Loomer went on. What are all these foreign flags? And that's true. Yep. And Alex Berenson tweeting, I think support for ICE just went up 20%. Honestly, it's pretty nutty what they've done, and I don't think it's the smartest thing in the world. But as Hugh was saying, it's probably the NFL thinking that the Democrats have opened the borders and flooded the country with non-English speaking, Spanish speaking foreigners and gang members and human traffickers and drug traffickers and all that good stuff. And so maybe the NFL is trying to suck up to and appeal to what they see as an emerging demographic by going Spanish language. But again, I spoke to a couple of English language people yesterday who said, you know what, I think I've had it with the NFL. I think I've been there, done that, and it's over. Now, also, since we're talking about all those tweets there, I should mention Jonathan Turley, the wonderful, excellent law professor, emeritus, George Washington University, and commentator on the television. Jonathan Turley, about the Olympics, he said, listen to this, because the Associated Press did an analysis of the Olympics, and it was based on race. And they said in the Winter Olympics, there are too many white people competing in the Winter Olympics, the Associated Press. Our news media is a tumor, honestly. But Jonathan Turley wrote, rather than seeing a celebration of international athletes in the opening ceremony, the Associated Press saw white people. The AP objected the fact that countries like Sweden, for the teams that they put out, were, quote, overwhelmingly white and lacking immigrant representation, end quote. That's the Associated Press. That the Swedish Winter Olympic team was not racially diverse enough. Too many white Swedish skiers and snowboarders and ice skaters. Sweden should have more black skiers, is what the Associated Press is doing. Again, this is why nobody trusts the news media, because they're an embarrassment. Just ridiculous. Ridiculous, I'm telling you. But yes, the dateline out of Sweden, no less, for the Associated Press. Isn't that amazing? Talks about Marianne Hashi. Remembers the thoughts rushing through her mind when she began hitting the ski slopes in northern Sweden. As a black woman from Somalia, she felt like an alien. Well, you're a black woman from Somalia skiing in Sweden. I can see why you wouldn't feel right at home. There were no scorpions or AK-47s or militias gunning people down or anything like that. But soon there will be, because the left is fixing Sweden too. Amazing. Am I wearing the correct clothing for this? Does it fit? Do I look weird? Am I snowboarding correctly? If you don't know whether you're snowboarding correctly, maybe you shouldn't be on the Olympic team. I'm just saying. Do they think that it's weird that I'm on the slope? But I carried on. I felt it didn't. I was never going to commit to anything in my life. All right, well, that's great. A few years later, snowboarding is the 30-year-old student's big passion, and it's helping to integrate her into her adopted country's society better than she ever could have imagined. Sure, but what does this matter? So Sweden has a Somali that took up snowboarding, a woman, and that is the lead of the story on the Olympics coming up, because with the left, it's always race, 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 isn't it? All right, now that's ridiculous on the part of the Associated Press and the news media, and it's the Winter Olympics. It's cold out there, you know, and then there's the fact that like northern climes, and that's Winter Olympics, that you're not going to find Burkina Faso with a big representation there. All right, now let's go back to Bad Bunny, because he's a minority person, and he talks at a Spanish and doesn't like English as much. But this is the soundbite where he starts with "God Bless America," right? Now he starts with God. Now we know that he's anti-American. He's another anti-capitalist leftist millionaire, of course. America made us a fortune, like in The Godfather. And he's still just filled with contempt because lefties are not happy unless they're not happy, right? So here's Bad Bunny, and he starts out with, or he has it in there, "God Bless America." But hang on, he's not talking about the United States of America, because he's explaining to us that America is not the United States of America. It's Tierra del Fuego, and it's Uruguay, and it's Bolivia, and it's Canada, and because it's North America and South America, not the United States of America. And here is Bad Bunny, and look for just a moment like he was throwing a little thing over here, a little palm branch, but it's not. He's every place from Tierra del Fuego to Canada is America.
God bless America. Sea Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, Brasil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, México, Cuba, República Dominicana, Jamaica, Haití, las Antillas, United States, Canadá, and my motherland, mi patria, Puerto Rico.
I think he left out Costa Rica. Did he leave out Costa Rica? I don't think I heard Costa Rica. You heard Costa Rica? Okay. All right, good. All right, yeah, because I'd hate to think, but that's America. That's his God blessing, not the United States of America. But North America and South America, which, see, this is the open borders, end of nations, end of national sovereignty, end of national identity, school of thought. And he's a leftist like every idiot Democrat out there who wants to see an end to nations, and it will lead to, I think, an increase in cannibalism in the United States, because Haiti, and we got barbecue, and you know how they love cannibalism, and the Democrats are moving. Chris, one of the Democrats bit the finger off of a federal agent in Minnesota a week and a half ago, because cannibalism really is their bag baby. Aren't they amazing? So there he is. And it was the only words in English were "God bless America." And then he revealed that it wasn't about God bless America at all. It's about there is no United States of America. It's just North America and South America. And here are a bunch of countries that have gangs that have infiltrated the country with human trafficking and child sex trafficking and drug trafficking and all that good stuff. Yeah, and then he was singing, because that's his job apparently. He's a singer.
Hey, Titi me preguntó si tengo mucha novia.
Hey, what country are we in? This is the halftime show of the Super Bowl. It's you like the song? Yeah, it's an ordinary song. I think that if Piercy had AI say, "Hey, write me a song that sounds like Bad Bunny," then you'd probably have a better song than that before evening rush hour today. That's what I'm thinking. And Latin beat is nice. Everybody knows Latin beat, and every Latin beat is nice. Ricky Ricardo had songs as good as that in the I Love Lucy show. That's no problem. By the way, his real name is Benito. Maybe that's where he got the Bad Bunny Benito. Is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, just like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it's funny that Jonathan Turley said that brought it into AOC land. But it was him, right? Oh, it was one of the people, one of the other tweets. AOC land, bringing the Super Bowl into AOC land. It's true. Yes, sir. So they got that, and that's it. Yeah, the little Latin beat. Latin beat's always great, but you got guys on street corners in the summertime in Washington, D.C., playing plastic drums with sticks that sound just like that, too, and it sounds good, It's your Latin beat music. It's good stuff, don't you think? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's go to the telephones. People are calling in because the NFL and all that stuff. But let's go back to the telephones. Let's go to Howard calling from Manassas, Virginia. Howard, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris. Thanks, buddy. Look, this is the dilemma I think many of us are in. I think I represent many of the NFL watchers. I'm a 58-year-old white Christian dude, outdoor working man. Mm-hmm. I haven't had a Bud Light since that whole crap went down, never will. And on another note, if I see you at the Birchmere in a couple months, I'll buy you a beer, but it'll be anything but Bud Light.
Excellent.
I have not been in a Target for 10 years or whatever it's been. They were the first to go with all that, use whatever bathroom you want and you identify with. Have not been in one. I told you my wife and I have gotten in almost court divorce proceedings over Target, but she hasn't been much. But seriously, we have nowhere else to go with the NFL, and it sucks. I'm ashamed of myself to some degree, but I've been watching football forever with my dad, with my sons, with buddies, Super Bowl parties.
Sure.
I disagree. I turned off the halftime, went and watched the USA America thing, which was good but not great, honestly.
Right.
But where else are we going to go? And it sucks. But I will tell you this, Chris, on a positive note, I see it. I have no statistics to back it up. I swear there are more men in the NFL on the teams that are speaking out about their Christian faith.
That's true.
Not just God, not just saying God bless America. And it seems to be more quarterbacks, but they're specifically mentioning Jesus. When they do that, they got a real, true, hardcore faith, in my humble opinion. But the NFL is stupid, and I don't know what they're doing. That is a smack to our face about what they did yesterday. And I would have to think someone like Carrie Underwood, God bless her, without her politics, and she doesn't have many that I know of, would reach so much more. And even Bruce Springsteen, who's liberal as crap, but if he could get up there and sing some of his songs without talking politics, he would be much better than stupid Bad Bunny, and I've never heard of him in my life. But my young nephews and nieces have heard of him, and sadly, they kind of like him, but of course they don't know about all his stupid politics.
Right.
Anyway, this is the dilemma we're in, my friend.
No, you're right. You summed it up beautifully, actually. You should have a radio show. That was very good. And you're right. Look, NFL football is fun. My best girl and I last night were talking about college football. My best girl brought it up, said, maybe next year we're gonna spend more time on college football. And the truth is, Howard, that college football is being, now we're paying millions of dollars to college football players who are then being traded by schools to from one college to another, and millions of dollars being poured into that. And that's going to make college football into something different too. But the NFL have, from Colin Kaepernick and all the LGBTQ yada yada, and I don't care. You guys do whatever you want to do. I could care less. But why everybody else's sex life has to be a part of my daily life, I just don't know. And did you notice, Howard, yesterday, all the rainbow stuff on the field and in the stadium and on the jerseys, and it's all, and it wasn't even LGBTQ, but it was all coincidentally rainbow colors and hot pink colors where you run in and out of the locker rooms and stuff. And it wasn't even subtle. It was ham-handed with their politics everywhere, and they put politics on the back of their helmets now. And you're absolutely right. And we're seeing it in college, too, Howard, where a lot more young men and professional athletes are talking about God and faith and doing it very openly. And I think that they would have been more timid about that a few years ago. I think a lot of professional...
Yes, they are. They are, Chris, and I'll tell you what. You know who has the strongest platform, and this is just real. This is just me saying it how it is the black conservative Christian men.
Yeah.
It's hard for the liberals to go after them. And, you know, they're being more bold in their faith, and God bless them for it, because we all need it, but the black community with lack of fathers, they need it even more. And praise God for these strong men that are willing to stand up and say, you know, what they believe and why they believe it. And they don't have to say they're Democrat, Republican, or anything. They just need to state their values. And I am very encouraged by what I see in that area, and very discouraged by what I see at the top of the stupid NFL, which is retarded, but whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Howard, you said it all very, very well. That was great. Our listeners are bright, articulate, clean. What are they? Articulate, bright, and clean. That's how Joe Biden described Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah, thank you, Howard. Good stuff. Well said.
First and foremost, I want to thank God for this, blessing to be here.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
I'm Dr. Howard Levine, Director of Cleveland Nasal Sinus and Sleep Center. During cold and flu season, I tell my patients the key to staying well is to pull out germs, mucus, bacteria, and viruses from the nose using the Navage-powered nasal irrigator. I irrigate my own nose daily with Navage to stay healthy and after seeing sick patients.
For drug-free congestion relief, trust #1 doctor-recommended Navage, available at Walmart and Walgreens.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000. Hurry, don't miss this rebate. Get exclusive savings on select cafe appliances at Keys Appliance Center in Aberdeen before the rebate program ends June 30th. Whether you're building or remodeling, the stunning look of cafe appliances coupled with their smart technology will make any kitchen a delight to cook in. Receive up to $3,000 on select appliances via Visa prepaid card direct from cafe. Better hurry, the offer ends June 30th. Visit the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen for complete details. Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graber and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graber products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Power outages don't have to put your life on hold. At GenPro, we specialize exclusively in installing and maintaining Generac home standby generators, nothing else. Our skilled team will assess your needs to find the right size generator, handle a seamless installation, and provide ongoing maintenance so you have reliable power when the lights go out. Trust GenPro for professional, dedicated Generac generator solutions. Contact GenPro today at 910-986-2959. That's 910-986-2959 and experience true peace of mind.
It appears I kind of ran out the clock on myself again. But great stuff to talk about. You know, the Bad Bunny singing in Spanish yesterday. One of the songs that he sang is a song that is filled with what we'll just call explicit lyrics, dirty lyrics, in Spanish. And, we want to know, Donna from Anderson, South Carolina is asking, was the FCC watching in Spanish to see what, as the Spanish kids were watching, Spanish-speaking kids were watching? You got that? I also love the story from the Associated Press. Europe's rising diversity is not reflected at the Winter Olympics. Sure, culture plays a big role. They want Sweden to look like Oakland, California. That's not diversity. That's the end of diversity. When you go to Sweden, it should be Swedish. When you go to France, it should be French. And Italy should be Italian.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Rideshare drivers for services like Uber and Lyft may soon be required to speak English if their companies want to do business with the federal government. Oklahoma Congressman Jasper Keene introduced a so-called Uber Act in the U.S. House and says it is gaining momentum on Capitol Hill.
If you are contracting with the federal government and you are a driving company, a Lyft company, Uber company, those type of setup, then you will have to ensure that your drivers know how to read, speak English. We're all aware, whether it be commercial driver's license in states that have allowed drivers to not be able to understand the road signs, yet be driving 85,000-pound rigs. We think if you're a professional driver in this situation, you ought to have the basics of knowing what the road signs are telling you.
The Oklahoma Republicans' legislation seeks to bar non-English-speaking drivers from federal contracts. Any ride-share driver can communicate with passengers and clearly understand all traffic laws. Senator Tom Cott says it's hard to negotiate with his colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
Most Democrats are willing to shut down the entire government, and in 2 weeks will be willing to shut down DHS before they would permit funding for immigration enforcement, period.
Democrats are demanding certain changes in the way ICE carries out its enforcement actions. The Seattle Seahawks won Super Bowl 60 last night, marking the team's second Super Bowl win. Here's Andrew Stewart.
Defense became the driving force behind this championship. Seahawks players Devin Witherspoon, Derek Hall, and the rest of Seattle's ferocious defense pummeled New England Patriots quarterback Drake May. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold tossed a touchdown pass to A.J. Barner, while teammate Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards. Seahawks kicker Jason Myers set a Super Bowl record by making all 5 of his field goal tries.
That is Andrew Stewart reporting. More from Town Hall.
NCN News. I'm Tony Bixby. The White House moving to attempt to contain a bipartisan backlash over a video clip portraying former President Obama and his wife as apes. Former North Carolina Congressman Republican Patrick McHenry appeared as a panelist on ABC TV's This Week and said there's been a different reaction from GOP members of Congress.
Well, first, the video is absolutely terrible. But what we do know about this president is he controls the memes, and the memes are the modern form of communication, and they've always danced on the edge. And when you dance on the edge, occasionally you fall off.
Trump said he did not realize the clip of the Obamas had been spliced into the end of that video. The state legislature is still working on a budget. Educators pushing for it to include raises and other job improvements. Some teachers like this one spent their Saturday in Cary carrying homemade signs demanding change.
If we want to continue to be the city that we are now and continually grow to be the city our citizens deserve and give the district the schools that they deserve, then we all have to work together.
Town officials have announced they've started refilling Lake Lure. Mayor Carol Pritchett telling WLOS that getting the lake filled by Memorial Day is essential to the town's economy.
Lodging, hotels, bed and breakfast, restaurants, things like that. They've made reservations with people for this Memorial Day. They needed to be able to know with confidence that they could tell the people they'd made reservations for that it was going to be open.
If you haven't visited all 7 districts in Wilmington, you're not alone. A group called Downtown Business Alliance in the Port City, providing a way for neighbors to explore all of what the downtown area has to offer. Saturday, they invited people to hop on a free trolley service to explore downtown Wilmington. That trolley service aimed to reduce transportation barriers. You're listening to NCN News.
Did you know Medicare fraud is costing us $68 billion a year? The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medical Patrol Program's goal is to reduce Medicare fraud, waste, and abuse. If you suspect any billing or Medicare fraud issues, we're here to help. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What if there was an investment strategy, a product, where your retirement money and investment portfolio could go up with the market, lock in your gains, and when the market goes down, you don't lose anything? Never lose a penny. What if that investment strategy actually existed? Good news, it does. Claim your free investor's guide today. Call 800-557-4933. Again, 800-557-4933.
We have some quiet weather in the next couple of days. The big story will be the warmer temperatures. It will be the warmest we've been in about a month as we head into Tuesday. Today it's still chilly, plenty of sunshine, highs in the low to mid 40s. It's mostly clear and not as cold overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the lower 30s. Then mostly sunny and milder Tuesday with highs back in the mid 60s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
Today's Eric Erickson program is brought to you by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care. Experience award-winning service and unbeatable offers. Visit us at pinehursttoyota.com and pinehursthyundaiονline.com.
Hello, America.
welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, if you text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you can get the live stream, the show notes, the podcast. You can get everything you need to stay in touch with the show. I told you it was your choice to watch or not watch the Super Bowl halftime show, and it was your choice to be offended or not offended. It was all your choice. Some of you chose poorly. We have to begin somewhere else, though. For a while, and I got to credit Christopher Rufo. Christopher Rufo really is the guy who put it on everybody's radar, critical theory and the rise of critical theory. Critical theory is something that is old. It has been around for a while, and it has been insidious in its infecting the brains of progressives. And for those of you who don't know what critical theory is a Marxist idea that the entire world is divided up into power structures. And those power structures are race-based, among others. One of the very best pieces ever written on critical theory is from the now deceased pastor Tim Keller, who does a very good job in a very brief report on power structures and how they relate to faith, what critical theory is. Let me just read you part of this so you understand what I'm talking about here. Drawing on the teachings of Karl Marx, what could be called postmodern critical theory has emerged with its own account of justice, which is sharply different from every other account of justice. Critical theory argues first the explanation of all unequal outcomes in wealth, well-being, and power is never due to individual actions or to differences in cultures or to differences in human abilities, but only and strictly due to unjust social structures and systems. The only way to fix unequal outcomes for the downtrodden is through social policy, never by asking anyone to change their behavior or culture. Sound familiar? But wait. Second, all art, religion, philosophy, morality, law, media, politics, education, and forms of the family are determined not by reason or truth, but by social forces. Everything is determined by your class consciousness and social location. Religious doctrine, together with all politics and law, are always at bottom a way for people to get or maintain social status, wealth, and therefore power. Third, reality is at bottom nothing but power. And if that's the case, then to see reality, power must be mapped through means of intersectionality. The categories are race, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and sometimes others. If you're white, male, straight, cisgendered, then you have the highest power. If you've none of these things, you're the most marginalized and oppressed. More importantly, each category towards powerlessness has greater moral authority. Only powerlessness and oppression bring moral high ground and knowledge. Fourth, the main way power is exercised is through language or dominant discourses. A dominant discourse is any truth claim, whether grounded in reason and science or religion or morality. Language does not merely describe reality, it constructs it, it creates it. Power structures mask themselves behind language. Therefore, that's why you can't say the grass is green, because that's an objective statement, and there may be someone colorblind. And the colorblind person, because of disability, has more moral claim than you to establish that, no, the grass is not green, because they cannot see it. And this is very important. Cultures, like people, can be mapped through intersectionality. In one sense, no culture is better than others. All cultures are equally valid. But people who see their cultures as better are members of oppressive cultures. And then lastly, and this is the most important one, neither individual rights nor individual identity are primary. The emphasis on individual human rights is an obstacle to radical change. As an individual, you cannot carve out your identity in any way independent of others in your race or ethnicity. You got that? There are no individual rights in critical theory. In critical theory, you are part of your class. This is the most important thing for you to understand. If you understand nothing but this in critical theory, it is that under critical theory, which has been embraced by progressives, you are part of a class and ethnicity. And if you take on the characteristics that the left has decided don't belong to your class, then you are a race traitor trying to get out of your ethnicity or class, and you are part of the problem. So, all cultures are equal. No culture is superior. Language creates power. If you wish to control someone, change the definitions of words. Everything is designed to keep you in a power structure, and all unequal outcomes are based on race and class and differences in human ability, not due to individual actions. So no individual can be encouraged to change their behavior or culture because it is a class structure based on race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation that imposes a will. And the further you are away from dominance, the more moral claim you have. And so into this comes this bizarre thinking. I want to play you this clip of a teacher. I've mentioned this a couple times. Had to go find the video. This is from about 5 years ago. You're about to hear an exchange between a Hispanic police officer in Los Angeles. He has pulled over a public school teacher who is driving a Mercedes. Now, I've edited up this clip to shorten it some, but it still goes on for a little while. But you need to hear the whole exchange here that I've got. I deleted out, there are some bleeps in there, not because of language, but because she's giving personal information, so I cut all that stuff out. But this is a public school teacher in a Mercedes. She is non-white. She has embraced critical theory. She is being pulled over by a Hispanic police officer in Los Angeles for using her cell phone while driving. This is the exchange.
You know why I'm being harassed today? Because I was going under the speed limit. I was going at 38.
Yes, you are, ma'am. Good morning.
And the speed limit is 40, and I was going 38, so why are you harassing me?
You are correct. I pulled you over because
you're a murderer.
Because
yes, I started to record because you're a murderer.
You can't be on your cell phone while you're driving.
I wasn't on my phone. I was recording you because you scared me.
You can't use your cell phone while you're recording.
I can record you.
May I have your driver's license?
It's at my apartment.
I am enforcing the law.
I have a right to record the police when they're harassing me.
By all means, but you can't do it while you're driving.
I wasn't texting or none of that.
Do you have that picture?
You scared me and made me think you were going to murder me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Well, that's not just a feeling. You're a murderer.
Okay.
You're a murdering freak.
Pull that back up for me, ma'am.
Okay, murderer.
What's your last name? I can't see that there.
Well, here you go, murderer.
Stop shaking. Zoom in on that for me,
No,
ma'am.
because you're scaring me. You're threatening to kill me and my son. Can you give me
I'll tell you what, you keep smiling, you're on camera.
You're trying to threaten to kill me. I'm not smiling. You're the one who's crazy.
Hold that still. I can't see that.
I'm holding it, and you're scaring me.
I'll tell you what, you spell your last name for me.
It's right here.
Okay, but you're shaking.
Well, because you're scaring me. You're harassing, already threatening to
Do you have the insurance?
You say, yes, I do. Of course
Can you get your current proof of insurance?
Yeah, it's in, I told you.
I'll be right back. You get your proof of insurance for me, okay?
It's in my purse.
Is this your car?
Yes, it is. And you're trying to say I stole my own car because you're jealous?
Yeah, I don't think so. You wait for me right here, okay?
You're jealous?
You wait for me right here. You give me the current card of proof of your insurance.
Murderer, it's on file with the state. You know that.
You have to have it in your car, though. Insurance and registration. Insurance and registration. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Citation. All you need to do is your signature.
Pay attention to this part.
You're using your cell phone while you're driving. That's it. There you go, ma'am. Sign inside the red box right there.
For him being a Mexican racist. What is that name? Gasso.
It's on the citation, ma'am.
Here you go, Mexican racist. You're always going to be a Mexican. You'll never be white. You know that, right? you'll never be white, which is what you really want to be.
There
want
you go,
to be
dear.
white.
Have a good day.
You want to be white so bad.
You hear that's a public school teacher in Los Angeles, or was driving a Mercedes, no less. You want to be white, you'll never be nothing but a Mexican. Why does she call him a murderer? Because he's a police officer. That's what critical theory does to your brain. And that woman who embraced critical theory is indoctrinating kids in public schools, or was in California. Maybe she's back. That's what critical theory does to people's brains. She doesn't see him as an individual. She sees him as a member of the police, therefore murderer, and he's Hispanic, therefore race traitor. He will never be white. He will never be white because he is Mexican.
Here you go, ma'am. Sign inside the red box right
For
there.
him being a Mexican racist, what is that name? Gas.
It's on the citation, ma'am.
Here you go, Mexican racist. You're always going to be a Mexican. You'll never be white.
You'll never be white. That's critical theory. That's how it plays out in the brains of these people, which leads me to Gene Wu. Gene Wu is born in communist China. He's now the leader of the House Democrats in Texas. Not an insignificant person. He is the leader of the Democrats in the Texas House. And over the weekend, Gene Wu had this conversation. And again, it's all critical theory. Listen to this.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning, because we are the majority now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided.
You got that? If we all work together, us non-white people, we can take over the country because we're the majority, and we can make things fair. Now, how do you make things fair under critical theory? Well, you do unto them as they did unto you. No golden rule here. It's the exact opposite. You oppress the white people. Some have interpreted this clip as calling for white genocide. Probably that's the logical extent of it. That's where it heads. You got to wipe out whitey. And that's critical theory. And this is why the Democrats can have conversations about abundance. And this is why the Democrats can have conversations about seizing the populist high ground. But as long as you have Democrats who are embracing this sort of bat crap crazy insanity of critical theory and intersectionality, he winds up sounding like that Los Angeles school teacher. You'll never be white, you Mexican murderer. Murderer because he's a police officer, and he shouldn't be because he's Mexican, and he wants to be white because he's a police officer. She believes that young man, the police officer, cannot escape his class. He cannot escape his race. And she believes that only white people should be police officers, and he, therefore, is a race traitor. This is where Gene Wu heads with this stuff. They look at the white progressives in Minnesota calling black Border Patrol agents the N-word and Uncle Toms because they're working as federal Border Patrol agents. They are civil service employees. No respect to them because they're race traitors. This is the problem with critical theory, and we have stopped talking about it, and it is so poisonous, and so much of the problems we're dealing with on the left right now are because critical theory has rotted their brains. They can no longer see individuals as individuals. Everyone is part of a class. And Gene Wu, the leader of Democrats in Texas, is flummoxed because these races cannot cooperate together to get rid of whitey. And he wants to get rid of whitey, and the only way to do it is to unite. There's a problem here for progressives. They're so insane. The data shows the longer a Hispanic family lives in the United States, they begin to identify as white, and they begin to vote Republican. And it's in large part because of this class and race nonsense. You know, the majority of Border Patrol agents in Texas are actually Hispanic, and Gene Wu believes they're race traitors. You can clearly hear him say that black and Hispanic and Asian people, they all got to get together and take out whitey. And they can't, because these Hispanic people, they keep identifying as Republicans and want to be individuals, not bound to a race. It's the fatal flaw in critical theory. But here you have the leader of the Texas Democrats saying, we need every race to get together and gang up on white people, and then we can have fairness. That's Marxism, and critical theory at work among the Texas Democrats.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
In 1833, Michael Faraday, the British scientist, invented, the Faraday disc and electrical generation. You know how you get power is you wrap copper wire around an iron rod and move a magnet back and forth, and wow, you've got electricity. And ever since Faraday did that, we've been trying to find newer, better ways to move a magnet rapidly over this iron rod and copper coil, and nuclear power is the best, most efficient way to do it. Why? Because you got to generate steam to turn the turbines, and nuclear energy generates a lot of heat, and it's able to do it, and it's perfectly safe. And ever since then, we've had an overwhelming number of people opposed to nuclear power because they want to keep us in the dark ages. That's where the American Energy Institute comes in, fighting for clean energy with nuclear power. To find out more and how we can have this bright, clean future, go to AmericanEnergyInstitute.com today. Have you heard of Rule 1033? Rule 1033 is a consumer financial protection provision that allows you to control your banking data. And if you want to share it with a bank or a fintech or cryptocurrency company, you're allowed to. But major banks in this country are working to roll back Rule 1033 so they control your data, and others will have to pay to get it. Even if you want another company to have access to your data, there'll be exorbitant fees. Banks want to control your data and not allow you to control your data. My friends at Consumers Research are fighting for you to protect Rule 1033, but they need you to speak up. Call your congressman today at 202-224-3121 and tell him you oppose rolling back Rule 1033, and they can find out more from Consumers Research.
When was the last time your CPA brought you a strategy that dramatically saved you taxes? This is Roger Harris, president of Whitehorse Financial. The two biggest robbers of wealth are debt and taxes. Our team of tax attorneys and tax planners help successful people legally pay less tax. If you have over $1 million in retirement accounts, or you're selling a business or real estate, we may be able to help. Call 910-339-2625 for a 15-minute discovery call, or visit whitehorse-financial.com.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you've had some recent pain. Tell us about that, as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint, walking around like Walter Brennan, a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called pressure wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I'd never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals is dedicated to providing high-quality workmanship and exceptional customer service, and that includes 24-hour emergency service. You can trust John Cole's Plumbing Professionals to arrive promptly and work efficiently to resolve your plumbing problems 24 hours a day.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
On the go, take Eric's podcast with you. Available wherever you stream your favorite podcast. Search Eric Erickson.
Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number 877-973-7425 should you wish to be on the program. One quick follow-up from the controversy on Friday, how quickly everyone has moved on from the president's video, which is a good thing. Let me just be real honest with you here on my take on the president's video from Friday, because everybody wants to make a mountains out of molehills on everything, and it was very distracting. I don't think the president of the United States even saw the end of his video to know what the clip was. I think he or one of his staffers posted it because he told him to. He saw it was a clip about the stolen election in 2020 and proved his points, and he said, post it. Never bothered to get to the end of the video. I think that's far more likely than the president got to the end, saw the Obamas as gorillas, and said, post it, and didn't trim it. And by the way, it wasn't a reel. As some people speculated, it was a screenshot of a reel that flipped to another reel, and the president posted the video screenshot. They could have edited it out. And again, I don't think they edited it out because they didn't see it. And now everyone has moved on to something else. Whether it linger in people's minds, I don't know. I'm old enough to remember when they said the Puerto Rico comments at the end of the campaign would cost the president places, and it didn't. So I'm not necessarily sure that this will. But again, it was just a matter of lack of competence, and as long as everyone defends the lack of competence, there's no incentive to get competent. But no, I don't think the president saw the ending when it was posted, and it has more to do with competence than racism. Now, I got to tell you about Vision Computer, because if you're buying a computer, they can build you a computer. They can build you bleeding edge machine that's upgradable over time, so you don't have to keep getting new machines. They can upgrade your existing computer as well. In fact, they can take your existing setup, as long as everything's Windows compliant, roll it into a new setup, and you never skip a beat. All your macros, all your shortcuts, everything stay the same. And it's just a brand new machine, and you get their tech support. When you buy a computer from Vision Computers, you get their incredible tech support, where you can call a special number, and in 15 seconds or less, you get somebody on the phone to help you if you have a problem. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. If you're in Hawaii, Alaska, Maine, Oregon, Washington, Miami, Atlanta, Houston, it doesn't matter. They work with everybody in all 50 states. 404-COMPUTE or VisionComputers.com. If you're a company and you need to save on in-house IT, they can be your in-house IT specialist. 404-COMPUTE, VisionComputers.com. Give them a call today.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard around the world at talk973.com.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
For more than a century, Scouting in Pinehurst has played a vital role in shaping the lives of young people here in Moore County. Join Scout Troop 7 and Pack 7 in celebrating 100 years of scouting in Pinehurst on Sunday, February 15th at the Fair Barn from 12 to 3 p.m. This event will feature interactive displays highlighting Scouting's 100-year history in the area and a chance for guests to race Pinewood Derby cars on an electronic track and enjoy barbecue from White Rabbit Catering, available for advance purchase at $15. For more information, go to pinehursttroop7.org.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the 3rd year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graber and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graber products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Temperatures finally warm up a little bit as we head into Tuesday. It's likely the warmest we've been in about a month, with temperatures climbing into the 60s. For today, it's still chilly. Sunshine, high temperatures in the low to mid 40s this afternoon. Mostly clear skies tonight. Temperatures will dip down into the lower 30s. And try to get outside a little bit on Tuesday. It's mostly sunny with highs in the mid 60s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Hello, my friends. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program? Well, let's talk about the Super Bowl. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. I wanna say this. I am bothered that so many people aren't bothered by the Ring commercial. Do y'all know the Ring commercial that was shown in the Super Bowl last night? We have acquiesced to a surveillance state, and I don't know that that is a good thing. I got to say, let me just say this about the Bad Bunny stuff, and then I can move on from there. I didn't watch Bad Bunny. It was going to be in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. Were it in English, based on the lyrics I read, he would get an FCC complaint. I think it would be kind of funny if someone filed an FCC complaint against the NFL and NBC for airing the Bad Bunny stuff, because we don't have English as an official language in the country. And given the translation of the lyrics into English, highly inappropriate stuff to be on television. But I don't care about it in the way so many people on the right have decided it's an existential crisis. It's just the destruction of their way of life or something. Listen, some of you are very worked up by it, and I already told Charlie I don't want a single phone call about Bad Bunny today, because if you think it's the end of all things that he appeared on TV, I don't see it that way. What I see is the National Football League wants to grow its Hispanic audience, which is why it's played a game in Mexico. It has catered to grow a Hispanic base in the country. It wants a foreign base with the Europeans. It wants a Hispanic base, bringing in Bad Bunny. They couldn't get Taylor Swift. He's the second most listened to artist in the country after Taylor Swift. Most of you don't know who he is. I didn't even know who sang the national anthem. I had to Google the guy. So I understand that, yes, there is a way of trying to undermine traditional Americana, that it is an insult to a lot of people, the way they saw it. And I get that. I do. But this is Roger Goodell's National Football League. I expect no less from Roger Goodell. I don't watch the National Football League's halftime show. I go grab another beer. I go to the bathroom. I get something to eat. I visit with friends. And I get back to the commentary, and then I go back to the game. I've never watched it. I didn't watch the Kid Rock one either. That, by the way, was vulgar in English. It's kind of ironic that the Trinity Broadcast Network, back when Kid Rock hosted the halftime show at the Super Bowl in the 90s, was one of the groups that protested Kid Rock due to his vulgarity. And last night hosted him, where he did some of the songs that TBN didn't like in the 1990s. But, he had this evolution into at the end, professing Jesus is his Lord and Savior. Okay. I didn't watch any of them. Life is too short for me to get worked up about 12 minutes of a halftime show in Spanish, when most normal Americans who watched it, they don't speak Spanish. They couldn't pay attention to it. And the joke within the Latino community, if you know any people in the Latino community, is that they don't understand Bad Bunny either. It's like listening to Hispanic Eddie Vedder. I love Pearl Jam. I don't understand the lyrics because Eddie Vedder's playing in the storm. I don't know what he sings. I just like Pearl Jam. The Hispanic audience, they love Bad Bunny. They don't understand his lyrics either. It's apparently some lispy Puerto Rican accent that I don't understand, and most of them don't understand. So you can move on to the commercials just simply not being funny this year. We'll get to the Epstein one. We're going to get to the Epstein one. But first, what about the Ring camera?
This is Milo. Pets are family. But every year, 10 million go missing. And the way we look for them hasn't changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs. Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family.
Put your picture in the Ring app, and everyone in the neighborhood can surveil you and find where you're going. Your nosy neighbor Karen, she can find you. Your psychopathic Uncle Joe who wants to kidnap you, he can find you. Except, in the real world situation, is it not odd this day and age where everyone has one of these doorbell cameras and we can't find Savannah Guthrie's mom? Her doorbell camera was disabled at around 1 o'clock in the morning the night she was kidnapped. They still haven't found her. And yet Ring is out here saying, hey, we've built a opt-in surveillance state where most Americans opted into it. It's like when you go to Great Britain now, there are cameras everywhere. It is a police state. It is a surveillance police state. And I understand the safety issues, but it's like the flock cameras around here. All of you are beginning to experience flock cameras. They're headquartered in Atlanta. The CEO, apparently a very nice guy. I've got a friend of his who says he's a great guy. But I noticed the cameras everywhere. They give them to neighborhood associations. They give them to police, and you can keep track of the license plate readers, finding where people go. I'm just not comfortable with the surveillance state we've built. And I realized that, what if someone kidnaps the kid? Well, we got the Amber Alerts on our phones to start looking for them. I just say the civil libertarian in me, and there isn't much of one, but there's enough of one to have watched the Ring camera ad and thought, I'm not comfortable with all of us turning our neighborhood into a police surveillance state for missing kids and dogs and people and nosy neighbors trying to figure out. I just, I didn't like it. I did not like it, Sam. I do not like it. And then there's the other ads, with the exception of the Budweiser ad last night. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't watch a lot of the ads. I had to go back and watch them today. I've got a clipping service where I can go in and I can watch it. I didn't find very many funny, other than the one I played for you on Friday. It is the Claude AI app advertising how they're not going to embed advertising in their AI when everybody else is starting to put ads in their AI. I just not sure I'm down with the whole surveillance state stuff and the funny, unfunny ads at the Super Bowl. The Claude one, this is the one, if you missed it, I played for it the other day. This one I did think was funny, given the nature of it. Betrayal, it says.
How do I communicate better with my mom?
Great question. Improved communication with your mom can bring you closer. Here are some techniques you can try. Start by listening. Really hear what she's trying to say underneath her words. Build conversation from points of agreement. Find a connection through shared activity, perhaps a nature walk. Or if the relationship can't be fixed, find emotional connection with other older women on Golden Encounters, the mature dating site that connects sensitive cubs with roaring cougars.
What?
Would you like me to create your profile?
Ads are coming to AI, but not Claude. Claude, by the way, is the AI engine I've started using most frequently. It's actually really good for the things that it does. But I didn't find very many of the ads funny. Budweiser was a good one, but the ads just weren't great. Now, I will say this. For the last number of years, we've gone through this weird moment in American society when it comes to people and weight. For the last probably 5 years since COVID, there has been an effort to normalize fat people. Now, I say this as a fat guy losing weight. But Nike put in the morbidly obese, the exercise fitness influencers. There's been this whole TikTok genre in the last few years of body positivity, they call it, against fat shaming. I think it was Sports Illustrated, one of the sports magazines decided to feature heavier set women in swimsuits. Nike had them in ads. Other sport companies decided that this was perfectly normal. And you and I could look at this and say, this is unhealthy. There is an entire segment of the online influencer population of morbidly obese women who are upset when they have to pay extra for a second seat on a plane because of the spillover effect. And they think that you are shaming them and that there's nothing wrong with it. We have seen this regularly in advertisements, on television. We've seen this in magazines. We have seen this in podcasts. We see it on social media, that they think fat is normal. It's the way they're built. They're big boned. It's not that they're unhealthy. Look at the yoga I can do. Look at this, that, and the other. And they want to be treated as if there is nothing wrong, despite all the historic data that there is something deeply unhealthy about it, and we should not be normalizing fatness. And again, I say this as someone overweight who is working on losing weight. I just put my squat rack together in my office. I count my protein now. I even did the weight loss shots for a little while. I get it, and I'm saying this as someone who knows I need to lose weight. It is not a healthy thing for our society to normalize morbidly obese people thinking they're normal and that they shouldn't have to pay for a second seat on Southwest when they're clearly half of their body is in someone else's lap. How dare you shame that person? It's just mentally unwell people who are using their mental unwellness to bully others. And then this year, the Super Bowl got flooded with weight loss ads. You know what the weight loss companies are doing? They're going to some of these body positivity, morbidly obese people, and they're paying them to take the weight loss drugs and using their journey as something to celebrate. They're paying the people who told us they're fat and beautiful to no longer be fat and have them say, oh, look at all the weight I lost. Well, wait a second. 2 years ago, you were canceling someone for pointing out you were fat, and now you're recognizing that you were. What is going on with this? It is a wild world where we prop up the mentally unwell and try to normalize them, and then the weight loss companies come along and pay them money to take a pill or an injection, and they're finally like, oh yeah, turns out it wasn't healthy. I feel so much better now, like all of you people I canceled told me I would feel. Yes, you were morbidly obese and spilling over into other people's airplane seats and didn't want to pay extra. And now you no longer do that, and you're more comfortable on the plane, and people no longer stare at you like you're some oddity as you decide to model for Nike and wear out their running shoes in 3 steps. Are we going to pretend this didn't happen? Because I saw when Bridget Fasty on Twitter pointed this out, that some of these very same body positivity people 3 years ago are now taking the weight loss drugs and appearing in the ads, and we're not supposed to pretend that 3 years ago we were normalizing these people and saying there's nothing wrong with it. You and I could all look at it and say, yeah, there's kind of something wrong with it. Put down the second chicken leg, lady. And now we're like, oh, look, it's wonderful. Pay no attention to 3 years ago. Let's pretend that this has always been the norm of, yes, we want to get back to skinny, beautiful women on the cover of Sports Illustrated instead of large women who spread out the latex too much. Are we just going to memory hole all? I think we're going to memory hole it. We're all going to get our Ring doorbells and then delete all the awkward stuff from the past. A buddy of mine, by the way, just texted and said, Flock doesn't give anything away. The HOAs pay. I forgot about that. Yeah, they give the cameras, but then you got to pay for the footage. The police departments, too. I don't know. I didn't find the ads that great this year. It's like Hollywood has lost their creativity. And I wonder if they've started using AI to try to figure out their scripts, because that's part of the problem is since AI is iterative, it can't really be creative. And without that creative streak, you get ads like what we saw from the creepy surveillance state of Ring to the normalizing the body positivity people as now they're losing weight and we should applaud what we were told we weren't supposed to applaud. Budweiser is the only one that consistently in the Super Bowl does good ads. Everyone should model them. Not the Bud Light ads. The Budweiser ads. They're the only ones worth watching.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear. It's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Y'all know I have mentioned with 2 teenagers in my house, one with very long hair, no less, we got tired of running out of hot water and having the kids fight over showers, let alone us. So we got a Renai tankless water heater. And you know what? We sometimes run out of food in the house because we got teenagers. We never run out of hot water thanks to the Renai tankless water heater. We made the decision to yank the old tank. We replaced it with a Renai tankless water heater. Haven't had a cold shower since. You too can say goodbye to scheduling your showers around others in the household. You can enjoy an endless supply of hot water like my family does. Your hot water will last as long as you need it. Go ahead, yank out the old tank and replace it with a Renai tankless water heater that's about the size of a carry-on suitcase. Do your family a favor. Visit TalkingTankless.com to learn how you too can enjoy an endless supply of hot water today. You'll be glad you did. We sure are. TalkingTankless.com. Go check out Renai today. Y'all, I got doxxed. You know what doxing is? That's when someone can go online, they can find your information and put it up for other people. Not only did they have my personal information, they put up a picture of my house and my kids online. It's reasons like that you and I need Incogni. Incogni goes online and makes sure data brokers take down your data. They work in the background to wipe your personal data from people's search sites, data brokers, hidden databases you probably don't even know exist. And they're busy removing your name and mine and info from hundreds of databases. They don't stop there. They keep following up with it. That's why you need Incogni, so you stop getting harassed. And people can't get all of your private information online. Incogni is spelled I-N-C-O-G-N-I. I-N-C-O-G-N-I. That's Incogni. And right now get 60% off their regular price when you use my name, Eric, at incogni.com/Eric. 60% off. Incogni.com.
Back-to-back winter storms and bitter cold reminded the Carolinas that preparation isn't just smart, it's essential. When ice, outages, and freezing nights arrive, Carolina Air and Power keeps homes warm and powered. Start with a $59 HVAC tune-up to ensure your system performs when it matters most. Have a quote from another company? Get a free second opinion with no pressure. And when the grid fails, a whole home generator keeps heat, lights, and peace of mind on. And right now, save $1,500 on installation. From dependable heating to reliable backup power, Carolina Air and Power delivers comfort and power together all winter long. Local technicians, honest guidance, and fast service help protect your home and family when weather turns dangerous. Preparation today prevents emergencies tomorrow and saves money when conditions are the toughest. Schedule now before demand spikes during severe cold across the Carolinas today. Call 910-241-4677 or visit carolinaair.com.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
On the go, take Eric's podcast with you. Available wherever you stream your favorite podcast. Search Eric Erickson.
Howdy, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. This hour of the program is brought to you by Van Allen Golf, A-L-L-E-N, vanallengolf.com. Check them out, Van Allen Golf, on Instagram as well, and you can text golf to 33777. Went to a Super Bowl party last night at Atlanta Golf and Social in Chamblee, Georgia, and had my golf bag with me so I could hit, and everybody wanted to admire the Van Allen Golf putter I had in the bag. Everybody likes it. You think the high-end putters are just hype. They're really not. They are extremely high-quality equipment, and they're really great. vanallengolf.com or text golf to 33777. All right. I got to acknowledge something here. The president has made an endorsement in the 14th Congressional District in Georgia. That is Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, and he has endorsed Clay Fuller, who had been a district attorney. I actually am impressed with the president's pick. Now, I'm supporting my friend Tom Gray. Tom Gray is a pastor and is a phenomenal guy. He would make a fantastic congressman. Tom Gray is the sort of guy that people say they want in Congress, and here you've got him, and you have the opportunity to send him in Congress. But I got to tell you, Clay Fuller's a great pick by the president, too. So in I think there are 21 to 25 candidates in that special election, and you got two great men to choose from, Clay Fuller and Tom Gray. Would be great. Now, Barry Loudermilk has decided he's going to retire, and that's going to open up that seat as well. It's going to be interesting to see who comes up for that. There's a lot happening in politics around the country. You got now Rick Jackson running for governor of Georgia. You've got this race in Texas where it looks like Jasmine Crockett is actually ahead of James Tallarico. He is a thing progressive white people like, and no one else likes him. And then Ken Paxton, the Texas Republicans might want to commit suicide and go with Paxton over John Cornyn. Cornyn has not played his hand very well as a more centrist or moderate Republican. These alienated the Texas Republicans want a firebrand. And, if you get Ken Paxton and Jasmine Crockett together, then Paxton probably does have an upper edge because he's not as crazy as Crockett, except Crockett only plays crazy on TV. Her campaign, though, is not looking good in Texas. And then you got Vivek consolidating the field in Ohio to be the gubernatorial. And I got to tell you, when Vivek Ramaswamy ran for president, I was not all that enthusiastic about him because he just came across as like a pander bear, saying lots of words that meant not a lot. And he has taken some strong stands in Ohio, and I've been deeply impressed by his conviction in Ohio. And I think that Republicans like me who weren't really enamored with the presidential run, you gotta listen to where he is and what he's doing right now because he's running a heck of a race in Ohio. We got a great crop of candidates, but we're headed into a midterm field where the Democrats have advantages simply because they don't have the White House. And the economic news that has come out and the views of people on the economy right now are leading people like Harry Inton on CNN, who's a pretty straight, matter-of-fact data analytics guy, to say that the Senate could be in play now because the polling for the president and the GOP on the economy has turned so terrible. If the economy doesn't rebound, as Scott Bessent says it will with refunds, and tariffs continue to drag down the economy with the Republicans insisting no one is paying the price of tariffs other than foreigners, which isn't true, the GOP could build themselves into a delusion and get wiped out. We got to talk about Jeffrey Epstein when we come back, but first I got to tell you about Old Glory Bank. OldGloryBank.com is their website, oldglorybank.com/Eric you can go to. By the way, they're going to be publicly traded on NASDAQ, it looks like. They're a fast-growing bank. They're my bank. I got a checking and savings account with them. And you, too, could get an account with them at oldglorybank.com/Eric, oldglorybank.com/ERICK. Sign up with Old Glory Bank today. Checking, savings, business accounts. They do CDs. They do mortgages. If you are a veteran, first responder, active duty military, they really take care of you. oldglorybank.com/Eric, ERICK. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. oldglorybank.com/Eric.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
On the line with me right now is Mike Hess. Mike, you had some pain that you wanted to get rid of. Tell us about that.
About 8 weeks ago, I hurt my back pulling some posts out of the ground. Within a few days after that, I had sciatic nerve going down my leg all the way into my foot. I could not walk. I couldn't even use crutches. It hurt so bad. Bad thing about it, I was out of town for a week. I came back in town. My first appointment was with Dr. Wright. She treated me with what she calls ultra-shock wave therapy. I got treated once a week for 4 weeks. My pain level threshold right now, it's been 7 weeks total, and I am probably 99% pain-free. I feel great. I'm able to walk, able to work.
Are you happy you did it?
Absolutely.
Say goodbye to pain. Visit Pinecone Medical Center at 30 Parker Lane in Pinehurst or call them at 910-420-1911 or on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
It be great if life came with...
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The DOJ has decided some lawmakers will be allowed to review unredacted files on the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Here's White House correspondent Greg Clugston.
In a letter to lawmakers, the DOJ said members will have access to the more than 3 million files released by the department. To access the files, lawmakers will need to give the administration 24 hours notice, and they will be able to review the files on computers at the Department of Justice. Only lawmakers, not their staff, will have access to the files. President Trump wants to move on from the issue, but many questions remain about Epstein and his connections. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Rideshare drivers for services like Uber and Lyft may soon be required to speak English if their companies want to do business with the federal government. Congressman Josh Brecheen and his legislation seeks to bar non-English speaking drivers from federal contracts, ensuring any ride-sharing driver can communicate with passengers and clearly understand all traffic laws as well. It's been a mixed bag so far on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now off about 45 points. The NASDAQ doing much better. It's up by 211. A stunning free skate secured the U.S. figure skating team gold at the Winter Games. Here's correspondent Gethin Kuhlbaum.
Ilya Malinin helped the U.S. defend its team figure skating gold medal at the Milan Cortina Olympics. On Sunday night, he beat Japanese rival Shun Sato in a head-to-head showdown when the teams were tied on points. Malinin, known as the Quad God, landed 5 quadruple jumps, scoring 200.03 points for his free skate. Sato followed with 3 quads, scoring 194.86 points, leaving Japan with a second straight silver medal. The U.S. finishes with 69 points, Japan with 68, and Italy takes the bronze with 60. I'm Gethin Kuhlbaum.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Tony Rixby. President Trump keeping Republicans guessing when it comes to the 2026 midterm elections. Correspondent Stacey Lynn is at the White House.
The president has a massive campaign war chest, but he hasn't given any details on how or when he plans to use it. And it's still unclear which Republican candidates he'll back. The Washington Post reports the uncertainty is making party leaders nervous, especially with Democrats showing momentum in recent races and Trump's approval numbers slipping.
White House moving to attempt to contain a bipartisan backlash over the video clip portraying the Obamas as apes. Former North Carolina Congressman and Republican Patrick McHenry appeared as a panelist on ABC TV's This Week and said there was a different reaction this time from GOP members of Congress.
You've not seen Senate Republicans respond like they have to this meme. The last time they did anything akin to this was 2016, 17, 18.
Trump said he didn't realize the clip of the Obamas had been spliced onto the end of that video. Months after Irina Zaruska was fatally stabbed on the Charlotte light rail, a new mural honoring her now on display as part of a nationwide tribute. Russian artist Sav 45 painted the piece and told WBTV,
I just want to paint a good mural so the people can remember.
Former president of the Wake Forest Chamber of Commerce pleading guilty to 1 count of embezzlement. Elizabeth Sempers was charged in August with 4 counts of embezzlement related to that role. Court records showed that she pleaded guilty to 1 of those counts, while the other 3 charges were dropped by prosecutors. As part of her plea, she was ordered to pay 150 hours of community service, which she submitted documentation showing that she had already completed them. Sempers given 2 years of unsupervised probation. You're listening to NCN News.
Practicing a championship way can happen 100% of every day. In the pool and when traveling highways. A law of sportsmanship includes taking the high road when going away and returning home. Buckle up your seatbelt in the front and back seats. Every seat, every time. Each time you click, it counts as a winning ticket. Demonstrate your championship drive through your safety practice. A freestyle by any measure. This message was brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Now, all across North Carolina, it's Carolina Newsmakers. Each week, leaders from politics, education, business, and the arts join Don Curtis to share insights and ideas shaping our state. Hear interviews that go beyond the headlines with guests who know North Carolina best. Listen on the radio stations throughout North Carolina and on demand at carolinanewsmakers.com.
Hello, I'm Jim Peterson, Marine veteran and candidate for Moore County School Board. Our schools should focus on education, not politics. That means no inappropriate materials, no boys and girls sports, and real school safety, because right now 13 schools are unprotected every day. I'm not a career educator. I bring real management, leadership, and finance experience to eliminate wasteful spending and restore trust and confidence. On Election Day, vote Jim Peterson. Paid for by the committee to elect Jim Peterson for school board.
We have some quiet weather in the next couple of days. The big story will be the warmer temperatures. It will be the warmest we've been in about a month as we head into Tuesday. Today it's still chilly, plenty of sunshine, highs in the low to mid 40s. It's mostly clear and not as cold overnight tonight. tonight. Temperatures will stay in the lower 30s. Then mostly sunny and milder Tuesday with highs back in the mid-60s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
So, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's Eric Erickson here across the United States. Delighted to have you with me. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, would be happy to have you. I want to talk about one more Super Bowl ad. We can't not talk about the Jeffrey Epstein ad during the Super Bowl. The Epstein files continue. More and more people with the conspiracy theories and the like that aren't panning out, and so now they're twisting, justifying, insisting there's still more cover-up. I want to play for you the advertisement that was played during the Super Bowl last night. I don't know where the money came from for the ad, but November 19, 2025, the Epstein File Transparency Act was signed into law. This is showing the faces of the women, 3 million files not released. It shows them now with redaction marks over their
After
lips.
years of being kept apart, we're standing together.
Standing together.
Because this girl deserves the truth.
Because she deserves the truth.
Because we all deserve the truth.
Showing pictures of them as they were younger. Stand with us. Tell Attorney General Pam Bondi it's time for the truth. Worldwithoutexploitation.org. I don't know. I'm sure I could Google and find out who the money is behind the ad. At this point, I feel like we're all being played. If these women wanted to tell us their stories, they could do that. If they're barred by non-disclosure agreements and the person who abused them broke the law in their abuse, well, the non-disclosure agreement is not going to be binding on them. Why are they asking Pam Bondi to do what they themselves could do unless this is a political operation? Thomas Massey was on CNN, I believe, over the weekend and then again this morning, insisting that he is going to go look at the unredacted Epstein files. And if Pam Bondi doesn't release the names of the abusers, well, then by God, he's going to do it. Now, he's previously said he was going to do that, and he never did. Marjorie Taylor Greene, remember, when she was in Congress before she bolted, Marjorie Taylor Greene, very big of her, puffed up her chest and insisted she was going to name and shame the abusers. She would use her rights as a member of the House of Representatives to stand on the floor of the House and read the list of names. She never did, and then she quit. Thomas Massey says the same thing. He's going to do it. The United States Constitution's Article 1 contains the famous speech and debate clause. Any member of Congress may, on the floor of their respective body, the House for the congressmen, the Senate for the senators, stand and say anything they want, and no one can sue them. In just the last year, to try to get some attention for herself in her gubernatorial campaign, Nancy Mace, the congresswoman from South Carolina who is mentally unwell, stood on the floor of the House of Representatives and claimed that men had raped her, and she named the names of the men who had engaged in sexual abuse and assorted crimes, and they tried to sue her for defamation, and a judge threw their case out of court, saying he was not ruling on the merits of their claims that she had defamed them, but as a member of Congress, because she did it on the floor of the House of Representatives, they could not sue her. She has not made the same claims outside of the floor of the House of Representatives, only doing it there to protect herself. She gamed the system to try to promote herself and get attention for herself by slandering other people, and she has refused to make the same claims in public, which suggests to me she knows she would be sued for slander, but she hid behind the speech and debate clause because she was trying to get attention for herself for a gubernatorial campaign that's not going well. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and others have all said they were going to read the names, and they haven't. And now these women run a Super Bowl ad saying Pam Bondi needs to do what they themselves could do. We're learning more and more about Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon's relationship. In November of 2018, Jeffrey Epstein told Steve Bannon that they needed to start working together on his future career as a media figure for protection. Why? Because if Steve Bannon wanted to help foreign assets, he would have to file a FARA report, a Foreign Agent Registration Act report. And if he just claimed he was a member of the media, he could get around it for the journalism exception. He started a war room on Real America Voice the year-long friendship, and it's very interesting to watch the Bannon fans start to try to justify this. Let me read you a tweet from someone who's trying to justify the relationship between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, doing the full-on, well, he was a financier, he had lots of unsavory clients sort of stuff. It's wild to watch the extent people can justify anything and everything they wish to justify, including this guy who I put this on social media as well and just found it very interesting. Or did he delete the tweet? Yep. He deleted the tweet. He deleted the tweet, essentially saying, oh, Bannon was just a financier and he had some unsavory people he did business with, and Epstein was one of those. No, it's very clear from the documents, actually, that Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein were more than just business acquaintances. So I want you to pay attention to all of the people who beat the drum on the Jeffrey Epstein controversy and scandal and go on Steve Bannon's program. Because the crossover's wild. The number of people who are out there who care deeply about Jeffrey Epstein and the Jeffrey Epstein scandal and went on Steve Bannon's program. And Steve Bannon, we now know, was trying to do a documentary to rehabilitate Jeffrey Epstein. And spent a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein. Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, was one of those who was a regular until she turned on Trump. A lot of the Heritage Foundation folks. It's just interesting. The wide little nexus of the Jack Brasobieks of the world and the like, who were into the Pizzagate stuff, the Epstein stuff, and ties to Bannon. It's all very curious. Bannon, by the way, also has ties to a Chinese Communist Party operative. I think he was arrested on that guy's boat. Here's my theory. While there are some people who really have cared about the Epstein stuff and may by now realize that Epstein himself was the monster and he had a lot of wealthy friends, but they weren't the monsters you were led to believe, there are a lot of people who only care to the extent that they care about gossip. You know, if you live in a community, like in my community, there's a neighborhood that has been notorious for swingers over the years. And in the upper income white circles of town, there's all sorts of snippety little comments about people who live in this neighborhood, given the history of casserole dinner parties in the neighborhood that were fronts for the swinger crowd. Or there's the local golf club and the conversations of the different people there, or the private school and who the moms are who have showed up clearly on Xanax or Ambien or something and have pill addictions. And it's all the gossip it's the white people gossip. And in the black neighborhoods, the black neighborhoods, they've got gossip in their neighborhoods as well. The Hispanic neighborhoods too. Everybody has gossip about people in their neighborhood, what the goings on at the private school, the goings on at the country club, the goings on in the little neighborhood full of swingers, and all those people, they got the upside down pineapple statue in their front yard. You know what that means. You hear this stuff all the time in these communities. Every community has gossip. You join a country club and you're immediately the source of gossip, and you're immediately gossiping about other people at the country club. And then COVID hit. And a lot of people who used to have those community outlets, even the small group at church, you'll never guess what Janet had for her prayer request. I can't really talk about it. It would be gossiping. It was a sin, but you need to pray for Janice. Y'all know the types. I had a encounter with I will leave the details somewhat obscure because they're listeners, but with a medical professional who always wanted the play-by-play of, did you hear what Ben Shapiro said? Did you hear what Tucker Carlson said? What about Candace Owens? What is going on with these people? Why are they not? And I had to stop going. And what it is, for a lot of people, they weren't really that concerned with the victims. It was their source of gossip. They got isolated after COVID, and their online podcast community became their source of gossip. It used to be the country club or the Sunday school class. It used to be the private school line. Their kids have aged out now. They don't go to the country club. They're not involved in small group at church, but they got to gossip, and so it's the podcast world. They were all talking about Jeffrey Epstein today. Do you know they said so-and-so and so-and-so was there with Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton probably did X, Y, and Z. Do you know it turns out that, what was her, Victoria Guthrie or whoever her name was who killed herself, that federal agents and a federal court hearing decided she was extremely unreliable? Did you know that? That a lot of her information was deeply contradictory, and she admitted at some point to have fabricated some of the information. Did you know? Because I read that today. Turns out there's a whole court documentation about it. And these women, they're doing an ad campaign saying Pam Bondi needs to tell the truth. Well, why don't you women tell the truth at this point? No one's going to sue you. And by the way, Elon Musk has said if you came forward and someone did sue you, he would cover your legal bills. So why don't you people, or is this just a game? Is it all a game? I do kind of wonder about that now. Is it a game? I don't know. But I'm kind of tired of the Epstein stuff. The thing we know is that Epstein had deep relationships with Howard Lutnick, and not a single Trump fan who cared about the Epstein files is trying to get Howard Lutnick fired. Think about this. A massive amount of MAGA supporters were invested in the Epstein files. It turns out that Jeffrey Epstein and Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, had business together, and not a single one of the Trump supporters is out calling for Howard Lutnick's head today. Not a single one of them. They don't really care about it. They said they cared about Epstein, but they're finding out Howard Lutnick, a Trump cabinet secretary, was involved with Epstein, or Steve Bannon. Not a single one of them seemed to really care about Steve Bannon. How opportunistic. They thought they could get their political enemies, and it turns out it's their political allies who are wrapped up in it. Same with the Democrats. The Democrats thought they could get Donald Trump, but it turns out it's Barack Obama's general counsel who now works at Goldman Sachs, and Bill Clinton. Surprise, surprise, surprise. All of these people cared about the gossip. None of them really cared about the victims. And the victims themselves don't seem to care much about the other victims, because instead of coming out and telling us what they know, they're telling Pam Bondi to do it. Well, you know what? It turns out that most of the documentation reveals this global trafficking ring that Jeffrey Epstein was supposedly part of didn't exist. It never did. It was conjured in the imaginations of podcasters and social media influencers who wanted to lure the gossip crowd in because they're no longer at the country club or church getting their gossip. And a lot of people fell for the gossip that never was, and yet they can't be convinced, because to recognize they got played would be to recognize they were gullible. It's like rehab for the QAnon set. They bought into a conspiracy theory yet again that did not yet again pan out, and they can't admit, fool me once, shame on me, or fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, I can't have shame. I've been fooled multiple times. That's what's happened here. There was no there. And to the extent there was a there, it is the Obama general counsel. It is Howard Lutnick. It is Steve Bannon, and now people realize it, and they've reverted to their tribes. Well, we can't get rid of that person. He's in my tribe. So what you're saying is you really didn't care about the victims either.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Recently, 10 regional banks had their credit downgraded. No problem. They'll just keep racking up profits, get some sweetheart bailout if things get worse, or quietly be sold to a mega bank that's too big to fail. No wonder Swiss America has been sounding the alarm about a secret war on cash and an all-out assault on our freedoms. With soaring interest rates squeezing the economy, banks teetering on collapse, let Swiss America educate you on ways to protect your hard-earned assets now. Get and read their shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. Your copy's free by calling or texting 800-289-2646. This all-out war on cash, including digital forms of currency, is spreading daily. So please read The Secret War on Cash free to my listeners. Just mention Eric Erickson when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646, or visit SwissAmerica.com/Eric, ERICK. Message data rates may apply. Y'all know I have mentioned with 2 teenagers in my house, one with very long hair, no less. We got tired of running out of hot water and having the kids fight over showers, let alone us. So we got a Rinnai tankless water heater. And you know what? We sometimes run out of food in the house because we got teenagers. We never run out of hot water thanks to the Rinnai tankless water heater. We made the decision to yank the old tank. We replaced it with a Rinnai tankless water heater. Haven't had a cold shower since. You too can say goodbye to scheduling your showers around others in the household. You can enjoy an endless supply of hot water like my family does. Your hot water will last as long as you need it. Go ahead, yank out the old tank and replace it with a Rinnai tankless water heater that's about the size of a carry-on suitcase. Do your family a favor. Visit TalkingTankless.com to learn how you too can enjoy an endless supply of hot water today. You'll be glad you did. We sure are. TalkingTankless.com. Go check out Rinnai today.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the 3rd year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Are you nearing retirement and wondering how to make your money work for you instead of worrying it won't? Mark Henry at Alloy Wealth Management focuses on you, your goals, and your values. From insurance planning and retirement income strategies to estate conversation and risk management, his team works with you to build a comprehensive strategy that fits your life. Learn more by listening to Living Large Radio with Mark Henry, Saturdays and Sundays at 2 here on Talk Radio 990 AM and 97.3 and 104.1 FM WEEB.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering and WeThePeopleDeclare.com every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in rhinestones and grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org, so tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal. February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater, because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Taking the complicated and making it simple. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Hello there, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, you are welcome to be a part of the program. Now, I got to mention just real quick this continuing tragedy of the Nancy Guthrie. My understanding is Savannah Guthrie's family's decided they will pay the ransom. It's very weird how so much of this has come through the media, and the sheriff's office doesn't seem to have any clues as to what happened. It's just a very odd thing. And I keep going back to that Ring door camera. And the Ring door camera, they did an ad during the Super Bowl about the surveillance state we have built to be able to find lost dogs. And so many people now have these cameras on their front doors. I've got one. It's not Ring. It's a different brand. But it's wild to me that there's just no one's been able to find anything on these cameras to be able to track this down. And then you got the flock camera systems are all over. I don't know if they're in that area, but they seem to be everywhere. We've got surveillance cameras everywhere these days. And I'm flummoxed by their inability to find. Sometimes things don't play out the way that in theory they should. And this is one of those, and I hope it doesn't end in tragedy. Prayers for the Guthrie family. This is just a tragic situation where clearly my suspicion is that due to her daughter's fame, someone decided to kidnap this poor 80-something-year-old woman with a heart condition. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Nightmare fuel for a lot of people out there. So prayers for this family, and I certainly hope that they find their mother, and that she is safe. Now, I need to tell you about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. You can get 3 of them. You can save $200 on them at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. If they don't work for you to wipe out odors, you get a money-back guarantee. The details are on the site at EdenPureDeals.com. Again, the discount code is ERIC3. They're an air purifier, so they get rid of dust, they get rid of pollen, they get rid of pet dander. They also kill 99.9% of bacteria and viruses, and they wipe out odors. All odors. They generate ozone, and the ozone is like odor bleach. It finds odors and wipes them out at the source where you can't get. I've used them in rental cars and hotel rooms. They're small enough. I keep one in my travel bag. You can too at EdenPureDeals.com. Eden, like the Garden of Eden, pure as the driven snow. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code is ERIC3. Now, before I get out of here, I got to tell you about JJ's Place. Gives you a sense of the intolerance of the left. JJ's Place is a sports bar, and yesterday 80% of the bar wanted to watch the Turning Point USA halftime show with Kid Rock. About 20% wanted to watch Bad Bunny, so he split the video TVs in the bar half and half. And the people who wanted to watch the Bad Bunny one started canceling their orders and going on YouTube or Yelp and giving him bad reviews in Google because they couldn't abide just splitting the TVs half and half. Intolerant, the left is.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard around the world at Talk973.com.
I'm Mark Dutton, a Moore County native and state law enforcement major. I'm running for North Carolina House District 78 to keep decisions local, protect ETJs, and stop unchecked growth and urban sprawl so cities can plan responsibly and prevent incompatible development. I'll back law enforcement and first responders, crack down on drug dealers, and keep dangerous substances away from our children. I've spent my life protecting North Carolina, and I'm ready to serve you in Raleigh.
Your vote, your voice, your future. Mark Dutton for North Carolina House District 78. Paid for by committee to elect Mark for NC House.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hi, this is Ashton, a patient at Sandhills Weekend Dental. I want to remind all the moms and dads that February is National Children's Dental Health Month. Children should visit their dentist when they get their first tooth or by their first birthday. It's important for children to develop a good oral care routine to create a healthy smile for a lifetime, so when they grow up, they can eat, kiss, and smile better.
Make an appointment for your child today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center, locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Since 1994, Lee Christian School offers academic excellence rooted in God's Word. Students grow not only in knowledge, but in godly character and action. We teach, lead, and coach on the firm foundation of Scripture, as Proverbs 1:7 reminds us.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Our mission is to develop the whole student spiritually, mentally, physically, and socially, instilling biblical principles across academics, fine arts, and athletics. Join a school where students are challenged to stand out for Christ. As Romans 12:2 says,
"Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind."
Discover the difference at Lee Christian School. Visit leechristian.org today.
Romans 10:17 tells us, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the Word of God preached.
Temperatures finally warm up a little bit as we head into Tuesday. It's likely the warmest we've been in about a month, with temperatures climbing into the 60s. For today, it's still chilly. Sunshine, high temperatures in the low to mid 40s this afternoon. Mostly clear skies tonight. Temperatures will dip down into the lower 30s. And try to get outside a little bit on Tuesday. It's mostly sunny with highs in the mid 60s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Sharp analysis, cutting through the chaos, giving unfiltered takes on politics, culture, and faith. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson here. It would help if I didn't have the mute button on so you guys could hear me. I am a professional. There are days I got a million things going on, though. But I want to move on. We got to talk about voter ID. I'm interested in the media conversation this weekend that actually wasn't that favorable to the Democrats. But I want to read you fully this tweet that has now gone viral from Danielle Jurinsky. And it looks like Aurora, Illinois. I run a business, a sports bar, JJ's Place. Yesterday, 80% of the bar wanted the Turning Point halftime show. The rest wanted Bad Bunny. To accommodate, I put the TVs on half and half. The 20% started canceling the orders, taking to social media, calling me a racist, being disrespectful to my staff, and leaving 1-star reviews on Google and Yelp. Mind you, the 80% who wanted the Turning Point halftime show weren't happy that Bad Bunny stayed on, but they didn't leave me a bad review. Take to social media, cancel their orders, or disrespect my staff. It has become impossible to run a business. I support 3 generations of my family on a sole income and try to accommodate everyone. The bar business is not what it used to be. Sad day. So, before I get into voter ID, people choose to be offended these days. There are real victims in the world. Mention the Jeffrey Epstein victims. There are real victims in the world. Some of you have been victims of crime, abuse, intolerance. Some of you really have been. Increasingly, though, the people in the United States who insist on behaving like victims very often are not. They identify as a victim. And to go full circle to the beginning of the show today, talking about critical theory, one of the reasons a lot of people identify as victims these days is because it gives them a moral claim and power over other people. Take the number of people who, in this day and age, identify as trans or adopt pronouns. My daughter is a very good artist, and I don't say that as a father. My daughter is such a good artist and has been for so long that at one point I thought she had cheated on a project because it was so good, and she had to prove that she had not cheated on it. Yes, that's your bad dad story of the day. I just presumed my kid had cheated on something. I was like, there's no way she's that talented. Nope, turns out she is. She took an art class at her university, which is not a very woke university. And she abandoned her art interest because she had a professor in her introductory art class frog march a student up to the front of the class for having used female pronouns for a female in the class because that other female wanted to use they, them pronouns. And this poor girl was from a rural part of her state, had not encountered a they, them before and made a mistake. But the they, them chose to be empowered abusively to exercise control over the other person by virtue of claiming a victim status. Victimhood gives people power to bully these days. There are real victims in the world. And unfortunately, the desire to be a victim these days empowers cruelty by those who choose to be victims. And it's a real problem. And it's a growing problem. And as we wrap politicization into victimhood, it gets even worse. And so here is a woman who runs a sports bar who, to accommodate both the people who wanted to watch Kid Rock and the people who watched Bad Bunny, she split the TVs in half in her sports bar. And the Bad Bunny supporters rushed to Yelp and Google to give 1-star reviews. And she notes now that Google took down the 1-star reviews yesterday. Google was kind enough to recognize that typically when it happens with this flood of one-star reviews, that it's a politically charged environment, and Google will get rid of those reviews. And so good for Google and for Yelp for accommodating this woman's concerns. And all she did was she showed Kid Rock on some TVs and Bad Bunny on other TVs. Increasingly, though, this transcends partisanship and gets into tribalism. Some of you know Pastor John Piper. John Piper is actually going to be guest preaching at my church later this year. It's our 200th anniversary, and he's going to come down here to Georgia and preach. He's a wonderful, fabulous preacher. He's written incredible books. And he criticized the president on Friday for that video on the president's Truth Social account that it wasn't acceptable. You know, he got piled on by Trump supporters, and do you know why he got piled on by Trump supporters? Because he didn't also criticize the Somali fraud in Minnesota. Huh? You see, he's clearly woke because he criticized Donald Trump, but not this litany of things on the left. Now, you should know that many of the well, I call them Theo bros on social media who went after this well-regarded, highly regarded evangelical pastor, they've never been arrested before. John Piper preached the gospel outside of an abortion clinic and got arrested and thrown in prison for preaching outside of an abortion clinic. The Theo bros who sleep comfortably at night in their beds and never have to worry about getting arrested decided to pile on John Piper for criticizing the president, something none of them could bring themselves to do, by the way. They never do. But Piper's actually paid a price for his faith, and they haven't. But they wanted to be professional victims and attack a noted pastor for daring to suggest the president of the United States should not be putting that sort of content on his social media feeds. On the left, you know, these days, the left will pile on anyone who's a Democrat who sides with Republicans. John Fetterman has come out, the Democratic senator of Pennsylvania, who ran as a progressive, has come out and said that he actually thinks voter ID is a good idea. And progressives are out to get him. They are now denouncing him. They are now mocking him in ways that conservatives mocked him after his stroke. Progressives are now mocking him after his stroke, insisting that he needs to go. He needs to be primaried. He needs to be beaten for defying progressive orthodoxy. What is the progressive orthodoxy? It is that black people are too stupid to have IDs. They are too incapable of getting IDs, and you are punishing black people. Now, you will note that it is overwhelmingly white progressives who oppose voter ID. There actually has 70% support in the black community. It has about 70% support in the Hispanic community. It has 85% support in the white community. It has 55 to 60% support among Democrats and 90% support among Republicans and 80% support among independents. Voter ID is an extremely popular issue. And the data actually shows that in states that have voter ID, trust in the voting process goes up, but also it does not deny minorities the right to vote. In fact, doesn't affect it at all. John Husted, U.S. Senator from Ohio, pointed out that Ohio implemented strict photo ID laws before the 2024 presidential election, and there was no evidence of voter suppression. In fact, 2024 produced the second highest turnout and turnout rate of the last four presidential elections in Ohio, including among non-white voters. God forbid we actually look at the data. It's all emotions-based. Adam Schiff, now the senator from California, has gone on television. Let me just play you this clip from Adam Schiff on ABC.
But in one recent Pew poll, 83% of adults support requiring photo ID to vote. 71% of Democrats favor requiring photo ID. Is that something that you can support? And if not, why not?
It's still going to be something, John, it's still going to be something that disenfranchises people that don't have the proper real ID, driver's license ID, that don't have the ID necessary to vote, even though they are citizens. This is another way to simply try to suppress the vote. And the last thing I think we want to do is discourage more people, more citizens from voting.
Now, you will note that everything Adam Schiff says is a lie, yet the media that insists on fact-checking Donald Trump never fact-checks Adam Schiff. They love to put Adam Schiff on and let him tell lies, and they never challenge him on those lies. But with Donald Trump, every word he says is presumed to be a lie. There's definitely a media double standard there. And also the idea that it is voter suppression. Actually, you know what? Minority participation in Georgia went up after voter ID. Didn't go down. They told us it would go down. It was voter suppression, minority voter participation in Georgia. Remember, Stacey Abrams and Joe Biden said it was Jim Crow 2.0? And minority voter participation increased in the state. In Ohio, same thing. Ohio passed strict photo ID laws and minority participation went up. The actual rate of participation in states that give photo ID, and by the way, it's over 30 states. 34 states have some form of ID requirement for voting. Some of them have strict photo ID. Only about a dozen have strict photo ID, where you actually have to show it at the time to vote and apply it to absentee ballots. Of the 30-some-odd states, most of them don't apply it to ballots, to absentee ballots. But Georgia applies it to absentee ballots, and it did not suppress the vote. Here's what's going on here. Whether it's Hakeem Jeffries or Adam Schiff or these other Democratic politicians, Chuck Schumer, who oppose photo ID, it's actually the white progressive groups, the donor class, white donor class, because they have it in their heads. They're paternalistic when it comes to non-white voters. The real racists in America actually are the white progressives. The real racists in America actually presume that black people are incapable of taking care of themselves. They actually presume that non-white voters and non-white Americans are inferior. And who are they to judge? It's their upbringing. It's their class. Remember, this goes back to critical theory. It's their class. It's how their race behaves, and we can't expect better of them. It's a paternalistic racism from white progressives. They presume that black people don't have driver's licenses. They presume that black people can't get photo ID. And notice that one of the things Schiff says is the real ID. So Adam Schiff is okay with the idea that you can't travel because if you don't have a real ID, you can't go on an airplane anymore in this country. But he thinks, well, poor people, they don't travel on airplanes. Y'all, it is an interesting thing to watch the racism of white progressives in this country. They never get called out on it by the media because, frankly, so much of the media is also invested in that emotional racism, in that paternalism with non-white voters. I have to give credit to Dana Bash. I don't have the clip in front of me because it was just, it ran so long and there was no good part to edit it out. And I was just like, I don't want to play 3 or 4 minute video clip of this conversation from Dana Bash. But Dana Bash on CNN did a very good job of pushing back on Adam Schiff and other Democrats on voter ID, pointing out it's deeply popular among Democrats. It's deeply popular among black voters. And all they could keep coming back with was it would suppress the vote. And she came back to them and says, it didn't in Ohio. It didn't in Georgia. It has not suppressed the vote. Give me examples of it suppressing the vote. And the Democrats have been able to give 0 examples of voter ID suppressing the vote. They simply can't do it. It does not exist. Voter ID is actually a very good thing because why? In states that have voter ID for voting, voters implicitly trust the system more to root out fraud and criminal behaviors in the vote. Whether you're black or white, if you got to show up and show your ID to vote, you trust that people who shouldn't be voting are not voting. It builds integrity for the system. And that's the thing here is I think Democrats have actually profited for a number of years. Until Trump turned it on its head in 2020, it has historically been Democrats who cast doubt on elections because they tend to lose presidential elections. And they want to be able to cast doubt on those elections. And when people have voter ID and they got to show their driver's license or their other voter identification to be able to vote, it makes people trust the system more. And Democrats can't cast doubt on Brian Kemp winning an election in Georgia or Donald Trump winning an election nationally or any member of Congress or senator winning an election they don't like. If voter ID is imposed by the voters trust the system, and then Democrats will have to start blaming themselves instead of voter fraud.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Old Glory Bank is my bank, and they can be your bank. They're a bank founded by guys, you know the names, Larry Elder, Ben Carson, John Rich, Mary Fallon. Those of you in Oklahoma, that was your former governor. They got together and they realized there's a debanking trend happening in the country where progressives are trying to use their leverage as shareholders of major banks to punish conservatives. And they said, we need a bank that protects conservatives. And they started Old Glory Bank. They now have people working with Old Glory Bank across the country. They'd love to have your business. They got my business 2 years ago. I've never looked back. Go to oldglorybank.com. oldglorybank.com/Eric. Actually, go to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Sorry, they just set up this personal URL for me. I want all of you to go to oldglorybank.com/Eric so you can see it for yourself. You fill out the account online, takes less than 8 minutes. That's how I did it. That's how you can do it. Old Glory Bank really is my bank. oldglorybank.com/Eric. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. It's the start of a new year, new you, new time, new technology. You keeping up with the times? My goodness, Vision Computers wants to help you, your company, your home, your kids keep up with technology. Now listen, college applications are dropping. Kids are getting admitted. Your kid's going to need technology. Vision Computers can help you. Your business headed into this year got new technology. You need new graphics cards. You need new computers. Vision Computers can build them. Laptops, desktops, they'll take care of you. Not only that, they'll service your computers. You'll get a phone number that you can call if you have any question about how your computer operates. If something doesn't work, you think, or you need to figure out something, they can help you faster than a Google search. All you need to do is go to visioncomputers.com, visioncomputers.com, or call them 404-COMPUTE anywhere nationwide. Call Vision Computers at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them I sent you. You'll save even more money. Do business with visioncomputers.com. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. You'll never lose sleep over your computer again.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
For more than a century, Scouting in Pinehurst has played a vital role in shaping the lives of young people here in Moore County. Join Scout Troop 7 and Pack 7 in celebrating 100 years of scouting in Pinehurst on Sunday, February 15th at the Fair Barn from 12 to 3 p.m. This event will feature interactive displays highlighting Scouting's 100-year history in the area and a chance for guests to race Pinewood Derby cars on an electronic track and enjoy barbecue from White Rabbit Catering, available for advance purchase at $15. For more information, go to pinehursttroop7.org.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB. And heard around the world at talk973.com.
Taking the complicated and making it simple. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. Valero has just paid a $1.1 billion breakup fee to get out of California. The company would rather take a $1 billion write-down and leave California than continue to work there, which should tell you all the problems with the operating environment in California and the regulatory structure in California. Valero is shutting down its Benicia refinery by April of 2026. They would rather do that than continue operating in the regulatory environment in California. It's gotten that expensive. The facility produces roughly 145,000 barrels per day, about 8.6% of California's gasoline supply. 400 jobs have already been lost. Local revenue is going to be hit. ConocoPhillips exited, and that means that there's about a 10% reduction of California's in-state refining capacity. And the analysts out there that are looking at this say California's gas prices going to go up even higher because of this. Think about this. A oil company that invested in building an oil refinery in the state of California would rather shut it down and take a $1.1 billion loss than to continue operating in California with its environmental regulatory structure. That should tell you everything you need to know about how bad the business environment is in California, particularly for the fossil fuel industry, that California is going to need well into the future. They are driving up prices on the poor and the middle class in California. They're pricing more and more people out of being able to live in California. I really do think that the wealthy progressives in California would be very happy if every poor and middle class person packed up and left and moved into Nevada and Arizona and could at least come back to pick their crops and take care of their kids for them. They are pricing everybody out of California. Gavin Newsom doesn't seem to care about it. Good luck with the presidential run, Gavin. Now, we got to move on. But before we move on to anything else, I got to tell you about Incogni. 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 Incogni.com/Eric. ERICK. If you are tired of getting those spam solicitations and the phone calls and the harassment online, Incogni serves as your representative online to go to the data brokers that sell all your information online and send them takedown notices. They have done it for me for some time now. They can do it for you. In fact, let me go in Incogni.com. Then you put in the /Eric to get the 60% off discount with Incogni. I'm going to log into my account right now, and I can tell you what they have been doing for me lately. And they're persistent. They keep following up. So if they get ignored, they follow up again, and they send the demands. They have 339 data brokers. 327 are compliant. 6 have been resistant, and they will follow up. Incogni.com/Eric. You can use them today. Protect your identity online with Incogni.com/Eric and get 60% off.
Char Bar 7 in Southern Pines offers a nice mix of upscale and casual. Whether you're in a suit, golf attire, or jeans, you'll feel right at home. Our menu offers a wide variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads and sandwiches, but Char Bar 7 is most known for our perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, and maybe watch some golf, we invite you to visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Are you nearing retirement and wondering how to make your money work for you instead of worrying it won't? Mark Henry at Alloy Wealth Management focuses on you, your goals, and your values. From insurance planning and retirement income strategies to estate conversation and risk management, his team works with you to build a comprehensive strategy that fits your life. Learn more by listening to Living Large Radio with Mark Henry, Saturdays and Sundays at 2 here on Talk Radio 990 AM and 97.3 and 104.1 FM WEEB.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Hello, I'm Chuck Reddick, Commissioner.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington.
Republicans and Democrats are bitterly divided over federal agents wearing masks as Congress works to avert another partial government shutdown. And as Greg Clugston reports, it's all about ICE enforcement.
Facing Friday's midnight deadline, lawmakers are locked in a debate over funding Homeland Security. And a central question is whether to ban face masks by immigration enforcement officers. The House Democratic leader says unmasking the federal agents is a hard red line in the negotiations. But most Republicans say the current political climate leaves the immigration officers exposed to harassment if their faces and identities are made public. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The DOJ has decided that some lawmakers will be allowed to review unredacted files on the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, in Britain, the PM's chief of staff has resigned over the appointment of the new UK ambassador to the US, who is mentioned in the Epstein files.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, resigned Sunday, saying he takes responsibility for advising Starmer to appoint Peter Mandelson as the UK ambassador to the US, despite his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. In the Epstein files, it suggested that Mandelson sent market-sensitive information to Epstein when he was the UK government's business secretary during the 2008 financial crisis. In a statement, Sweeney says the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was wrong. He has damaged our party, our country, and trust in politics itself. I'm Donna Warder.
Cuban aviation officials have warned airlines of a fuel shortage for refueling on the island. It's part of energy rationing as the Trump administration cuts Cuba off from its fuel sources. A commercial pilot confirmed the notice was sent on Sunday. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Melissa Vale. Vice President J.D. Vance met with leaders in Armenia as part of a diplomatic visit to the region. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
Vance called the visit historic and said the U.S. is committed to a strong partnership with Armenia.
This is the classic win-win for both Armenia and the United States of America.
He said it means stronger energy security.
Our nations have completed negotiations on a 1-2-3 civil nuclear cooperation agreement.
And he says the deal will create jobs.
I mean, great things for American workers, and I think great things for the people of Armenia as well.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
The images of masked federal officers has become a flashpoint in the Trump administration's immigration enforcement operations. Not in recent U.S. memory has an American policing operation so consistently masked its officers from the public. Whether to allow or ban the masks has emerged as a central question as Congress debates over funding for the Department of Homeland Security. A House Oversight Committee questioned a number of Charlotte leaders about crime and immigration enforcement in the Queen City. Mecklenburg County Prosecutor Spencer Merriweather was asked about whether Arena's law is helping keep repeat offenders off the street and talked about previous efforts to address the issue.
It also increased the likelihood that a person who committed repeat offenses or violent offenses remained in custody. We believe that Arena's law built upon the successes of the Pretrial Integrity Act. We believe that this is what the community expects from us.
During an ongoing lawsuit between a group of protesters and the University of North Carolina, the presiding federal judge ordered the Chapel Hill campus to lift the campus-wide ban against the group. According to court records, the ACLU and other civil rights organizations filed a lawsuit in 2025 alleging that UNC unlawfully arrested students and community members involved in a pro-Palestine protest in 2024. You're listening to NCN News.
If you are on Medicare, scammers may target you to steal your identity. Remember, Medicare will never call you asking for personal details. The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medicare Patrol Program is here to protect you from fraud and provides you with knowledge to stay safe. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
My name is Don Zalaki, and I am running for Moore County School Board.
I have been a math teacher and basketball coach for the past 44 years, the last 10 in Moore County. If I am elected as a school board member, I will make safety of our children a priority by making sure we have an armed security officer at every school and not allowing boys to play in girls' sports. Vote Don Zalaki, Coach Z for school board. Paid for by Coach Z for schools.
We have some quiet weather in the next couple of days. The big story will be the warmer temperatures. It will be the warmest we've been in about a month as we head into Tuesday. Today it's still chilly, plenty of sunshine, highs in the low to mid 40s. It's mostly clear and not as cold overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the lower 30s. Then mostly sunny and milder Tuesday with highs back in the mid 60s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. Glad to have you with me. The phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I'm switching big time here. Sonny Bunch, who I guess he's at the Bulwark now. He was at the Free Beacon, but he's had a film column in the Washington Post. He has a theory about how environmentalists make the best villains in movies these days. If you watch the Kingsman movie, the original, Samuel L. Jackson was an environmentalist who essentially wanted to destroy the planet, save for some of the wealthy, good progressives who cared about the planet. Everybody else had to die. Then you had Thanos in the Marvel movies, wanted to wipe out half the universe to save the universe from overpopulation. Then you had the Aquaman movie where the bad guy brother of Aquaman wanted to kill humanity to save the oceans, to save the planet. Time and time again, environmentalists speak up and they're genocidal maniacs. They want to do things to wipe out the world or force the world to curb its behaviors. They wish to do harm to people in the name of it being for everyone's good. Thus, we arrive at Matthew Lau, who is a New York University philosopher. Let me just read you part of his biography. He's a Taiwanese-American philosopher specializing in bioethics and normative ethics. Currently holds the Arthur Zittrain Chair of Bioethics and is the director of the Center for Bioethics and affiliated professor in the Department of Philosophy at New York University. He's held appointments at Oxford, Johns Hopkins, Georgetown, and Princeton. He's written the book, The Right to be Loved, and edited or co-edited for others. Philosophical Foundations of Human Rights, Moral Brains, The Neuroscience of Morality, Current Controversies in Bioethics, and Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, and writing an upcoming popular press book that analyzes the ethical dilemmas posed by near-term neurotechnologies. So, really into ethics. And got his Doctor of Philosophy at Oxford University in 2001. And I want to play you this audio of him. And this is him talking at a World Economic Forum about the problem of meat eating. You know, this is one of the big issues for environmentalists. Cows fart. And cow farting is one of the dangers of our times. Cows belching and farting releases methane, which causes the world to heat up. Because methane is a bad global warming gas. And so what do? Because people will not stop eating their cows. People love to eat their cows. Cows are tasty. In fact, that reminds me, I got to put in my Snake River Farms order for my weekend. I decided for the front porch. It's been a couple weeks since we've been on the front porch, and I intend to smoke a brisket for the front porch this Sunday. And I love smoky meats, brisket in particular, pulled pork, do wings. It's time for me to do a brisket again. And Matthew Lau thinks that's a bad thing, and I want you to listen to him on stage.
So I'll give two examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption on meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought. Right, so it turns out that we know a lot about. So we have these to. So I, for example, I have milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's